Test one, two. Test one, two. Test. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Microphone test. Test one, two. Test. Test one, two. Test. Okay. Why is this not going here? You can hear me. Okay. Okay. So this is my microphone. All right. So can James and Rushi hear me? I wonder. Oh my God. Okay. I can't hear you, but that's. I was trying to figure this out. So, hmm. Okay. I need to put my output speakers. Oh, okay. Okay. Can somebody give me a test? I think I switched my settings here. Hmm. Yeah, I can't hear you, James. Okay. Okay. Oh, yeah. There we go. Yes, I can hear you. Nice. Okay. Rushi, can I hear you? Yeah. Okay. This is exciting. Good stuff. Whoa. Okay. That can't mute that. Sorry, guys. I have my camera switcher on, and I'm just making sure we're all good here. So if I go here, then I'll fix that. Okay. And I need to disable Larry's coming in. Okay. And I need to disable my backgrounds here. Background effects. None. Larry. Nice. Okay, we're about to begin. Thank you everyone for your patience. I just want to get rid of this acronym. Okay, there we go. All right, we got this. Now let's see if everybody goes to the live stream. So there's a live stream on YouTube. This is where people will be able to just drop in and say hello. But since you have all signed up for the masterclass tickets, you guys get to interact. And it's also recorded. I have to make sure everything's recorded. And so in the future, when we are listening to this as a workshop, you guys, it's going to be interactive. So I really want the questions or anything that you guys are thinking. Uh, it's like a hive mind that we're all editing this film together. Even some people have the footage of the same film, but it would be even better that you're taking a week right now to invest in yourself, to cut something that you've been wanting to do and haven't had a time or just want to practice. And now we have 40 hours to practice. So I hope you have something fun to edit. If not, follow along, shoot something on your iPhone and edit it as well this week. It's like a film challenge. Okay, so let's go here. So that's my setup here. I need to put, okay, let's just do it here. I'm just seeing all my screens. We'll need this here. Okay. So see everybody. There was one more person that was supposed to join in, but that's okay. I will record this. I think I can. Recording. Okay. Start recording. Okay, so that's recording on here. And then I'll record on my board. Thank everyone for your patience. Okay. That's great. And now, so I'm going to just keep going unless you have any questions or anything like that. Please feel free to ask questions. Like I say, the people here are the only one that could interact. Everybody else gets just the two-dimensional where they only get to see the screen and follow along, but you guys actually have the ability to interact. So maybe just to get a little bit of participation. Oh, I have to trigger my camera. 1 second. Yeah. Just a sec. Okay. Can you hear me now? Test. You can hear me? Larry's saying he can't hear me. Oh, what's that? You're good? Okay. All right. James, you're low on my end. Is that a me thing? Oh, no, my speakers are cranked up. Okay. There we go. Yeah. Okay. Um, okay. I want to make sure everything's recorded. Recording on here. Record in my feed. It's going. So I have also sent you the link to the YouTube if anybody wants to see there. Okay. That's great. And then my feed. Okay. Nice. And we're going to begin in I'm going to have my Google Meet up. 3, 2, 1. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. We are doing the editing masterclass today. Our journey begins. Our journey begins. We're about to take footage that from our film that we shot almost 2 years ago, 2 summers ago, called "Wherever the Wind Blows." We're going to go through it, go through every shot, and maybe talk about it while we're shooting or while we're editing it. But by the end of this week, we will have a finished film. Woo! So exciting. We will go through each stage of the process of editing. So that's why I'm calling it a masterclass, because it's not so much that, you know, there's specific things that I'll be showing you, and it's just the process of editing the film from start to finish, and that never changes. So whether you're doing a reel for social media or all the way to a feature film, this is the same process that you're going to be taking to do that, and everything else in between. So there will be most of it is just repetition as well. It's like once you know, it kind of doesn't change, but you need to know kind of these uh, techniques, but also there's some shortcuts that we could talk about, and that's why I really wanted to be open for the people that reserve spots. That feel free to edit along as you go, and that's why you have people here on the stream that we could all discuss things, and as we're editing our own stuff, things might come up and we could discuss, or we could also discuss more film theory stuff and rhythm and pacing. So I'm so fortunate to have everyone here on this journey with me. All along together, we're going to create some amazing magic. So maybe we could just start off. I would like to hear where everybody's at in terms of editing level. I'm not sure, James, how much editing experience for Rushi and Gagandeep and Larry have an idea. But where would you say your editing skills are, just so I know when I'm explaining things? I don't want to also be redundant, but also I want to make sure that you get all the information. So, James, what would you say your editing experience is at?
I don't know if like I have to quantify my experience, but like in years I have done maybe over 10 separate projects, whether like students, short films to like like commission jobs with Premiere Pro and professional. but just like the sort of on the color grading. So I'll say I'm somewhere like early level still,
Awesome.
I would think.
Yeah, great. And whether you're editing still in Premiere or DaVinci Resolve, I will be showing DaVinci Resolve. Yet the foundation is the same. There's a blade tool, there's a slide tool, there's a trim tool. So if you are more comfortable in Premiere to follow along, it's all about the foundation of editing, not so much about software on this one. But I will be going through DaVinci Resolve. Very cool. Rushi, what do you say your experience level is at? We've seen your film last week, so I know you've edited before.
Hey, man, I would say I'm somewhere between beginners and intermediate. Like I understand the concept and everything, and I edited films on my phone, but yeah, I have to learn more about color grading, more about technical terms, and mostly the tools. I have DaVinci Resolve is such a broad tool into basically everything, and I have to learn the tool.
Yeah. Well, that's it. DaVinci Resolve is there's so many things in it. And to me, I've been using it for 15 years, so it's very intuitive. Yet it would be a little overwhelming if you haven't done it before and where to start. So I'm so glad you're doing this because it will take your editing to basically the next step, right? You understand the foundation of it. You're doing it through your phone. Yet now you'll be able to just amplify and augment your skill because it's now you'll be able to do some easier and finer cutting. It's tough to do on the iPhone. So this is going to be great for you. I hope you can make all the way to the end because it will be really fruitful. And I know we've also intended to edit this film together, so it's kind of serendipitous
Yeah,
that we're doing it together now.
really don't want that.
Yeah.
Um, and I'm very excited to be doing this, and I took the whole week. You
Oh,
know,
thank
I'll
you,
be dropping
Rushi.
in there here and there. Just like, yeah, mostly I took the week off, so I can do that.
That's it. And to me, how I see it, it's an investment in ourselves, right? I'm investing time to finish this film, yet I want everybody to also feel that it's an investment in their time to spend 40 hours editing. You're going to be good at it by the end of it, and you're going to see first. I love editing. I think it's as much as I love cinematography. I also really, really enjoy editing because that's where it kind of comes to life, and that's what we're going to do. And so I really hope that by the end of this 40 week that people see the value of it and that they're proud that they invested 40 hours into themselves. Because let me tell you, editing is an extremely valuable skill and a skill set that is more in demand than mostly anything else in the film industry. So you kind of set yourself up for success once you know the foundation of this. Let's hear from Gagandeep. Where's your level at?
Well, it's my first time I'm here with the editing software. So, let's learn.
Yeah, awesome. Gagandeep has a copy of Wherever the Wind Blows, so he'll actually be editing the footage that we're editing. So that's also cool. There will be multiple versions of Where the Wind Blows by the end of this. Fractals within fractals. Can't wait to see what you're going to do, Gagandeep. Then we have Larry. Larry. Whoa. That was that okay? Let's try again. There's a fire alarm that's been going on for like a few days now, and we always think that we have it. Yeah, it just keeps beeping. I don't understand. Larry. Uh, no. There you go.
Okay,
Okay.
that now you
Yeah. So where you at in your editing skills?
Alright. To start off, I've been editing for quite some time. Uh, Used a lot of different apps
and use Avid, Premiere, all of them. But I gravitate towards, for some reason, I'm gravitating towards iPhone apps. Having filming a lot of iPhone films in the past, uh, I felt like the iPhone was really nice to be able to render, upload your content directly to its apps. And initially, right from the beginning, I gravitated to iMovie, which is very, I find it very, very quick, drag and drop. You can, it's all visual. Uh, but just because of the amount of content I was doing, it just seemed like the rendering time was just so quick in and out. And I felt like editing, for some reason, they do all have their peculiar little tools that they have. But really, I think putting images together, it's just splicing it in between, having two images together, and really the editing software really do much. I feel like the editing software is maybe an extra to the story. The story is really where I feel to be where I'm fascinated with. It's not necessarily the techniques, but how to edit pieces together, stories, how the journey unfolds from, from the beginning to the end, and the variety that it could take that journey. I find that very interesting. What I'm really fascinated with after having gone to school a couple of years ago and being with 18 colleagues of mine at the advanced filmmaking program at Bachelor College is that I realized that everyone had their own editing techniques and styles. And, um, and it blew me away that, people would, we would capture videos or images and people would go off and edit, it would always come back very, very different. And the story would be very different. It would feel, so that to me is very interesting. And having worked with Mac this past year, it was such a beautiful experience. Script Plus, I worked on 4 projects plus 2 more, or 3 more. There's so many projects that we've done together. Having seen Matt work on his projects and edit quickly and efficiently, it's very inspiring. And that's why I'm taking that class is to better that expertise and see from from experts from other people, even people that are into it will sometimes get new insights that maybe professionals have never thought of. So I'm very thankful that I was putting on this class and looking forward to it.
Thank you, Larry. And yeah, I think like everything else, I don't know everything. I still look up DaVinci Resolve, you know, how to do things. I know when Matt was editing Bruce Peninsula, he also showed me things. So by no means am I an expert. I just do it often. So therefore, I have maybe a bit more experience in shortcuts and kind of time efficiencies. Yet the fun thing is that we're all on this together. So, Larry, you might even spot some things that we could do in terms of editing and try out. And that's where it gets really fun. That the hive mind, because I've edited with a lot of people that never edited before in terms of editing, but yet when they were beside me watching me edit, they instinctively knew how to edit because a cut is all about a feeling. If it feels right, you really got to just be in the moment and watch the footage and see how it reacts. And so the fun thing is that people that have never edited before or rarely edited have just as much value and feedback to the edit than somebody that has edited for 30 years. So the good thing is we really need our beginner's mind, our ability to just feel, be in the present moment, and imagine ourselves, not being removed from this machinery and just watch the film for what it is. And that I think was what everybody's going to bring these awesome insights that we're really going to catch. So thank you everyone for being here. I just feel so fortunate that I don't get to do this alone. It would be, I've been delaying it. I'm not going to lie, and because I've been doing other production stuff, yet it was always on my mind to do this, and it was always going to be at nights or whenever I have time on the weekends. And it turns out that if you don't book your time, it's just not there. So I said that we need to finish these films from season one to season two, and now what we're doing is we're scheduling our post production. Every film is going to get 40 hours of post production work, and the cool thing is every film that we've done are at different stages. Most of them are in the rough cut stage, or they're in the fine cut stage. So there'll be some sound mixing, some color grading, and the final tweaks. So that will be fun to do that for the other films. But this one was really interesting in the sense that even though it was the first one, it was the one that has the least amount of work done to it, ironically, and it's mine. Um, so what better opportunity than to take people on this journey from importing footage into DaVinci Resolve to all the way in 5 days have a film done. And I don't even know what it's going to look like, you know, in the sense that all I know is that we have 2 days of footage, and it's not a huge thing to go through it and make a cut in 5 days. That is a reasonable thing to do. And as an editor, that's the amount of time you should kind of book yourself for 2 days, 3, 4 days of editing, maybe 5 days with the final. So it's kind of a good practice run in terms of like how much time it takes to do stuff as well. And so this film, Wherever the Wind Blows, shot 2 years ago. Tell you a little bit about it. I wrote it. It was I wrote it during like during COVID, or just at the end nearing COVID. I was in my parents' basement, and I was just kind of sketching out these ideas, and I thought it was funny. It kind of humorous take on the Lazarus story, and it's so basically the Lazarus story is Jesus performs his last miracle. He comes and reanimates Lazarus, who is dead, and Jesus reanimates him and brings him back to life. And that's the story in the Bible. It's like, whoa, he brought somebody back to life. How amazing! Yet then I started to ask many more questions afterwards, and I'm sure other people did. But one of them is what happened to the body? Because when you reanimate a body, does the soul come back? What is the soul? And is the body still the same person without the soul? And what are the consequences of bringing somebody back, right? The thesis of the film is basically that don't interfere with nature. There's a monologue in the film that I might cut out, but it's the thesis of the film saying that if you interfere with nature, you won't get the results that you want. It's death is part of life. Life is part of death, um, and that's kind of what the film is saying. And so it's kind of a humorous take on uh, Jesus. Instead of Jesus, he's JC. He's like an underground black market person that is known to bring back people with these magical elixirs. It's totally illegal, and so a mother distraught because her son died, and asked JC to come and maybe perform his elixing miracles. And she's waiting there for 4 days. She waited, and he finally arrives. And by then, the Dexter, who's the actor, the mother's son, is already kind of decomposing. It's been 4 days in the hot sun, and so JC arrives in her 1967 black Mustang, really cool car. Was probably the funnest thing to do on the shoot was driving that car. Oh man, I had some fun. Um, and so from there, he performs their miracle, and what we get is that there's no soul. Sure, the son revives, but he becomes basically animal. I was always thinking like he becomes like a raccoon, like very feral, and essentially in the finishing of the film and the last scene, which we're going to see, and it's not done, but he goes into the bush, into the woods, and then eventually turns back into nature. And I want to do a VFX where he's in a lotus pose and the plant starts to grow over him. So that will be something we'll discuss as well. What's the best way of doing that? The VFX for that. So that will be the journey we're taking. So all of those are individual shots, footage, um, and we're about to get into it. We will be taking breaks along the way. I might just take a quick break to get one more cup of coffee before I begin. So let's take a 1 minute break here. I'm going to get some coffee, and then we're about to begin. All right, let's get to it. Okay. Um, welcome. Welcome. Okay. Uh, just a sec here. Just trying to pipe some audio to the board. One second. Um, audio. Nice. Okay. I like to put some music on while I edit, especially the like all of the boring spots. Oh, you hear that as well? Okay. I think there's a double in my voice. Okay, I'm good. Thank you. All right. So if we haven't done it yet, we could open DaVinci Resolve. And oh, there is some echo. Okay. Hmm. That's annoying. Okay. So maybe I could do this then. So that goes here. Test. Okay. If the sound is no good, guys, you have to let me know, all right? 'Cause I'm okay. Maybe I won't be able to do that like that. Okay. Still figuring it out. Okay, test one. It's better. Hmm. Okay, maybe I could do this like this. Just a sec. Almost there. Okay. All right, that's better. Okay. So let's see if I could broadcast my screen here. Okay. So I have what is this one here? So if I go, I'm just trying to get my screen to capture DaVinci Resolve here. Okay. So if I go here, and I don't miss. So I'm opening up a project here. Let's see. Did you see that? No. Did you see that? No. That's bizarre. I have the wrong capture. All right, guys. It won't be always this slow. I'm just trying to figure out how to do some stuff sometimes. Just want to make sure that you guys have all the live stream. See all the right screens. I have this one set up here. So let's transition to this. Not working. Okay, I'm just trying to get my screen to see this. Transition to this. Is that like one? Hmm. and send it out. Hmm, that's not good. I'm trying to send the signal for you to see the screen. It's not going here. So please, it was working this morning, no problem. So this is a new screen here. I don't want it to display that. I would not do this one. Okay. Okay. All right. I'm figuring it out. I'm figuring it out. So should I restart? I'm gonna just close DaVinci now, and I'm gonna open it back up, and let's see if I can. Okay. So maybe I need to do window. Yeah, almost there. Almost there. Okay. So let me just increase the screen. 1080. Okay. So this is the login page here. So DaVinci Resolve, you have your local, is where it all stores on your hard drive, and you have all of these thumbnails or projects. And then if you go over to network and then this cloud on the top here, um, cloud is actually really cool. You could get a free version of it. I do want to say DaVinci Resolve is completely free. And then there's the DaVinci Resolve Studio, which is what I'll be editing on. There are a few features that is exclusive, but none of them prevent you from not being able to make the film. For example, one of the two features that I know are studio only is that, or three, is that um, it can't send a full screen signal to your second monitor. So that's a studio thing. So for example, if you had two monitors, one of them you have your laptop, and the other one you have um, and you have another monitor, you can only send that signal as a clean feed to your other monitor on studio version. Another one is uh, the noise reduction. Noise reduction is actually quite good on DaVinci Resolve, and that's a part of the studio version, so that you need to pay for. And then there's also another one where it used to be, I think it's still the case, but it definitely used to be two versions ago, that it couldn't do 10-bit 422 XAVC, basically the footage from my Sony camera or any MPEG 2 10-bit. And I hope they remove that limitation, because it really sucks that most cameras now shoot 10-bit and 422, and they couldn't do it on the free version. So you can let me know if that's still the case. So I go on the cloud because I get to share these edits with everybody else. It's pretty cool that I get to have this edit. For example, March 17th is one of our season 2 films, and the director is able to move that along. I have the same footage. I connect back to it. Even at one point, we're able to edit all together on the same timeline. So it's really powerful. And that was something incredibly difficult to do in the past, where trying to have two editors working at the same time or or very close together, is that you would never have the latest file. And it was the hardest thing to keep up to date. And now this kind of solves everything. And I'm absolutely in love with DaVinci Resolve Cloud. I think they did a really amazing job. So let's open up a new project. So I'm going to do it in cloud where it says untitled project. I'm going to make one here, double click, and I'm going to go wherever the wind blows. I'm going to call it fractal number 1. And maybe Gagan Deep, yours yours is fractal number 2, and whoever has the film is different fractals. Okay, so I open that up, and it's loading. So if you have a laptop, a graphics card is really important for video editing. Is one of the most important things that makes video editing smooth. It relies heavily on the graphics card. So if you don't have a laptop with a graphic card, you can still edit. Don't worry. Yeah, that is where a lot of your playback and your speed comes from. Is especially in color correction, especially in rendering effects and encoding. Well, no, encoding actually is all CPU. And then there's RAM. RAM is also a big thing. So, and then there's a hard drive. So this your slowest link will always be your bottleneck. So if you have a lot of RAM, a lot of GPU, yet you're on a slow hard drive and it's filled up, it's going to be struggling to pull that information. If you have a really fast SSD, which is what I'm on, I have a 4 terabyte SSD that I have the footage on, and but if you have no graphics card or if you have very little RAM, it will also be a bottleneck. So fortunately, I have a really decent video card 2 years ago was new, and I have 128 gigs of RAM with a 4 terabyte SSD. So I'm ready to rock. I hope you guys have a somewhat similar setup with the SSD. And let's get to it here. Okay. Oh, now you can't see this one. Okay. OBS. Let's go back here. I have to do one more thing. Okay. Let's transition to that. There we go. Now you can see that. Oh, and then it goes off when I do that. Why is that the case? All right. Want to fix one more thing. So, yes, that's what I need. Transition. So why does that go away when I do that? It's so bizarre. It's on this screen. Okay. The media is on. Oh, okay. Okay. I have to do one more adjustment. Figuring this out, this multicam is really cool. Yet it's got to get used to it. Got to get used to it. Okay, so I'm installed here. Did not transition correctly. So if I go here, oh, every time I click on DaVinci Resolve on my end, it goes off. So there might be display caption. See, it goes to black. It's so weird. I had it yesterday. It's so bizarre. Oh, now you can see it. No, as soon as I'm off. See, when I click off of it. Okay. We're going to figure this out. We're going to figure this out. So you could see that. And then as soon as I click on DaVinci Resolve, you lose that image. And that's no fun. Thank you guys for your patience. I'm just trying. Why? Why does it not show me the window? Come on. That is that screen. But I want to capture the DaVinci screen. Thank you guys. I think that you have to watch me this out. I appreciate you. See, it's there. As soon as I click there, It goes away. Why would it not be able to capture my screen? Hmm. Hmm. Display capture. That is so bizarre. Okay. Okay. Okay, trying to let's feed that I want, and then I click here and it goes away. Okay. We will figure this out. We will figure this out. Okay. So, okay, Gandhi, do you have any idea of how come it's not working? My window, I'm capturing that. See that? And then it goes away. And then it goes away. Hmm.
What do you want to shoot?
So I'm trying to. Hey, look, Gandhi's here. Yay! Trying to. Look how weird this is. It's so OBS here is saying I'm capturing this window here, okay?
Mhm.
And or display capture. It's saying this window here. So window. So this is DaVinci Resolve window capture,
Mhm.
resolve, right?
Yep.
Okay. So I go okay. So this is what that is. So we're seeing DaVinci Resolve.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
There it is.
Bigger
Okay.
one.
But now as soon as I click on DaVinci Resolve, I think it's
So
because
maybe go for window capture.
well that is so it's,
Mhm.
I just want people to see because what it's doing right now, it's sending the footage. This screen it's messed up. Okay. I know what to do here. I know what to do. I know what to do. So that's there we go. I got it. I got it.
Yeah.
We're back. We're back. Yes. Thank you, everyone. Like I say, I had it all working last night. We spent hours, and now that little button clean feed was the issue. Okay. Let's do this now. Stream. So let's make sure all connected. Okay. Transition. Okay. Woo! Nice. All right. We are in DaVinci Resolve. I'm going to delete this because I did this. We are in DaVinci Resolve. Awesome. Okay. Let's get a little into it. So this is specifically for Gagandi. Well, anybody that use DaVinci Resolve, actually, which is all three of us there, or all four of us. So this is your first page, and I'm going to go workspace. I'm going to go full screen window. So now it will eliminate the bottom bar and the top bar there. So lower this. So now I have a full screen. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tabs here at the bottom. We could see that at the bottom. Oh my God, I'm not on my thing here. There we go. Okay, DaVinci Resolve. I went workspace, full screen. See what it does here. So workspace, full screen. Great. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tabs at the bottom. Your tabs at the bottom, think of it as you're moving the film along. Think of it as a production line, and you're starting is your media ingesting, and then you keep moving along the line. You don't need to use all tabs, but this is how kind of DaVinci Resolve structured it, so it's more intuitive. So with that said, if you go here in the top left, that is your ingestion page. This is all your hard drives that are hooked up to your system. And we're going to go find ours. And then at the bottom here is the footage that will be imported into DaVinci Resolve. So you have your in and your outs, or you have you're bringing stuff in essentially. So if I go, this is the bottom, and I'm going to start to create folders. And organization is the key to editing. So if you start organizing right away, you're in a way better shape when your project is ballooned up to a film when you've imported everything and you're trying to find links. So the first thing is a folder called footage. Love that folder. And I do want to, I wonder if you can see this. No. Okay. You won't be able. So if we go to Neptune, which is my SSD drive, I go to Wherever the Wind Blows. And so I want you to know how I also structure things for even ingesting into cameras before I even import into DaVinci Resolve. Notice I go 1 footage, 2 audio record, 3 HML. Well, it's always better to put a number before your folder name, because at least then number 1 will always be number 1 and it will always be at the top or wherever you want it. It doesn't even always need to be the same number as long as it's numbered. So then I hate when I add another folder, or like, and then I have assets and I have sound effects, I have music, and then it moves my folders according to alphabetical order. And it's memory muscle, and you just want to go, the top is footage, or wherever it is. And it's just easier to label using numbers as well. So that's a kind of a technique that I've learned from another past editor. So that's not me, that's another past editor that said that to me. And what we want to do is always think about, if I get hit by a bus tomorrow, or today, could happen today because we all will die soon, so we might as well make the best out of it. Can someone else grab my hard drive and my files and be able to finish the film? Does it make sense to somebody else other than me that have just been throwing stuff? So really think about that. Your own mortality. I think it's really important to know that we won't be here for very long, so make the most out of it. But also that it should be intuitive to other people that have never seen your files, that could just go, oh, okay, it's in the footage, it's in the asset folder, I'll bring that in, I could finish this off, or just send off a file. And that starts off by organizing from the start. It's not at the end that you're going to start organizing, because it's going to be a mess. So bottom is footage. So let's go footage. Number 1 footage here. And I have day 1, day 2, and then I did some pickup shots. Day 3 was a pickup shot for the ending when he turns into a plant. And then I have day 4 that I shot some tomatoes in my mom's garden. And I'll explain you why. But maybe we will or will not use it. So I will also kind of keep that structure because I want to know where things are. Day 1, okay, and I go day 1, and look at all these cards here. I can go card by card and import that into folders. Maybe I should actually, just so I know. You could just drop, for example, the lazy me would do this, grab all the folders and dump them in there. Always go don't change. You don't want to change the project to change your frame rate based on project, unless you do. I shot all of this footage at 60 frames per second. So I'm going to show you the effect. I didn't want to go into that right now, but I'm going to show you afterwards why I think 60 frames per second is the way to shoot everything. That's just my, this is all, let's see. Did it import everything? How many shots are in there? Okay. Okay. And you'll notice some of the footage is a little, yeah, maybe it's better. So we want to go in order. Okay, so now it just, then you don't know where things are. So let's go card 1. And I'm going to import only card 1. Okay, so I know where things are. So, okay, so this. If I click on the top, shift click down, it will select everything. I bring it into card 1, and don't change. So now card one is the same thing as the top and the bottom. I double click here. There you go. There's my footage here. Um, I've already made proxies of all this footage. So proxies are basically a low resolution, the exact same replica of your footage, but way smaller. So then even a computer without a graphics card or lots of RAM or slow um, hard drive can still edit because they have much smaller resolution files. And then when you go to export, DaVinci resolves as the old switcheroo and then brings it back to the 4K files, which is again a beautiful gift that now we're able to edit with just smaller laptops or anything like that in a coffee shop and not have to, you know, have this really big equipment to bring in. So proxies are really awesome. I always do them, and automatically DaVinci Resolve does do proxies. So you'll notice you might. So I have um, it says proxy labeled here. I have that, and sorry, I have the proxy labels because I've done them, but it will automatically do the proxies unless you tell DaVinci not to do it, which I love. So if you go to this Blackmagic Cloud Sync icon at the bottom here, if I click that and I go to, um, it says Blackmagic Cloud Sync List here, and then see it's uploading my, and then if I go proxy generation, you'll see that it's actually generating proxies in the background. And sometimes, especially on a slower machine, it will slow down your editing. So oftentimes, especially if I shot on a more compressed codec, like an H.264 on my camera, it's already processor intensive to decode that codec. Then you normally just let it DaVinci Resolve proxy generate for a few hours. I walk away and then I come back editing butter smooth. So if you are experiencing some lagness, it's maybe because you're doing proxies in the background, and it's a good thing in the end. But if you want to edit right away, if you go to your settings here, gear is all of your settings for DaVinci Resolve. And if you go to, if I scroll down, okay, so you see how it says, oh, is it in here? There's a setting where you could say to not do the proxies. I think it was there. Working folders. You're able to cancel it here in this panel, basically saying to that you don't want it to do proxies. But again, I strongly encourage it. It takes up a bit more space on your hard drive, but it does make it a butter smooth edit. And I hate editing when it's not smooth. How can you? It's like you want that frame precise cut, and it's so hard when it's lagging. You can't watch the footage because how can you even know how it feels? So do everything you can that you can have a smoother playback on things. Okay, so I said proxy generation. We're going to go card by card, and you'll see a lot of this day is a quote unquote boring and just tedious stuff, but it's also the basis of everything right now. Um, we're editors as well, our technicians are, we do a lot of stuff that is it's getting us to the creation. I wish it would just be like boom, we could just start piecing things together. Yet there are some things that need to happen. So I imported card 2 here. I'm going to keep going. There are some things that need to happen in order for all of this to run smoothly, and that's what we're doing right now. And that's what's going to make us a great editor, because we're organized. And let me tell you, when you open a project in 6 months from now or a year from now, and a client or you want a different export, you're going to thank yourself for doing all this labeling. You'll be like, thank you for putting it in the footage folder. Okay, day three. I mean, card three, and I'm importing. So this footage got on my Sony A7S. This was our season one first film out of the gate. We shot in July. In the script, I wrote hottest day of the summer. And literally, when we shot it, it was the second week of July. It was the hottest day of the summer. I just love, like I say, I was writing this in my parents' basement, thinking in the wintertime, thinking it's just so funny. It's gonna be so nice, having all these people in this house. And let me tell you, it was a very, very hot day where people did get heat stroke. Ryan, I thought he was not going to make it, but he pushed through. Dexter, with all that makeup, pushed through, but it was a challenge, and it's just so funny how reality. I just wrote these words and then they became real. I think that was so trippy. I couldn't believe it. We also popped a lot of breakers. Um, the HMIs, we couldn't get the air conditioning working. Oh my god, there's a lot of parts here. Okay. Whoa. Switch. There we go. Okay. Sometimes it will start. Yeah, that's what it starts. Importing footage. And I was, if anybody does want to see the script, please let me know. But in my opinion, I think it's fun that you don't know the script, because I want to throw it out, and all we have to make the script or make the stories with the footage that we have, right? It's no longer, well, it's written here that he does this. Is, well, we didn't shoot it, we don't have it, or it's something else now, or the performance is not good. So all we have inherently is the footage that we have to edit and piece together. And there are some editors that work with big directors that never read their script, and they just start cutting based on the footage that they get. And I feel that's really cool as an editor to piece the story with only the images that you have access to. So again, if you want the script, let me know. But that's how I'm approaching this. That you're seeing these images for the first time, and you're like, what can it be, right? How can they fit together? So I'm importing card three. The reason why there's a lot of cards is because we did shoot at 60 frames per second the entire footage, 422 10-bit, 4K, 60 frames per second. So the more frame rates you have, the more card space it takes, right? It's 2.5 times bigger in terms of footage, in terms of space that it takes. So that is why we have a lot of different cards here to go through. Normally we don't have that much. Well, depends on what you shoot on. Again. You'll also see that the footage, which we're going to go through, is a little wonky. It looks stretched. That's because we shot with my anamorphic adapter. And the anamorphic adapter squeezes the image 1.3 times. So not exactly a clean 2 times anamorphic, but it does do an anamorphic kind of style. And to me, I felt like it was so makes it more epic. And we shot it all entirely on one lens, and that's the 35 mil. And I find the 35 mil on anamorphic, or between the 35 and 40 mil anamorphic, is the best for anamorphic. I think anything too tight, you lose the anamorphic feel. Anything too wide becomes too wonky. But the sweet spot for anamorphic is really the 35 and the 40 millimeter. And you'll notice in all the films, that's usually the lens they default to. New bin. I hope everybody's able to make bins. Let me know. Part 7. Importing that. Just importing, ingesting, encoding, compiling. These are the terms that editors know. But it's pretty amazing what we're going to create in dedicating our time to this. Already feel the magic. Can't wait to see the end result with everyone. Okay, so I have day one, day two. Let's go day three now. Let's see what day three is all about. So day three was technically shot a week and a half after the shoot, but it's considered day three because you don't count that. Day three. And so wild. 3 days and we're finally getting into it, right? I would love to work on these big epics where, Gladiator or something, 155 days. And it's just such, the Odyssey, I think Christopher Nolan shot for a couple hundred days. It's pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. Shoot that long. That's the dream. That's the dream. But we know that we could fix it in the edit, maybe. Okay, and then day four was my tomato shot. So let's bring that in. I do another bin. Day four tomatoes. Okay. Okay, so I import day four and do this. Switching. I like switching cameras. It's really fun. Thanks to Larry and Gundeep for this setting up this beautiful set that we have today. We all worked together yesterday to make a cool and cozy set. So thank you. All right, so we have juice, my mom's tomatoes in the height of August when they're all ripe. And the story in that the elder says in the film is that there was an old man or a farmer that loves his tomato garden, and one of the things is that he gets insects that starts to eat his tomatoes, and so he goes and tries a bunch of stuff, pesticide, and he does he cleans it all. He makes sure that all of there's no weeds around and all that stuff, and there's juicy tomatoes are just there ready to be chomped on by insects. There's really nothing else they could eat. And so he tries to do all of this stuff, and the farmer loses hope. His garden is completely devastated by insects, and he doesn't know what to do and how to save them. He loves his garden, yet he doesn't know what to do. And so he ends up losing hope and not doing anything. And so the weeds start to grow around his garden. A bunch of stuff happens. And then next thing you know, he realizes that by not doing anything, letting nature do its thing, his tomatoes grow ripe, red, and are unaffected by the insects. And that's actually a true story in terms of farming. When I went to do a documentary in New Zealand, there was these amazing tomato growers. And what they did was, if you went to their place, there was wild grass, weeds everywhere. And in the middle was their tomatoes. And they assured that because every week there's a different insects that come out. Insects don't live very long. They have a very short span. And so there's different predators, different insects that eat different, attracted to different. For example, somebody that wants their tomatoes in a clean garden, they remove all the weeds and all of that stuff. And well, by doing that, you leave the insects no choice but to go after your juicy red tomatoes. And so, because there's nothing else, there's no other options. All they see is red tomatoes. Okay, so week after week. And now, if you don't the weeds and you leave all the insects are going to be, well, this is actually what I want, is this, this or something else. And then another week after, they go to another weed starts to grow, and this is, nature already has timed it. Don't interfere with nature, and you'll notice that your garden is actually much healthier because everything works together. You can't have only one thing and try to prevent people from going for after that one thing. That's all there is available. So by letting your garden grow, your weeds and all that stuff, it's actually helping everything out. Every insect has a certain food that they eat. So that's kind of the premise and the thesis again of don't interfere with nature. All right, we have our tomatoes, juicy tomatoes. So now we have our folders here in DaVinci Resolve that we ingested. We have footage day 1, day 2, day 3, uh, day 4 tomatoes. That's great. Now we're going to bring in our audio. That's one thing where it's going to be fun to do is we did not slate this film. It's our very Dogma 95 style. Just shoot, and we'll sync it later. We did do a clap. I think. Oh no, we did have a slate for this. Sometimes we did it, but we did record this with a boom microphone that we will have to sync. My vote is that we're just going to sync the audio once we went through everything. So you see, this is just a big folder of wave files, and then there's a Colleen Lav. So I'm going to import all of this. I'm going to shift click, do this, and then I'm going to drag it here. Okay. Okay. There I go. Okay. So I have all the audio here, and then now I'm going to bring Colleen. That's the lab that we recorded on day 3. Oh, awesome. And now that was all in my quick. Okay, so I'm just going to go back. So what other folders we will need, we could create now or as we go, but I know eventually we will have a sound effects folder. Love sound effects. That's what makes things. Video assets maybe. And then we could add folders as we go. No worries. Okay, so that's all we have to do. Also, if you ever do want to, is it captured? Oh no, okay. I don't need to do that one. Okay, don't need to do that. There is a way to ingest footage, clone tool. If you ever want to ingest footage and want to make sure that it gets cloned correctly, there is a cloning tool in DaVinci Resolve. It is like a competition to shot put. If anybody does DIT stuff, shot put is a professional grade license that assures that your footage gets transferred, and then there's checks and balances that assures that everything got transferred, every bit got measured. So they do offer this tool. It's called Clone Tool. Not many people know about it, but essentially you would add a job here. You say, okay, this card goes into this hard drive, and you could add multiple jobs. So it's pretty handy for DIT stuff. It's kind of a little gem that DaVinci Resolve has it, but not many people know. So before I leave this page here, it's called the Clone Tool. Okay. Now, so do I have okay. It's okay. I just wanted to see if my board was connected. Now, if we go into this cut page, so cut page, I'm going to get back to it. Not many people know how to use it. If you don't have the board, oh, Rushi, you have the board. That would be good for you. But people might not have it. And I'm going to kind of cruise through it, but we're going to get back to that. So you have your cut page. Cut page is really when you have something quick to edit. It's not made for fine details. So you would kind of go through your bulk of your footage to the cut page, and then you would bring your stuff to the edit page, which is the third icon here. And then that's where you could do all your fine tiny timeline cuts. But I'm going to go directly in here. Oh, another folder that we need to create. So if you look here at the top left media page, so all of these icons here or things pop up here. And these are very important: inspector, metadata, mixer. Yeah, that you don't need to export that out. Okay, that's interesting. Quick export. But really, your inspector is really important. That's where all of your transformation is going to happen. I'm going to show that to you. Your media panel here, your media pool, that's where the same folders that we set up in our media right there in your media pool. Okay, so what we populated was the media pool, and our media pool is found here. And then we also have the effects panel. The effects panel is, as it describes, is where all of your effects are. So top left, and then if you click on this icon, you could have, oh, index. Okay, so you see how you could have a full screen on the left. If I pull here, right, media pool, and I could have the two of them. Oh yeah, okay, this is it. So if you want the whole panel, you could go down, or if you want your whole timeline, you could do that. Okay. And now I typically, because I have, okay, well, let's not go there. So what we want to do is add another folder, and it's going to be called the timeline folder. That's very important. So if I right click, I go timelines. Okay. And I go my first timeline. If I go right click and I go create new timeline. Okay. So let's see what I got here. Let's call it selects one. Okay, so use projects settings. Let's just check what the settings are. So if I go format, okay, it's an HD. You could change this. So typically what you could do is if you want to export out on 4K, you could edit on the 1080p timeline and then bring back your timeline to 4K, which will bring the footage exactly that, and it will be faster to edit. So even though you want to finish in 4K, I would suggest editing in HD because it's like a quarter less resolution to do that, and so you could always upscale afterwards. We're going to be editing on a 24 frame timeline, even though actually we should go 23976 because our recorder, that's what we recorded audio at. And like I say, we shot everything at 60 frames per second, but we're editing on a 24 frames per second timeline. How does that make sense? Typically, what we know of high frame rates, or if we shoot at 60 frames per second, is that somebody's shooting at 60 frames to slow it down at 60 frames. We will be playing back real time with the crispness of 60 frames. And that's only possible to because of DaVinci Resolve's frame interpolation. Before, you paid a huge sacrifice for shooting frame rates different than 24 if you wanted to bring it back down to 24. So oftentimes 60 frames per second, your footage that you shot at 60 frames per second will be slow-mo. And we're not doing that. So instead, what we're doing is playing 24 frames per second, using the 60 frames per second, and then interpolating some frames so it feels like 24 frames. So it's blend frames, and it makes that motion at 24 per second, but also it gives us the ability to also slow down time, which is what I want to do as well, and not have the sacrifice of when I slow down 24 frames per second. Well, now it has to generate new frames, and doesn't look very good. But us will be able to, like, for example, you'll see the door will open, his boot will come down, and we could slow down that shot and then bring it back to real time. This was specifically revamped in DaVinci Resolve after James Cameron's Avatar. He used something called motion blending, pure motion. That's what it's called. I've seen a demo at it at AFI. There was a cinematographer that came and showed us this software, which was unbelievable, and couldn't get it anywhere before. And I was blown away He was shooting stuff, this cinematographer, at 60 frames per second, even at 120 frames per second, all the time, and then he would just match it to his 24 frames per second, and then when he wants that crispness, he can play around with the shutter speed. So now you're no longer locked into a certain shutter speed. It's the artist that gets to choose it when he wants blurry footage like 24 frames per second, and then when he wants crisper footage for motion. Like, I hate blurry footage. If it's going to be blurry, it's because of me that intentionally puts it blurry. But I don't want blurry motion because of the smearing of a slow shutter speed, or because of a slow frame rate, or 24 frames per second, which I call slow. It's actually the default frame rate. But I don't want that blurriness when somebody walks across the room, that, when they're moving, just like this, this is at 24 frames per second. And at 60 frames per second, you get to see more of it. It feels more real. And you'll see when we're editing this footage, there's a certain realness to the footage, which I love, especially for action. And then when it's talking in dialogue, it's through the frame interpolation, you're able to go back to that 24 frames per second look, but without compromising motion when people are moving fast. Okay, fun stuff. And yeah, let's just get to it. So now we have our selects timeline open. We have our 1080p, and we're about to bring in footage. Cool. Day one. I'm going to go card one, so we know. And now, if you go, depending on how you click, that's how it's going to bring in. So, for example, my footage starts at 396. And if I shift click to 392, it's going to bring it in that order, which I always mess up. I always have to bring it twice. So what I like to do is clip name. Okay, I go 392 and I go to 403. So now I know it will be in that order. So if I grab it, and it should be in that timeline. Okay, let's just make sure I'm in that timeline. So if I go here, if I go selects, open that up. So in order, if you go to the left here, display stacked timelines. Okay, so there's an icon here, the check mark, and this will tell you what timeline, display stacked timeline. So now you'll see I want to be on this select timeline. Okay, it does say I'm on. Okay, so there we go. Oh, we're about to import some footage. It's gonna be a lot of dancing throughout this. A lot of dancing. Okay, card one. I normally do my selects without any sound. I just have music blast. I edit because right now you'll see it's all about import this. Okay, so 392, like I said, all the way to 403. I bring that in and I do this. It should go 403. Okay, so I have to do the way exactly what I said. And import. Okay. Oh, come on. There is one adjustment that we need to do. Just bring this in here. Okay. Good stuff. So the more footage you have, the more time it will take. Okay, I have to show you a few things happen here. Okay, now we're in the timeline. Just want to dance. We're in the timeline. A few things that you need to check here. So this snap icon, the magnet here, is really important. So that will snap your cursor to things. So if I'm going, whoop, it will hover near wherever there's snapping points. So that's good to know. And this link icon is really important because that links your sound files with the audio. So if I don't have that link, That means I'm able to click just the video here, and oh, slides, and it's telling me that I have this slippage of time. So if I go Control Z and I click this, and now I click on this, both of them are linked here together. So that's cool. Command Z. If I click on the empty here, the empty space, then great, it will go. And if I go, I move my okay. If I go click on this, you're like, how do I bring this footage close to the end here? If I click on there and I click backspace or delete, boom, it's called the ripple delete, and we're going to do that a lot. So don't worry if you don't know how I did that yet or whatever. We're going to do a lot of ripple deletes, so it's all good. Okay, so now we have our footage, cruising through for. So if we zoom out, I'm going to using this a lot. Zoom out, zoom in. Okay, I'm going to tell you some keyboard shortcuts right now. Okay, so if you have your mouse, you have your mouse here. So mouse is really important with a scroll wheel. It's definitely harder on the laptop without, but I'm sure you'll make do. So if I go here, if I hold shift and I scroll wheel, you'll see it'll make the up. I could scroll through the layers up, especially if I have like a lot of layers, I'll be able to scroll up and down. If I hold control shift, I'm able to zoom in and out. You see? Control and mousey roll makes me go left and right. And if I hold Alt and scrolly wheel, it zooms in and out. Really important. So imagine every time you want to zoom in, you got to go. And every time it takes seeing their mouse, clicking here, position, when you could just go, whoop, okay. And then I'm going to go here, I'm going to go here, I'm going to go there. So uh, editing is all about these quick efficiencies because you repeat it thousands of times and over, well, at least hundreds of times and maybe thousands. It eats up seconds over there, and you lost almost a half a day of just bringing your mouse over. Okay, so now another important tool is the blade tool, a very important one. So if I click on the blade tool, which is right beside here, it allows me to cut, 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 cut. Awesome. Okay, we love the blade tool. We love it. We love the. Okay, I'm gonna command Z that. So, but how again? If we want to go to the arrow tool is the very important because it allows us it's the select tool. But then how do we go again? We have to bring our mouse. We have to click there. What's the keyboard shortcut? Well, B for blade. B for blade. If I click blade, see I went there B, and if I click A, it goes back to my selection tool. So B and A are very important. B and A, B A. Okay, so selection tool, and then I go B, cut. Okay, so now, what if even then, that's still a lot of clicking. If I go A, and then B, I put my cursor over. Okay, so how can we even speed that up more? So if I'm on the selection tool, I went back to A over here. If I go, look at this, Control B, boom, it does the cut exactly where the needle is. So now I didn't have to go B, I didn't have to click, I just went Control B, and then it does the cut along the way. So we're going to use that a lot. Control B, Control B. Okay, and all right, we're going to get through it. And I just want to make sure you guys are good. Okay. Oh, okay. Sorry. I just have a feed here. That's okay. All right. So one thing now we have to see this footage. If I go like this, can you see full screen? No. This is your window here, and let's just talk about the inspector panel. So now to your right of your panel here, okay, got it. Okay. All right. And please let me know if my audio. I have it in my earphones here. I hear it very clearly. So if it's not the case, just let me know. I would hate for it not to be sounding good. Click once on the clip here. Let's go to our inspector panel. So if you don't have the inspector panel, if I close all this, look how much real estate you have. We have 2 screens. What does this do? And how do I get things? So monitor as well, which I want to explain. And then after that, we're ready to start cutting, or at least going through our stuff. Okay. So if I click once here, if I go inspector, this is where all click it once. What do we have here? We have our transform, cropping, dynamic zoom, composite, our which is our opacity, speed change stabilization, lens correction, retime, and AI super scale. Very cool. Zoom in and it zooms in. Oh my god. Cool. This will play along with a lot. Okay. Want to go back to where it was. If you click this reset button here, or I think in DaVinci Resolve, that's everywhere in DaVinci Resolve. If you double click on Zoom, it will reset to 0 as well. So it's that you click on this reset button here, or you click double click on here. Okay. There's also the master reset switch. Position, pretty self-explanatory. Left, and then your Y is your height. Okay, master reset, boom. If I have my rotation, look at that. And I could do all three. Boom, up, down, left, right, with a zoom in. This is, whoa. That's how we shot it. This is how we shot it. Look at that. I wish I shot it like that. That's pretty cool, actually. Let's see if I can get her eye. Actually, a really cool shot. Look at that. Only by an accident. Can we see her eye? Oh, okay, she catches it. There's a slate. We did have a slate. Okay, that's kind of cool, eh? Okay, so we don't like that though. Let's reset. Cropping, again, that is literally cropping, where you're able to now fit something there. Reset. Dynamic zooms is really cool, and I use this a lot for like reels or something shorter, where however long the clip is, if I put it on, it will do a slow zoom or slow zoom out. So if I stretch out the clip, I don't have to like reanimate my zoom function. Well, it always ins and out. So for example, I know it's hard to see right there, but it is zooming. And let's get a smaller clip. It's harder to see on a smaller clip. So you see it's zooming out. And how do I know? Well, the cool thing is if I have this window here, there's a few options. If I click, you see here, this is my transform. I could also do it like this. Cool. Okay, so this button here, see how it gives me the bounding box? Now by clicking this, I no longer have to go to numbers. I could just go visually and move my stuff around. And then see how it's reflected the numbers and the position and the zoom and all that stuff. So if I again reset, it resets that. But why am I showing that? There's also the dynamic zoom here. So if I click on the arrow down, you'll see it even has the crop function. Remember cropping here. So let's reset. And then if I go down here, there's dynamic zoom. So you see the red is where it stops and the green is where it starts. So if I wanted to start my dynamic zoom like right here, and then it ends on the red, or even I can move it here. So what is that going to look like? So now if I go back to, there you go, see? So I have dynamic zoom on. So now, remember we started off and it's zooming out and it will go to red frame. So without doing anything, it's automatically keying. And then you could also reverse it. You could ease in and out. Like I say, I use this function quite a bit, especially for subtle moves in or anything like that. But you see now it's zooming out for the length of the clip. If I would shorten the clip, it would speed up the animation, but it would stay from our in and out. I'm just doing that right now. So see, and then it zooms out. Okay, so let's tick off this dynamic zoom because we don't need it. What else do we have here? Effects, you don't need that. Smart reframe. Smart reframe is for when you have vertical videos or you have that needs to be into a vertical video, and so manually control it. So okay. Right out. So, okay, we have that. In the inspector, let's just go a composite here. We have our opacity, very important transparency. So if I remember these are layers as well, right? So if I go grab this clip and I bring it up, that's a video too. I could even create another one and another one. I could go up to 50 or more. Um, so if I go like this and I reduce the opacity, let's see, a bit trippy here. So, and if you ever played into like Photoshop or anything like that, you could also do your blending modes. You have your add. It's reflecting here. Okay, so now it's adding that. So pretty trippy. You could burn all of this stuff. Play around with that, especially when you have like something, a logo or something that's white or on black. And if you multiply it, it will remove the black background. It's also really handy to do that. So I'm going to return back here. I'm going to go to normal, and I'm going to go 100. I'm going to reset. So that's really important to know. Okay, I've reset. So again, we now 40% slower without sacrificing quality, and that's cool. So if I ripple delete or a ripple timeline, that anything that I do with the speed change will push everything around. If I don't, then it will just. So let's see. Let's see what it does here. It's adjusting, eating my RAM. Okay. So now we went. I'm at 65. Oh wow, it's so nice. See, if you would do 65% at 24 frames per second, it would definitely be choppy. Like it would be redundant. Come on. Let's see here. So see how she moves. Oh, that's cool, eh? It's supposed to be there. So that's slowed down. Doesn't even feel slowed down. I love this. We're gonna have so much fun with that. So ripple delete. So if I go to, for example, 20, and then I could stretch it out, everything according. So let's see how at 24 I have this. So let's go back to 100%. Okay, so it's saying at 100%, playing at 20 changes and all that stuff throughout. So I don't want to bog down. But there is another way. If you right click and you go to enable, if you go to retime controls, you even have a more, see how now we could just do it on the fly like this. So I could stretch out like this and then do some speed ramping. It's pretty cool. So I could go like this at speed point, and then at this speed point, I wanted to ramp up back to 100%. So it goes to 38%, and then it's going to whip back to 100%. And then you could smooth that out with ease in and ease out. It's really cool. So then she goes back to 100%. Very cool. So I'm going to disable that. Retime controls and do this. We change. Let's get rid of that. I'm going to click into the blank here, and I'm going to delete and then slip everything out. Okay. Stabilization, really handy. We're going to do a lot of that. Well, we'll see. Wherever it needs. So, sometimes it does really well, and you're like, thank God. And sometimes it butchers the shot, and it does these weird warp stabilization that looks horrible and you would never use. So use it sparingly, but when it does work, it's magic. And then retime, scaling, lens correction, we'll get into that. The retime is especially that when we're doing motion, certain shot will need some different frame interpolation. Because we have more frames, we have to tell DaVinci how to process this. Right now it's on project setting, which if you go there, if you go to your gear here, you go to, and right now it's on retime process is on nearest, and the motion estimation is on standard faster, and motion range is on medium. That will be the most efficient. It will be less processing, and it's just blending frames together. Pretty crude without any AI, but does the job like 90% of the time. There's only certain clips where there's going to be motion. We might see some artifacting. Then we'll go to a different one. So if you go click on nearest, there's frame blend, and then there's optical flow, and then from there there's all the way to AI speed warp faster, enhance better. So there's a stick to our project setting because it is the fast. Now we just want to crush some footage, so it's not about accuracy right now. Okay. What time is it? Ooh, 11:48. Cruising. We will be taking a short break at noon. Okay. Here, hey everyone. Cool. All right. So let's get into it now. Fine. Get into this. When you're editing selects, it really, I so don't care about the sound or audio right now because I'm not judging that. I'm just saying what take works, even within the same uh, shot or scene. There's multiple good takes of it. I just want selects one is like high view, remove all of the absolute garbage, like the camera shakes that you'll never use, the garbage around the shot. Let's remove that because we don't know what we're going to use yet, but we need to see every bit of footage to know what is possible. Maybe in the in between there might be some good gems, and we're going to keep that. But we know that as we filter down through selects, because it selects one, selects two, sometimes selects three, and then assembly, cut, and then fine cut. And all we're doing is just polishing, 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 polishing. Think of it like sanding some wood. You start off from the lumber yard. We cut this 4 post that was made with from a round tree, and now we get it. And now, how do we convert this into a nice banister for a railing or something like that? Well, if we want to give it shape and rounded corners, you still got to first have it a smooth surface all across. And then once you have that smooth surface, you could start putting the intents and all of the details. But you can't possibly do that without first getting it to a smooth where you're able to put your hand through it, because you'll never know what is good or not. You need to be able to pass your hand through it, and then you start to add. So different degrees of sanding is what is needed in woodworking. You start off with your high grit, your medium grit, and then your fine, and then even your finer. So essentially it's the same thing. Same thing. Okay, my friends. So I have my trusty, here we go. I'm editing mostly with my tablet. I love having a tablet. By no means is it necessary. Most people don't edit with a tablet, so it's up to you. This board also comes with DaVinci Resolve, or if you buy it, it comes with DaVinci Resolve Studio, which is awesome. I think it's the best bang for your buck if you're going to buy DaVinci Studio. This is one of my favorite tools. I can't use it right now because I have all my outputs tied up. So it's okay, but it is a really good tool to scrub through a lot of footage. But also my pen here will do the job. But yeah, if you have ways, and then I'm going to show you another way as well. So you have your keyboard only, which is okay. If you have your hands, so if you place your hands J, K, L, so if I go here, J, K, L is foundational to editing. So J rewinds. See, if I keep pressing J, it will speed rewind. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, and I press spacebar is play. Spacebar is stop. Spacebar play. Okay, and also is the play. So if I press, or stop, anyways, sorry, stop. So if I press play, and then L is forward, and if I keep pressing L, fast forward, fast forward, fast forward, fast forward, fast forward, fast forward, L, keeps going faster, right? So K stops, J, K, L. So J backwards, L forward, J backwards, and that's how you could scrub through a lot of footage. But you see why it's so important to have also proxies, because heavy files such as 4K, 10-bit, 422, 60 frames a second, I would not be able to scrub through this footage. Well, maybe this kind of footage because I shot at a certain codec, but definitely some footage I can't scrub through it. And again, that I find it so painful to even scrub through footage when it's not fast. So I really encourage getting proxies done. Okay, let's do a few shots here. So I have my hands on JKL, and let's do our first cuts. So I scrub. I see the slate here. Let's see. Can I get footage? OBS. I wonder if I could get the audio out of this. Desktop. Okay. If I go. Okay. No, I'm just trying to see if you could hear the audio. It's okay for now. Okay, let's go back to it. All right. Sorry, I was in OBS. Okay, so I'm scrubbing through. So I see the slate. I see her. There we go. I'm going to scrub here. Okay, so the shot. This is actually the intro shot of the script. So the idea behind here was that she sees a bee and she captures it. You know, it's kind of the starting of the film, and also at the ending of the film, when the boy turns into a plant, a bee lands on him. So it's kind of like going through the story. Okay. All right. So I control B and I cut the garbage here. And what we could do is, I still don't like deleting stuff, especially in our select. So what we want to do is just bring whatever's good onto our second layer method. So from the top view, you can see how much good stuff there is, not good stuff there. So see how it ends there. Okay, so control B, and I bring this onto the second layer. Okay, I got that. All right, so there she is. Let's bring that up, and she captures that. Okay. So see how fast I'm going? I'm just really going with the motion, right? It's whatever catches the eye. It's really that. Okay. Bring it up to the level 3 we can talk to you about. Okay, so this footage was shot. This is actually one of the only shots that's not shot on my 35mm anamorphic adapter. Fix lens suck. They always have a diopter because there's actually 2 lenses in front, and in order to squeeze the light, there's a certain distance that needs to be in order to be. So we couldn't shoot with the anamorphic adapter because it was too close, which is fine. But that means this footage looks wonky compared to the other one. And I go, now let's keep that on. I go media pool. I find this footage. So if I go, if you want to find a clip right away, you don't know where it is in your media pool, you don't need to know where it is. Oh yeah, I want to talk about this other source footage. So there's two ways of doing that. Okay, so if I go, I click on this footage, it looks wonky. I need to fix it because it's on an anamorphic adapter. If I go F9, it will now find that clip, show me the source footage. Because imagine if I would have edited this clip, for example. If I have this clip here, so that's all I have. I this clip here is the full clip. So this is your source footage, and from there you would be able to do, C, I, and O, and then I could bring this clip in. So that's often how people do as well, add in clips when they're bringing it in. So the source footage is always your entire footage untouched. And so what I want to do is this. So I want to go now. If I go Alt F, so F was find me that source footage and put it in the source monitor, which is really handy in the future when we're more in our editing phase. And if I go Alt F, so Alt F now brings me that clip in the media pool. You see how it selected it here? It's a really handy tool when you want to find a clip right away. You have no idea where it is in your project. Alt F, Alt F. Okay. So now if I select all of these clips and I go right click and I go clip attributes and I go pixel aspect ratio, so it's not square. The pixels are not square. They're supposed to be horizontal, a rectangle. So that means if I go to anamorphic 1.3 times, so squish 1.3 times, okay, and I go okay. Ah, see now how it's squished? You can see this cuts a little, screen goes off a little bit. I'm gonna fix that. I'll fix that. Okay, you can see that. Okay, so now it gave me kind of the 235 crop. See the footage on the left is, let's see if I can even match frame here. Okay, so on the left here is your non-squished footage, um, meaning that light, the lens squished the up and down to fit more on the width. And now with the pixel aspect ratio corrected, you see how it gives now more of a 235 look. And what I typically do, it's not exactly 240 because it's 1.3 times. So if I go in timeline and I go output blanking and I go, see, it gives you a bunch of options here. I'm going to go 235. So now it gives me black bars exactly how that is. And you'll see now we have all of our footage is corrected. It's all 235 kind of footage here. It doesn't do that. Okay. Awesome. Awesome. Okay. We keep going. We keep learning stuff. We keep going. Let's go here. So now we're in our anamorphic footage. So the idea was that she grabs the bee, and one of my two things in this film was that I want to shoot everything at high frames, right, 60 frames per second. And the other thing is the film is happening all through Avery Nev, played by Nev. I think she was 12 at the time. It's all happening through her point of view. And that was the idea. It's like a, a child who doesn't know anything about death is kind of just going about while meanwhile people are facing these big traumas and what's death all about, and yet she doesn't know anything about death, and she's just kind of beginner mind, happy-go-lucky, and just exploring and curious about life. And that's why it's kind of like we don't know the idea of the film is that we don't know that everybody inside is waiting for JC to arrive, and they're all very tense. Um, but I do say like I've already thought about this film. I've seen some of these cuts. So in my mind, I think when we do the rough cut, all of the intro will be cut out. But we'll see. We'll see what we want to do. We'll see. Okay. All right. I'm going to do a few more. I cut out the slate here. This is not usable. It will be usable when we do sync this. But so there's two ways of doing the sound. Sync the sound for the entirety of it, which would be nice. Would be really nice to have the full sound here and hear it. But really, right now, I'm not even sure if I'm going to use this footage, and also that it just takes a lot of time to sync that up. And I would rather sync up the shots that I know that I'm going to use or close to use. We have different versions of her going towards the house here. Maybe we could use it somewhere else as well. So we have her skipping. She caught the bee. I'm going to take that. So this is take 3. That's Lucas. Luke holding the slate there. He was 18 at the time, and just made his first or second short film. He's going to be a hotshot director. Watch out for him. I'm so glad that he was on board with us, and I would love to see him make his own film. Okay, so that's good. She steps out there. The shot's good. Keep it going. Okay. So we went back. So sometimes, even though there's one take, we didn't cut on this. So we said, okay, let's just take it back. Let's go right now. And then, so let's do that. Okay, so she steps out. That's a good shot. And now I was trying to get like the innocence. I just couldn't find the shot. I remember struggling here. This was the first shot of the shoot or first scene of the shoot, and it takes some time to get into the directing mode, the everything mode, and being able to visualize the scene without distraction. That's the thing about on set, is that you could have the greatest idea and all that, yet when it comes to the execution, you have to be able to be so present and so in your story that you're not bothered by any logistical or anything like that. And that's always a challenge. It's always a challenge, and there's always compromise, especially when you're running a lot of positions and wearing multiple hats. People will ask you this question. I remember also was doing the cooking at lunch for this shoot. So, on top of that, I have to make sure that I have enough buns for the burgers and the cheese is not melting. And so, it's always good to be able to get those tasks to somebody else. That's why we have producers. That's why we have ADs. But also, it's just to remember that it's not so much that you have to give it away, but to remember that this is why we do it, to play, to be in this moment of creativity, to be in the world that we created. And that's why it's so important to do of shot listing or whatever you're going to do. Doesn't even have to be that's what you're going to shoot. It's more that you put some thought behind it, and when you're getting there, you're now just playing. You're not reacting. You're just playing and trying to find that magic. So here now she's getting the door. Okay, there we go. I just never like this post here. See how this at the bottom there's the post, but there's no railing. It just bothered me so much. Didn't have much production design. I would have put some plants here for production design. Something that says something about the character. That's the thing, right? It's like, oh, we'll just get her coming in, but I, it's a really boring shot. It doesn't say much. And it's just the back of her. So I'm like, even when shooting, I'm like, damn. But that's the thing, right? You only have what you shoot. You only have what you shoot. I wonder if anybody's on the live stream. Okay. Oh, James is out. Is James out of here? No, okay, James is here. Sorry, I saw a message on. Okay. Sorry, I'm looking at the YouTube. All right, so keep going. She's out. Okay, we're almost done. This now with the wind chime. I think if anything of all this scene, I'm going to use the wind chime. I kind of had it as maybe the intro, wherever the wind blows. I did do that for the trailer. I found it so beautiful. The wind chime. If you have the audio, you'll hear me. It's like, oh my god, this is so pretty. It's natural, right? It's like the wind, wherever the wind blows. Where the wind blows is saying from one of my favorite directors, Robert Bresson. He had a film 1939, 40 or something like that called A Man Escaped. But then he had another title. The film was called A Man Escaped, also known as Wherever the Wind Blows. And I found that so beautiful because the film is a beautiful film, is really resonate. But I just love that there was a second title to it. It's just like A Man Escaped, but also it's known as Wherever the Wind Blows. I don't know, just something so poetic with that. And especially with this film being about nature, and the thesis of the film is don't mess with nature. Wherever the wind blows, that's where it's going to take you. And we're just at the mercy, just like a wave on the ocean. You know, if we don't ground ourselves, we're just going to go wherever the wind blows. Open to another title. It's kind of my inspiration for the title. This is all good stuff. So LL, okay, there was an arm here. This is nice. This is nice. It's hard to frame sometimes with anamorphic because it's more rectangle, and you lose your top and bottoms, right? And this is an example there. Trying to get both, but I also didn't want to be wider. There we go. On this one, Ja was the cinematographer, Ja Babayga. Great to work with. She did all the camera work. I had the iPad that was wirelessly broadcasting her footage, and it was really cool experience. I got to be by the iPad and just be with the actors right beside them. Okay, so you'll notice now we have another shot that is a completely different scene. And what I like to do is space it out so I know there's a break in them, but also color code them. And it's not so much that the color means something, it's another way just to visually separate things. So if we go and I select the top ones, this is all the scene. Maybe I could even, select, and let's just put it pink. So now I know the scene one is pink. Not that it matters, I could even reuse pink as it goes. There's really nothing other than just to the eye, it's visually separated. And then I do want to show you some other things. Okay, I gonna make another coffee or get some water, and then we're gonna take it back. So let's. What time is it? 12:11, and I'm gonna come back at 12:20. Okay, I'm just trying to make a coffee. Okay, friends. All right. BRB. Hello. Hello, everyone. We're back. We're back. So what editors do also the most is take breaks. They take a lot of breaks. Take a lot of breaks because you got to stay focused. You got to stay nourished. I hope everybody had some water, something to drink, something to eat, because our work is not over, but it has only begun. It has only begun. What camera am I? Okay, I'm on this one. We are keep editing here. And what do we have here? We still have our friends online. Do we have our friends online here? Okay. To watch. Nice. Nice. If everybody could also join in on the YouTube link, that'd be awesome. Just it might be pushed more uh, on our platforms so people see it. But also feel free to share the link to people as you are. Not the Google Meet link. The Google Meet link is us, our core team. But if you do want to get people in terms of the live feed or anything like that, feel free to share the YouTube link. Okay, so I have you guys here. We're on this one. So let's go to this camera. Okay. You can see me there. I just want to see. Okay. Good. I just noticed there's a lot of delay with the YouTube. That's interesting. Okay. All right. Let's power through. We're in the early stages. Where's my pen? Where's my pen? Oh, no. There it is. Okay. Um, early stages. You see, there's a lot of repetition in editing. This is why I feel like in 40 hours, you guys are going to be pros because after that, it's kind of just repeating and troubleshooting. And whenever something wrong, you fix the problem. But doing it, guys, you're doing it because you got to look at all the footage and then you got to find a way to take best of that footage and then put in another timeline. So then you could cut the best of that footage and then the best of becomes the best of that becomes the film. Concentration, you know? Okay. Now, if I go back to this camera, noise. Okay. All right. See if I can change this. This. Um, okay. Keep editing. Keep editing. Sometimes I will switch to just the program monitor so you can see just the footage. But right now, I want you to see my timeline. Um, I do want to read sometimes. Okay, I'm going to do a bit of editing and then I'm going to read a little chapter or something. Okay, so now we have this is the Mustang I'm talking about. Look at it, sweet. Oh, be careful, Larry. You bumped a stand. Was it? I heard some sound and noise. Okay, uh, V8 in here, and it's standard, and it's like made to peel the tires. Like it was so fun. It's awesome. So much fun driving this. Okay, so there I am. So now we actor Ryan driving this vehicle, and he has to stop at a sudden stop, and so they have to go around. And luckily he knew how to drive stick, but still very difficult to get. So he stops here, and I said to do it again. Did it do that? No, that's where we want him to stop. See, I wanted the grill to be right in the camera, right? So let's just take this section here. Just see if there's something. Let's see. Not very good though. Okay, if I go back to our media page here, so you see card one is done. Yay! It's also a measure. I like to go by cards because at least it's not so. If you put all the footage in there, it becomes so like, oh my god, I'm not done. But at least it feels like we're achieving something, you know? So card two, I'm now going to bring card two. Remember, we have to do the anamorphic. So right click, clip attributes. And if I go under aspect ratio, if I go 1.3 times, 1.3 times anamorphic, boom, okay. And 405 to 413, that sounds about right. Let's keep it going. Okay, what else do we have here? It's very cool. It's like down memory lane. Like I say, it's 2 years ago that I shot this. Yet I really, this is one of the reasons why for script fests, I encourage people to write their own stories and direct, because even myself who don't direct or write stories, I'm a cinematographer and I guess producer more often than not. Yet it's such an exciting experience. Not experiment, experience. It is so thrilling to see the words you wrote on a page months and months ago, or in my case, a couple years ago, becomes something of an, not something, becomes an image that was in your mind and now is on there, but also that people are saying the words that you wrote. It's such a trip. It's such a trip. And that's why people really have to see the mystic mark here. Really have to experience it to understand everything that goes in it, first of all, but also to really get a sense of just what it is to create your own, and just only you could care so much about the story, right? And then get everybody else believing in it. So we're gonna do it again one more time. Oh, that was good. That was good. Did we do that again? Yeah. So then we did it again. So he's coming out here. See, I set the banana around as well. That's much better. So to me, I feel like one version of the film starts here. This is kind of how I want to start the film, even though I shot the other stuff. It's such a beautiful entrance. You know, like what is this? So that's Ryan. Oh yeah, perfect. We have that. That's great. So now we know we have that. Not only is the car arrive, but we have him pass in front of the camera. Let's remember that. Let's, sorry, there's a different sound. That's in four. I don't have a fourth input. I don't know how to do that. Yeah, we'll figure it out after. Sorry, I was just talking to Larry. Okay, so now we have our shot coming in, and just naturally, I'm kind of just for this. There wasn't necessarily storyboards where I go with this, but I know the flow of what I want as a director, and in my mind's eye, and I know that the entrance is so important to me. Character entrance are one of the most important thing. The reveal of your character is so important, and this is why I feel like it's such a much stronger entrance. That's why, I revealed Avery through here, which is a reveal. Yet I just feel like it does change the meaning of seeing it through Avery's eyes. That so maybe it's a mixture of both. Maybe we see her first and then the car arrives. Okay, let's see. So slates here and action. Action. See, I'm also just scrubbing through the footage. I don't, I shot it, so I'm maybe more aware of it. But it's not necessarily like I don't need to see the movement. Like, see, I already know this is no good, right? So he goes there. Okay, so he comes out. I will remove this. Sometimes I find this single viewer mode is more interesting instead of having the source footage there. Um, like I say, I will switch times to make the monitor full screen. It's just I want you to see my timeline right now. Just want to do one thing. Just saw something in my recording. One thing. That's funny. This recordings. Okay. Start record. Yeah. Okay. One more adjustment. Output. We're gonna edit. We need something with some beats. You know, I often listen to Hans Zimmer stellar music or some more soundtracky into that. So that's what we're listening to now. Okay, so I'm starting recording on that. That's good. So we saw that he's going up here. And so then we have all the way to JC. JC is played by Greg Tremblay, great actor. He has a pretty big series, so he's really a star that is getting paid work as an actor in Toronto. So kudos to Greg Tremblay. You're amazing. We love you. Very talented. He brings it. He brings it. Again, this hottest day in July, and he's wearing full leather. Isn't he? I see. Also, the director. It's just interesting, right? Just there's so much suffering the actors do for ideas that we have. Okay. Sometimes. Let's see, just glitched out there. Okay. So we have the car coming in on the wide, we have the grill, and then now we have the feet. I get to edit this scene. So he comes in, cut that. I'm also, if you're wondering, I'm on a stand-up desk. I love standing when editing. I feel so lazy editing all day in the sense that my body hasn't. It's pretty bad. I'm standing up. My back is straight, and apparently it gives you years extension to your life. If you're sitting down for years at a time, and I love standing. Like feels like I haven't been sitting all day, and I've been doing something. And so we have him coming out of here. Oh, we're gonna have so much fun editing this scene. See, already I'm so excited. This is my least favorite the scene that I'm like, oh, as if I have to go through all this footage still. But there's some really good stuff. This is AI shot it, not Josh shot it, but this is my film, so the sometimes don't want to share the raw images, which I think is come on, just share. It's fun. People got to learn, but also I think it's a great starter film because it's basically all action, apart from one part which we're going to cut out. I think the dialogue. After that, it's a very visual film. So, see, now he comes in, character reveal, he takes out his cigarettes. Okay. And this is JC. JC Jean. So in my script, JC stands for Jean Claude. Jean Claude. He has the magical elixirs, and he's a 1967 Mustang. Not discreet at all, might I add. It's a very loud engine. Let's see, we're trying to get the focus on this. Pretty cool. You guys get to see all of the things that don't work. But you see, this is where I love the anamorphic look. How, to me, it just looks like a much more cinematic, or not angle, but image, especially for what the film is. I think it really lends it. Oh, that's cool. Okay, we gotta land that. So let's find the landing. Oh yeah, we got it here. Okay, I go here. Boom, opens up. What is that? And it's all about the sound. The sounds are really close up, dialed in here. And then you're going to hear the lighter. And the Zippo lighter, which I wish I knew there was. I don't know who got it in the end. I think it might be Greg. That was prop lighters. Okay, so we're doing it again. Oh, that was nice. So see, I said to Jaw, then let's just leave the focus. It's too hard to chase the focus. Let's just make him land into focus, because we're never going to use the other part anyways. Like the bits coming in, I already know in my mind that I'm going to edit that out. So, let's. Larry's on the cut. Hey, Larry. Larry's doing his VR. That's funny. That's what happens around here. That's what happens in studio. But yeah, so sometimes just by knowing what you could do with it or how you're going to edit it, don't make yourself more problems on set. You're always compromising anyways on set. So make it as easy as possible. You're never going to use that in the edit. So don't try to make something perfect that you're not going to ever use. Okay. Oh, okay. That was good. That was good. There was another one. Let's see. Oh, that's a potential one, but it was actually just a practice shot. But we might be able, because I like how he opens it, and then we could cut out of it pretty quickly. See, then we could cut out of that. Let's do this one. Oh, that's cool too. That works. Good job, Greg. Good job. Good job, Joe. Okay, they're gonna do this a few times. Oh yeah, it's a long shot. We're gonna do this a few times. It's the hardest thing, these little shots like this, but it's so character revealing. We see the details, right? This is why we got this. So we see what kind of person he is without even knowing anything about him. He drives in a black Mustang, has an assistant, and is wearing full leather on a hot day, and it smokes the first thing he does as he gets out of the car. You make your mind. That's JC for you. JC. Okay, so it goes there. Ooh, that's a nice one. Let's see this. Steps into it. And then you hear the lighter, his Zippo lighter from the Ryan, the assistant. It was, I feel really bad for Ryan. And he's such an amazing person that he took it so well. Yet I know, so when I approached Ryan, I said I want him to play the dead person, Dexter, which is played by Dexter, which you're going to see. And I said, you're going to play this person that's going to be revived, and you're the son that's passed away, and the mother's grieving, or it was a grieving. The woman was grieving, and it just didn't fit that. Like, the mother would be grieving that bad for her husband, when it'd be so much more epic if she lost her child. And there's nothing wrong with mourning your husband, but let's be honest, a mother would grieve more the loss of her child. It's so distraught. So we missed a shot there. Well, let's take that. So at first I got Ryan, and this is where we're shooting is all Ryan's place. This is entirely. I asked him, Ryan can, he offered for us to use his house. Yet I don't think he knew what that meant. I apologize, Ryan. Thank you again. I love you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We're so grateful to have made this film in your house. Yet, so he offered, and we're all good. And as I'm starting to play the script in my head, I'm like, it's so unfortunate that Ryan is the same age as the woman that we got casted, and it just it didn't make that believability that she was so torn up, just destroyed. And we only have a short film to explain this. I'm sure there's some reason, but I mean, without context, we want it to be visually just like, whoa, this is precious that she lost. And what says that more than a child, right? And we already have Nev, and like, do I put Nev as the child? And I'm just going through some footage here. Do I put Nev as a child? But then who do I have? I want it to be seen through the child's eyes. And so ultimately, what happened is I said, well, there needs to be, maybe it's her brother that died. And that's when we had already worked with Dexter. Well, he was going to do Bruce Peninsula, which he was our lead actor. So we had access to him. And I asked him if he'd be interested. And what's next here? Is he going to come back and write it? Oh, yeah, that's perfect. So I asked him, and he's like, yeah, I'll do it. The precarious position of having to tell Ryan that, listen, we still want to shoot your house for the 2 days. We want to do all this, but the role that you have no longer exists. I would like to offer it to Dexter for reasons of story, has nothing to do with you. We love you and want you involved. And so what I did is I wrote another character for him. So we're now including the third card in here. And I'm going clip attributes. And I told him, listen, I'm going to write you another character. You're going to be the henchman, and you're going to be his assistant. And, the more that I thought about it, the more even it was more character revealing that JC would have an assistant, right? It just makes him that much more special. And the assistant kind of plays it up. It's kind of the straight versus goofy. And so the more I thought about it, the more I realized that it was necessary to have a henchman. And I hope I was trying to make Ryan realize that his role as the henchman is actually just as important, if not as important, than the dead person that would be revived. And fortunately, he accepted. It's like, okay, I was prepared to play that role and all that. And not only did he accept, again, he let us shoot at his place for the 2 days and the rehearsals and all that. So Ryan, you're a champ. I can't wait for you to see this film, the great performance you did. And thank you for being so creative and bringing such energy. That's a great shot here. See, this is the first time now you see his face. So now we've seen the car, we've seen Ryan coming out, we've seen his boots, we've seen the cigarettes, and now we're getting a glimpse of his face, and it's through sunglasses as well. Looks like it. What does he look like? What does he look like? And the whole JC character, I think he only has a few lines, and you'll see one of the lines is pretty silly, and then afterwards, the only thing that he does to respond to people is that he kisses Clayton on the lips. I read that in a story from Dostoevsky. I think it's called The Idiot, the story I read, and unknowingly, the person just, they're in a heated argument, and the person just gets up and kisses the person on the forehead, and it just stuns the person. And I just love that reaction where somebody's freaking out, and what, of course JC would do that. He would go and just kiss the person on the forehead because there's nothing to say. I just revived. This is what I do. You deal with the consequences. Oh, nice. The break's so good. Look at that look. And I love, normally I do not like shooting shallow depth of field, meaning wide open or anything like that. Not that I don't love, but I love deep depth. I love seeing, like I say, I don't like out of focus shots. They don't need to be direct the eye. And see, now we have the whole crew here. And then I'll tell you why I shot it this way. But on this one, with the anamorphic, I find that it makes it more three-dimensional. So the 35 mil, 40 millimeter is a sweet spot for anamorphic. Shallow depth of field. That's really what you want with anamorphic. Again, everything else then, or f8, which is normally what I would have done. I got two people in focus, but it would have felt less anamorphic, less. It's the bokehs that are so beautiful and anamorphic. They look stretched and all that. And so we shot all of this film at 6.5 f1.5, the whole thing, a little bit because we were stuck with an ND9 stuck on the lens. Those threads on the lens were so hard to get out that ultimately we couldn't get that thread out. So we were stuck with an ND9 on the lens. So it's like we almost had to shoot 1.5, which I was okay with, but not a good position to be in. And it's one of those where in order to take off the filter, I saw somebody break a lens before, so I was so scared. Ultimately, what we had done, and this happened after the film, if this ever happens, if you have a filter thread stuck on the lens, put it in the freezer. You want to change the temperature so then the metal then becomes tighter and then could twist off. Especially now on the hottest day, the metal expanded and it was like fused together. So we tried, but this is also the field. So now you're wondering, okay, so I have the intro here, yet the next shot, which is the next shot in the camera, we're now, well, moving to this shot, which we haven't revealed these characters, and well, we did in earlier, but we haven't seen them. And well, what it is that we're shooting for the sun. So we're shooting everything. This is all done in because what you want to avoid doing is always, well, it's in me as for, especially for this cinematography here, want to be backlit or at least side lit. I don't want to be front lit. Never want to shoot north. So right now we're facing east. You see how the sun is now on Ryan's face over here. Let me stretch this out a little bit. Little cinematography tip here. If we see the sun on Ryan's face is from the side, 3/4 back side, which is where I want to be. But that's now the sun is at 11 a.m. and it's coming in. I'm shooting completely east and the sun is coming in from behind here. So I wanted to get this shot as soon as possible before 1 o'clock, before the sun starts to wrap around and becomes frontal. So even though it's the end of the scene, I know that I need this shot, this eye line. So I'm going to shoot it now, and then I'll shoot the shot that comes before that afterwards, because the sun in the afternoon will be behind. Of the sun, I say how many shots this way we do them now, and how many shots this way we do them in the afternoon. We don't want to be flip-flopping. You shoot all your axis. Okay, now the sun rotates around. You shoot all your axis, the sun rotates around, and then you start to then turn your camera around, so then you remain 3/4 backlit. It's ironic that you would think continuity wouldn't make sense, that you're shooting this way and then that way, and then they both have backlights. It doesn't make sense, right? Yet our mind makes sense of it. But not only our mind makes sense of it, it actually is more understanding to our mind that you do that than instead of shooting one shot backlit and one shot completely frontlit, because our eyes only know contrast. You know, if the contrast is different from shot to shot, then that's where it will jump out to it. But if they were all backlit, then it's not jumping out to us. Therefore, it looks more like it's in the scene, ironically, right? Okay, so we're now going here. Okay, I need to zoom out. Oh no, DaVinci crashed. No, this will happen. Welcome to editing, folks. Welcome to editing. Luckily, DaVinci Resolve saves internally. You never have to press save. Let's hope I'm right on this. I'm going to boot up. So that, by the way, DaVinci just kicked me out, booted me out. I guess I am running OBS while running 4 cameras, while running editing. So maybe, but it's okay. So let's run it back. So saves automatically, saves to the cloud. The thing with DaVinci, unlike Premiere, for example, is that you don't have a file. It's just stored in a database. So if you do want to get the file out and send it to someone, it's kind of difficult. You have to export out the project, and you don't really ever have a project file unless you exported it out from the DaVinci cloud or database. I mean, I'm just in the process of reloading DaVinci Resolve. Okay, fractal. I just feel like dancing. I just feel like dancing. Rebooting, rebooting, rebooting. Okay, I now have to reprogram OBS. So it does that. 1 second. Okay, so DaVinci transition. Okay, so I have it. Oh yeah. Okay, so that's going. Okay, great. All right. Oh no. So if I go timelines, if I go selects, there we are. Oh, I'm in the cut page. Okay. Okay, there we go. Let's see where we're at. And DaVinci Resolve just crashed again. Okay, that's fun. Well, that's not fun at all. Welcome to editing. Might be a computer reboot. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe I stop my OBS here. You know, this is also why we're doing it together, because this will happen every single time you're editing. Something simple, sometimes just rendering out the video becomes an hour thing because of something. That's the things that we need to be able to troubleshoot as editors, as you know, because the actual process is easy. It's just getting everything else to work. I'm now booting up DaVinci Resolve again. Let's see. Might be an issue with that. So I stopped recording OBS here. Let's see. Just want to see my camera still rolling. Okay. I'm going to stop this. Okay. I'll do one thing here. Add record. Why did I have to go there? Okay, I'm just trying to see why it's not recording on here. Okay, let's see if I could load up DaVinci Resolve. We're just beginning to have some fun. Okay, so I have this scene here. Sometimes we could identify so where it crashes, so we know if there's a certain problem area. Oh, geez, not liking this. Ah, well, that's fun. Okay, so that's OBS not recording. I wonder if I. I see. Okay, maybe that could have been something here. Okay. We're troubleshooting. The name of the game is troubleshooting. I hope everybody's following along in the sense that they have their own footage or they're getting some benefits out of this by just kind of listening along. And again, if there is something that comes out, feel free to share. You know, if there's something wrong with the audio, feel free as well. We're just figuring this out. Let's see if our live stream is on. Okay. If I go here, so right now, so far, so good. If I get on this timeline, okay, I think there was a problem. So I think I know the issue. My keyboard, I have a second keyboard. See, troubleshooting, right? Okay, I'm gonna start OBS. My keyboard was underneath my table here, not my table, my TV, and there was something that was pressing on the spacebar. So it was like spacebar, 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 and I guess it messed up DaVinci Resolve, trying to play back and all that stuff. So now we know. See, there's always something. It's always something. Start recording my OBS feed. Okay. Cruising along. Let's just see if I'm recording this feed. Okay. I'm now recording. Okay, that's good. And my live feed is still good. Yeah, nice. Oh, now it's more instant. Okay. And let's see this live feed here. All right, back at it. DaVinci Resolve, it's going. Oh, I think so. Okay, yeah, okay. So we're talking about the sun. I'm going to switch back to this camera angle. Oh, look at that. We have a full screen here. So this was a really the shot that I had in my head. You see this V shape, and like it's just so cool to have lots of people on screen always look good. You know, it's difficult to get a lot of people on screen. It's difficult to do things with more people you add to it. But look at the life you get already just by stacking them, especially with the anamorphic, right? Think of a cowboy movie. A cowboy movie is always anamorphic, or at least in the 70s, like spaghetti westerns. And this is the framing, right? Just like this anamorphic allows you to add things on the side. Sure, the body is vertical to frame in terms of framing people, but what happens is that it allows for framing multiple people a lot easier. And this is one advantage here of an anamorphic lens. You see, I love Ryan's face here. I love Greg's face. Love this shot. So that's the fun and the beauty of anamorphic. So he says he goes up to he dismisses the family, goes up, he takes off his glasses, he says, "Where's the body?" And we have no idea what he's talking about. This time we're just like, "What are you talking about?" And then we cut to the body. So this is take one. Gonna go, cut, Control D. I go. So I'm gonna just do a few of the program under, then I'm gonna switch back to the timeline here. So you said do it again. Love the look. So I'm gonna keep this. Okay. Control B. Just want to dance. Just dance. Dude, oh, see the boom? Hey, Pierre. Pierre's doing the boom. It's cool to see. Okay, he takes off his glasses here. So you can see the sun starting to wrap on Ryan's face. That's why we got to go. We got to shoot. This is the last one we could shoot at this angle. Then we got to start to turn around. Greg was so warm in his jacket here. Cooking. He's cooking. There you go. That's a good one. A few other takes. Ooh. Let's see the performance on this. See, I like how everybody gets in the shot, gives it to Ryan. Ryan, where's the ball? That's a character intro. And you have this car, the beautiful car in the background. That's money. Nice. Okay, we like. Like, the more I look at this, the more fired up I get. So excited. Okay, so Greg's here. Let's see what else here. We have one more. Oh, why did we do that? Okay. Here's the briefcase. Yeah, we see Ryan. We see Clayton. That's good. Oh, that's good. That was a good focus pull. I like that. They're both looking. Not that we're going to hold that long. Boom, we cut to the body. And we have a top shot of the body. You'll see. Oh, that's good. Okay. So she messed up that. Okay. Good. We did it one more time. Okay. I think I just wanted them to leave. So they go. And then see goes in. Oh, that's kind of cool. Everybody rushes inside. Yeah. Luckily I thought of that. That's great. Okay, so we're at another scene. What does that mean? That means we get to make a little space divider. And, oh, I need to show you what I'm seeing. Okay. I need you to see this. So I need to go here. Oh, I can switch it like that. That's cool. Okay, so we're now done. We're at another shot. So let's take this. So what if I had more shots and I want to push everything to the right or to the left, but I don't want to click everything. This is a really valuable shortcut that I use every time. Alt-Y. Alt-Y means that it selects everything to the right of the needle. And that means I'm able to just split that up. Okay. Now I'm going to select all of our shots here. I'm going to color code it to say that, hey, that's the scene where JC arrives. So let's put can. And you'll see there's another day. The other day, we shot the remaining of the scene when the sun was better. So now we went inside. Okay, what do we have here? What do we have here? What is this? So now there's the scene. This is in between. We've seen Dexter and JC went in the room and then pushed the people away to do his miracle, perform his miracle alone. So this is like afterwards. What scene is this? What does it say? Scene 6. Okay, so right, scene 6, yeah. So now there's a little contention between Clayton, who's the uncle, Avery's uncle, and Avery's mom, which is they're both fighting for Dexter, the boy that passed away. And basically, the mom is so in distraught that she'll do anything. She's like, "We need this. We waited 4 days for this. Like, this is about to happen." And Clayton is the opposite. He doesn't believe this. Like, this is just a scam. What are you doing? You know, don't believe this, and you can't take this. But you see how it's shot through Avery's point of view, and so I didn't do a close up on them because I wanted it to be seen through Avery's point of view. So more. Oh, that's back here. And you'll see when he shoos them away. I can't wait to get there. They're like all stacked in the doorway, and then he just closes the door on them. It's funny. Like that's what I mean. When I was writing this, I'm just like chuckling to myself. And what happens next? Oh, this would happen next. Oh my God, this is so funny. In a like serious, funny way. Because character dimensionality, what makes them human, the duality of everything. Try to find something that's specific to this character and that really defines them, and we know what kind of character they are. Everybody's kind of the same. It's not interesting, right? One is one way, the other has to be the total opposite of that, and that's what kind of the mother and the uncle represents. One is a true believer, the other one doesn't believe in that. He knows that the body cannot reanimate. Where's the soul go? That's what he says. He's going to say when he's in the room to JC, what about the soul? Okay, so now we're at day one. We did card 2. We did card 3. We're cruising. Look at this. We're going to have a film in no time. Okay. See here. Same part live feed is still good. Cool. Okay, we're at card dead. We just did card 3. Where is it? Oh no, come on, Da Vinci. Okay, card 3 we got. Oh, we're cruising. Day 4. Card 4. There's a bit of lag in terms of my system. I have 3 HDMI port that's sending out cameras and all that stuff, all capturing it. Pretty intense. Go ahead. Okay. Oops, so there's another take. Oh, then sort of look. See, I like the. You could just scrub through the footage by just having your cursor mouse over. I think there's a feature in Premiere Pro as well, but it certainly does help having proxies that you can look at. I could scrub through. I know exactly what this shot is, and it shows it right there. I love this feature so much. I use this all the time, but we still got to go through all of it. So let's clip attributes, right clip attributes, and I go to square, and I go to 1.3. Use magic, put it 2.5, 235, and let's do this. And now we still got to color code this. So that kitchen scene will be on the green side. Okay. Up. I don't know about you guys. I have a lot of coffee on me. It's the secret to great editing is a cup of Joe every hour. No, I don't know. But it does make you jittery. It does make one jittery. Okay, so we keep going. So this is look at the slate. Slate is good. A little thing on the slate. So most people don't realize this, but the slate See how right now we press record, the slate's not there. It should be the first frame of anything you shoot. If you're doing slates and you want to do it properly, don't press record if you don't see the slate. The whole point is that the first frame of your footage is the slate. That you and there's two things that you don't like. The whole point of a slate is to tell you the information: scene, shot, who shot it, what date. Boom! From one frame grab, you're able to get that information. And then the second point of a slate is to sync the sound. So, but and also the third point of a slate is to be in and out as fast as possible because you're burning media, right? If you're doing this and getting adjusted, well, I'm recording right now, and that's especially shooting at 60 frames per second. We only had 11 minutes or 15 minutes on the card. A lot of like 30 seconds of finding the slate and this and that. It also wastes time, wastes. So, ideally, if you're filming and you have a slate in front of you, don't press record until you see the frame in full, or at least you could read it, and it's in focus. Or else, if you're getting hired as a cinematographer, and think of it, the producers, the editors, the directors are going to see your work in the editing for months, and you don't want them to be every time they see your work be like, oh, can you get anything in post? Like you want to show that the slate is crisp. This is the information, so that is the point of a slate. That is really the point of a slate, is in and out, all the information on the first frame, and also it syncs the sound right away, and then you're out of it. So obviously it's practice, but I mean, people don't know that if they don't edit. They're just like, well, we slated it. No, but the whole point of a slate is that it's the first image that you see. So for example, right now, unusable. Oh, see, you just did it like this. So I would press record on the camera right here, not before that. Click. This is where I need to figure out how to patch the sound to you guys eventually. I'll figure that out. There's just some echo when I patch the sound. I might find another way. There is a way. There is a way. But right now it's not going. See this? See, I was looking at the footage through my phone here. I'm going to do it again. I think I wanted more urgency in it. See, she smiled there. I didn't want her to smile. It's a sad thing. So I like this look of hers, though. I think that's usable. I'm thinking maybe we could even use that at starting. Ooh, okay. We'll see. It's just a big puzzle. It's just a big puzzle. Because I don't like the starting of it, but I want to introduce Avery. So maybe that's her. She turns around and that's when the car arrives. Ooh, maybe. We're figuring it out. Okay, she turns around. She sees them. See? What's that? And then the car arrives, maybe. Who knows? We're just putting this puzzle together. That's good luck. And see how I'm just alt scroll to go zoom in and out. And then control scroll to move forward through the timeline. So she's looking at it. Okay. See, the eyeline wasn't right, but just keep that. There's a lot of lights here. You don't notice, but there's two HMIs blasting through those windows. 1.8. Thank you to Sunbelt Rentals. and there's a light mat right beside her face, and there's a light mat right in front of her face to match the intensity of the sun, right? I didn't want it to be dark inside. I wanted it to be such a bright big. I remember when writing it, it's just like I wanted you to feel the hotness of the day. Yeah, that's good, like that. Let's write that over too. Maybe if I do clean feed here, just so you guys could experience it. And so right now we're looking at it in S-Log 3. S-Log is obviously much flatter. You see how there's no contrast or very little contrast, no saturation as well. But the beauty of S-Log 3 is that it allows you to capture the full dynamic range of the camera, or at least as much as possible. By flattening the contrast curve, you're actually able to store more information in between the points. But ultimately, everything gets back compressed back to 7 to 8 stops of dynamic range. So even though we might have 14 to 15 stops of dynamic range, a stop is basically a stop of light is two is 4 times more, and so on. So there's a doubling every time a stop happens. So, and this is how everything, light and energy is, it's a doubling effect. And then the inverse square law as well is that the drop off is inversely squared to the distance of the object. So the dynamic range of the camera is great because you're able to capture it all. Yet ultimately, when you do your color, you're going to choose what you want contrast, what you want blown out. But instead of, like, if we would have shot this footage not in S-Log, the window right now to the right of her would have been completely blown up, would have been pure white, and her face maybe a little bit, and then whatever's in the shadows would have been completely crushed dark. And we want to choose, as cinematographers, as colorists, as directors, we want to choose what goes and what doesn't. And so that's why we shoot in S-Log 3 or log profiles. It's basically to capture the full dynamic range of the chip, and then we, the artist, could choose what gets blown out or what gets compressed, what gets crushed. But ultimately, know that you'll never see the footage flat like this. So this is why we light as well, right? Like if you squint your eyes, you know, what is the brightest and what is the, like, just here. So if you go like this on the image, squint your eyes, just so you could see now, remove all the fine detail and just see what the brightest parts are and the most contrast parts are. That's like 7 stops of dynamic range when you do that. And that's a good, like, cheat code to visualize, like, oh, I need more light in the face because right now on camera it's definitely showing I have information, but when I apply my look and do my grading, I'm going to lose all that shadow information. So again, that's why we would bring in the light mat for the face or something like that. So this is a great look. I like that on her. Okay, so let me do this. Oh, we have one more. Okay. Oh, see me there. I don't know if I see myself there. Okay, I'm talking to them. Okay, there we go. You missed. Not bad. See that lighting here? I have one HMI going through here, and I have another HMI going through here. X shape. Both different sides. And then there's a light mat also in there. It's a great frame, eh? I like it. So that's also where the shallow depth of field really, again, this is anamorphic, plays really well with anamorphic. See, we have Berlin plays the elder on the left here. 1, 2, 3, 4 people here. And that's thanks to the anamorphic, really able to frame things more on the horizontal. I really like this frame. So let's speed it up. See, she's fierce, you know, she's like, what are you talking about? He will. He's going to come back. That's what the mother's saying. She's not believing that, like, she waited all this time for this baby, for her baby to come back. And now she got this. She spent all her life savings on this, and nobody's going to tell her that she can't have her. You know, just in life, we get so attached to things. Life is actually all about not being attached. It's continuously lessons of letting go in everything we do until we die, because people around us will die. We'll lose people that we love. And the thing we have to remember is life is just a series of letting go. And the more that we could accept things and go with the flow, there's no suffering. There's no suffering. We only suffer when we can't let go, when we can't accept change. And that's why the present moment is so important. That's where miracles happen, in the present moment. And it's everything is fleeting, like a river going down. You know, the river's the same, but it's always different. The seasons are always different, even though they're the same. So it's just about letting go and accepting, letting go and accepting. And then we don't get to suffer that way. Refusing to let go, even to a point that she's more willing to have the thought of her son possible. And then when she realizes, when he becomes the raccoon, and it doesn't matter what she does, you'll never get him back. And that's why at the end, when we go and he turns into a plant, it's a beautiful moment, because there's a sense of acceptance there, a sense of a catharsis. We don't have to do anything. We're all going to die. It's all part of life. And we just got to go with the flow until we ourselves are returned back to the earth. Of the same things that the plants are, the earth is, that's where we belong. There's a lot of shots of this. See, 9, 421. See, I feel now I'm doubling them up here. See, it is the same shot. 921. They like doubled up. Ooh, but I got it. Okay, let me go back here. Show my screen. Oh, shoots. I messed up here. My bad. Okay, so you see my screen now. And I gotta do green feed to this. Beautiful. So for some reason, I've imported these twice. Maybe it's because of the glitch there when I messed up. So 425, 422, 22. So these are all doublings. That's why they all look the same. It's hard. We gotta make sure. We gotta make sure. Okay. So 421 all the way to 425. There you go. You got it. Okay. Let's move on. So 430, 426 to 4. You see, you gotta really bring them in the way, in order, or else it's tough, right? So we want to go 426 to 439. I'm going to import this in. Got this here. So now, let's see what this. Okay, so now what? Ooh, this is a fun scene. This is a fun scene. Beautiful. Smoke It Up is the name of that scene. I love haze. This whole film, I wish I would have had a hazer. Honestly, that's what I needed, a hazer. But I smoked up this place so much. And maybe a little too much, people would say. Maybe. Yet, can you really have enough smoke? And the answer is no. 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 Mainly because look at the volume it gives when you have through this window. So I have, again, 2 HMIs. So HMIs are the biggest lights that you could put on a household plug, so 18 amps. One is just on here, it's going, hitting Dexter here. And then I have the other one on the other side, hitting here, the wall, and splashing on X pattern. Anytime you're putting a light through through a window, think about doing an X pattern, because I know like a sun wouldn't do that, but a sun is also much more powerful. And sometimes, so if you're only blasting it to your other side will be darker. And to me, it's better if you X shape it. So then it feels like the light is coming from all over. Janusz Kamensky also does that a lot with a lot of smoke. Look at anything of Janusz Kamensky. Janusz Kamensky is Steven. This guy is like the backlight king. Also Robert Richardson, who's also another cinematographer. He shoots exclusively, but all of Quentin Tarantino's stuff is shot by Robert Richardson, and Janusz Kamensky shoots many of Spielberg's films, not all of them. But if you see a lot of his work, backlight and smoke made a name, made a career out of that. So why can't I? Why can't I? Okay, so now this is further on. This is almost near the ending where they revive the body, and now he's gone feral. He's acting like a raccoon. And the wise elder Berlin, who originally says the story about the tomatoes, which might get cut out, we'll see, knows that there's no soul. It's just an animal. And so, like a horse whisperer, I was imagining like a horse whisperer, like hey, because animals all will react to energy. If you're excited or angry or anything, like we will pick that up. But if you're the alpha and you're the leader, to how you're the alpha. So Berlin manages to calm down Dexter in this shot, yet when she does manage, the rest of the group come out screaming, and then he loses it all over again, right? He becomes back animalistic. It's almost for a split second that Berlin is able to get back to his consciousness, and maybe she could reach him, but then fight or flight kicks in, and then he gets back into flight mode. So let's take a look at this scene. So Berlin cutting her fruits. Okay. Nice watermelon. We definitely ate that watermelon because it was extremely refreshing. Hottest day of the year. You see, she calms him. There. Yes. I love this shot. I'm going to go to full mode. I want you guys to experience this beauty of the shot. If I go like this, okay. Look at the backlit. And that's not even graded. Imagine with the color. See, comes out and then Clayton, he did so loud. Like, no wonder he runs off. You got Clayton chasing him. Come on. That's very cool. We laugh so much on that. I love making movies. Come on. Isn't that fun? Isn't that fun to be silly? I hope you're also getting inspired to write your own stuff. If I could write this, which I am not a writer at all, but again, it was just an idea that I had based on the Lazarus story. And what if instead that when they reanimate a body that it doesn't come back what they want? Because it's true. If you look at the Bible and the Lazarus story and you look at it, honestly, Lazarus doesn't do so well afterwards. There's 3 accounts of him. When he revives, thank you, Jesus, for performing the miracle, is that Lazarus then was chased and had to be in hiding for the rest of his life because he was chased by the Romans. So not that great of a life. So that's the nice PG version. And then there's 2 other versions that right away after the miracle, the Romans discovered him and then they chopped Lazarus' head off. So he didn't escape death. Like, yes, he got revived, but then quickly got murdered right away after that. So there's like no point to raising Lazarus in some ways because ultimately Lazarus is going to face the same thing either way, which is death. Can't escape it. And also, when he does read in the Bible, it says took 4 days to arrive to. I always found that so peculiar because in the Bible it even says, Jesus, what took you so long? He stinketh. He stinketh. That's what it says in the Bible. He stinketh, my Lord. And then JC just says, in this case, Jesus just says, you have to believe. Just believe. Just believe. And that's kind of the thing that you just have to believe, which is cool. I buy. But also, damn, Jesus, he's now a peeling zombie. Like, what are you going to bring up? Like, he's going to have maggots all over. He's been in the hot sun. And that was kind of like what I found funny to this, like even let's say in that time, like it took 4 days for him to revive. Like imagine like when he does revive, like he's still going to be peeling and or not. It doesn't ever say in the Bible. That's what I mean. A little can use a little more detail there. So I fleshed out the detail, and this is what the result is. What all that to say is that look, I'm not anything smart or anything like that. I just thought it'd be funny to make my own version of this, and I think you guys should be as well. And always be inspired by something. It's everything in life is a remix, anyways. But it's more about how you would do it. I remember the first class or the first day at the American Film Institute in 2017 when I was there, Los Angeles. It's the 50th of the American Film Institute, the 50th anniversary. It's a solar eclipse, and then that day we go to the Cinerama Dome on Sunset Boulevard and we watch Quentin Tarantino, Reservoir Dogs on film. Really awesome, love it. And then afterwards, the dean, Quentin Tarantino, to talk to you guys. Wow, like that's so amazing. He comes out and I'm like blown away. This is my first at AFI in Hollywood, and I get to meet Quentin Tarantino. Like that's insane. And honestly, it was like that every week. There was like an A-list star, which is just mind blowing. But what was so cool about Quentin Tarantino and kind of what I grasped from this, or what inspired me to do this, is that okay. So now that was all the takes here. Now we're going the other angle again. Okay. Let's go back to our workshop here. Okay. So we're shooting on the window side, and then now we flip and we're seeing the opposite. So there was a relight. So so luckily we had 4 HMIs. I had 2 blasting on that window, and then 2 blasting on the back window, and I would just on off them. So because I don't want to front light it, we just on off them. But just to finish my story with Quentin Tarantino, is that one of the things he mentioned, which was the biggest takeaway, is that he would write endings to movies that he loved, but that he thought they should finish the way, or just it's like, I love that movie, but it'd be so much better if they would have done this, or this is how I would want to see it. So he wasn't ashamed of taking stuff and being inspired by stuff and making his own stuff. You could see in Inglourious Bastards, for example, reimagined history, right? What if this happens? And this is how he keeps coming up with all of these original stories and all that stuff, is that he takes a movie that he loves, and he's such a cinephile, he knows every movie that's been out, or stories, and he just says, but what if this happened? What if this happened? Oh, what if this character was more like this? And then from there, he develops his idea. That's the cool thing, because no matter what, it's coming from you. It's the idea, the remix is originally, then the point of view is yours. Therefore, it makes it original. You can make the exact same film of Oz. Born is the film that the rights have been given up and has been made the most amount of time remade, and the most amount of time it has won Oscars. I think it won Oscars like 3 or 4 times. A Star is Born, the exact same story, just told through different eras, through different characters, but the story is the exact same. Yet it has won Oscars time after time. The last one was with Lady Gaga. Matthew Lubitek shot it. Great film, but it's because it's a great story. It's universal, and it's just adapted through time. Never gets old. So make your own. Adapt it to yours. Okay. Let's keep editing. So now we have Dexter in full. Okay, we're going. See, let's keep the smoke going. So now this shot is specifically for Clayton to come in and just see his intensity here, which we're about to see. Here it comes. Here it comes. Here it comes. Dexter's getting softer. He's finding his humanity. Oh, wow. Oh, so, no, maybe not. I'm in the way. It's because I can see the shadow. When I'm speeding up, I'm doing JKL again. I would do the wheel if I had it connected, but JKL is how I'm doing most of it here. So let's start it from here. Spacebar, LL. Oh, that's nice. So see, this is what this shot is for this angle, and then the Clayton angle. I want this shot as well. Video clean. So this is the beauty of anamorphic again. I have 1, 2, 3, 4. Look at this beautiful stacking here. Like, it's so great. That's a great shot. Not because I did it or anything like that, but framing, right? Foreground, middle ground, background, and see where the light is coming from. I was saying that if I had the front lights where we was on the other position, see, this is why also I learned so much about cinematography by editing, because you get to review your work, not in a setting where the pressure's on and you don't know the limit, but now you get to see your work for what it is, not anything else. You don't need to know that, oh, I didn't have enough AC, or I wish I had a stand. Nobody knows now. Now it's only the image that you created. And let's just look at this image for a second, just break it down cinematography wise. If I would have kept, on the other side, on this side. So we have our backlight here. Where's my mouse? Backlight from here, no front light, or very little front light. So hard and soft is a very important term to remember as a cinematographer. As you get closer to the face, soften it up. Backlight, hard. See how everything falls into spectrum, and we'd like to overcomplicate things because there's a million ways where you could place the light. There's a million ways where you could place the camera. But now, ask yourself 2 things. Whose point of view is it? So how are you seeing this? If I could put the camera in the ceiling, I could put the camera outside looking through the window. But now whose eyes am I mimicking? Whose point of view? And the test was, I want to see this story through the eyes of a child, the eyes of Avery. And that dictated a lot of my cameras. This is why, for example, the camera's not outside, because Avery's inside. It does sense that we would see outside is for the light. You got to be thinking that, yes, there we go. So that is the backlight, and hard and soft, hard in the back. As you start to wrap around, soften, and then it gets super soft. You'll see Roger Deakins, the best cinematographer in the world. That's what he does all the time. He wraps his key around. You would want to use your biggest light in the back, and as the face is closer to the camera, they diffuse, super soft, almost invincible, and then it looks like it's a one continuous light, even though you might have 8 lights, 1 in the back, 1 in the middle back, 1 in the side back, then a side key, and then it's starting to wrap around. 8 lights could look like 1 light if you do it properly, and that is inspiration, because that's how natural light works, right? We do look natural even though it's unnatural, and it's just like changing the skin tone color, which is what, whenever we'll be doing color gradings, the most important thing is the whites need to be white and the color of the skin tone needs to be the color of skin tone. You can mess up anything else, but as soon as you mess with those things, when we know something's supposed to be white but it's not, then it looks tinted. And because we see those objects and every single day, and it's hard to trick the mind because we're so pattern recognition. So you don't want to mess around, and that's the thing with lighting, right? We don't want to, we call this, we don't want to make it look sourcey, where you feel the source.
feel the light coming in, and then you feel the hard line where there's no more light. That's called sourcing. And as cinematographers, we always look natural, and that's by using hard and soft back and wrap it around, soft in the front. Obviously, there's different spectrum of this, and this is what you have to remember. Three things as a cinematographer. What quality of light am I using? Hard and soft, or hard or soft? You answer that. What's the direction of the light that it's coming in? Is it coming from the side? Is it coming from, where is it? So we could feel the light coming in, and then we don't have to, well, there's two shit. No, if we give a direction of the light, then our eyes are okay with it. We'll accept it. It could be, we could, like, if there, the light feels it's coming from the back. Obviously, it's coming from the back, but there's an enormous amount of light in the front. It's just the front is so soft that compared to the back, it's invincible. But if I didn't light the front, their face, they would be completely in shadow. They would be completely silhouetted. So this is an impossible shot to get with natural light. Well, not impossible. I mean, the reason why I'm able to blend both the background and the foreground is because we have some front light, but it's softened. And then the last thing that you have to ask yourself as a cinematographer when you're lighting is, what's the color? So what's the direction? What's the intensity, hard and soft? And what's the color of it? From there, obviously a million different options, but if you can answer those things, you get, that's really easy cinematography. It's like, oh, I'm looking for soft light. I'm not going to take a hard light, but knowing that a soft light spills. So I will soften my contrast by using soft light. How much contrast do I want? How much affinity do I want? That's where you determine the hard and soft. And then the direction is still the same thing, right? Do I want it to be directionless, like a Chinese where it's omnidirectional and the beam is going everywhere? Or do I want a specific direction and hint that the light is coming from only one direction? And then from there, I say everything kind of falls into place. Let's keep cruising. So this is the back, and then look at this shot here on their face here. So now I remove the front light quite a bit. I softened up, and then I have two HMIs blasting in the back here. This is so funny. I can't wait for you to hear the audio. It was such a loud scream every time it took us. And he gave so much of himself. I'm like, I wanted to do it a few more times, but there's a lot of energy being spent in that scream. So we only did it a few times. I just kicked two. I think maybe only 2 times, yeah. See it again. You gotta get the slate. Gotta get the slate. Time is money. Time is money. And should press record now. Thank you, Lucas. Okay, we're rolling. So much fun. So much fun. See, we might be able to get through all this footage today. So then tomorrow we're doing some actual editing. Ooh, guys are so good. Guys are so good. Okay, he's spazzing out here. So you need to go rack to her face there. I see, that was the issue. So we had to stop the shot. Okay, do it again. Okay, come back out. There you go. So the shot starts. I'm going to go back to my monitor here so you can see. Ooh, don't crash on the DaVinci. Okay, so you can see my timeline here. If you can't see this on this, but if you go, no, you can't see it. If you go control, so you can see on this camera here. If you go Control F, see on this screen here, it will go full screen. So you know, if you're always wondering, you don't have, I think it's P as well, P or Alt F, or I mean Control F. So P or Control F will go full screen. They call it cinema mode. So if you don't have the studio version and you don't have the ability to send it to one screen, you can always go Control F or P and it will go full screen. So if you want to see, just let me know. It's a really good feature. Always, when I'm doing editing on a laptop at a coffee shop or something, I keep going back from full screen to not full screen. Okay, so let's switch camera here. See if my live feed's still good. You guys are still there? Good. Let's see my. Okay, awesome. Thank you, Larry. Saw that. Gandhi, yeah. And I wonder if the feed bangs that. I've seen the feed on YouTube. Does it look really shitty? Oh, is that really the feed? I'd follow along, eh? Yeah, it's the stream quality. No. I'm just gonna see if OBS can send a better. I'm just gonna check this out. Stream quality. Let's try. I don't know. We're still learning. We're still learning. Always something to learn in life. That's the thing. And mastery only comes from doing it over and over and over and over and over and over and over. So we're learning. And let's see if I can skip this. So let's see on my side here. So it looks good on this stream. So maybe it's just that. Okay, I'm gonna keep going. Thank you, team. I got some feedback here. Again, if you're having trouble hearing me or there's some issues, or you do want to share, you're editing something and you'd like to ask some questions to share something, please feel free to chime in, or else I'm going to just assume that everything's good and you guys are following along. And okay, I need to just do this window here. Okay, keep cruising along. Oh, there was somebody in the chat here. Sorry, the chat. Okay, just wondering. Yeah. For everyone, just it might be just my crappy. When did you send that? Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't see this. Yeah. So it's my. Just wondering. On YouTube. Okay. Well, you're gonna let me know if you can't follow along. Yeah, it's blurry on YouTube, eh? Ah. What about to? Wonder. It's interesting because the side I'm sending it on, it's showing very clearly. Blurry on YouTube, eh? At times. Okay. All right. You think I should just keep trucking along? See, it's clear on my side. I wonder why. Just gonna check one yes here. Hang tight, hang tight. Yeah, it's coming from there. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna keep going, guys. I'm sorry. You see, it looks clear on my side. Dang it. Let's keep going. All right. So, got the gist of it in the sense that we're only going through some footage here, some selects, and it's more about, you see how repetitive it is. If anything else, it's like it's a mental thing to go through all this footage, and this is the barrier that most people do. They're like shot for days, and you got to go through this, and there's no shortcuts to it. You just got to go through all of it. There was a film called Aki that was released. Cinefest played at TIFF this year as well. That was a documentary that I shot with Darlene DePons. Also, Ryan Mariotti did some edited that film, and it was so there was over 80 hours of footage of 2 years, 4 seasons, and it was just so much footage. Where do you begin, right? And sometimes it was like these shots of like 5 minutes of a leaf in water. But in that 5 minutes, there's like it's a few seconds that are just like, oh, the leaf moves a little bit. And so you got to watch it all. And took months. And that's where that discipline, the seeing and observing, but also the ability to just go through everything and select and make your selects, because I would have not been able to do that film if I didn't watch everything. Instead of like 80 hours, it's 10 hours. Ooh, okay, I did some good stuff. Now it gets shorter and shorter, and then we're able to cut every season into a tight like 25 minutes, and it's so cool. It went to TIFF. People really enjoyed it, but it's also because it was completely found in the edit. Every thread, every connection between the seasons, it's all finding those shots in the edit and matching them. Okay, keep on trucking. So of Verlin just playing on the veggies. I think it's so beautiful, the veggies on the counter. I love the light. It just looks summery, especially the tomatoes, since we're talking about it. So you can see my HMI in here. I think I moved it afterwards, or I didn't. Again, we discover so much by looking at our work. This is how I improve my cinematography skill. I mostly, maybe the feature films and all that, and went on to bigger projects, but all the things I would edit myself, and I would learn enormously amount. But you see this here, like you see, this is the light coming in. You see what it gives here. See that I love the kick here. This is what I wanted, so I'm gonna find a way to hide the light. But when the light is directly behind, it's just so beautiful. And the trick and that's why we use like big lifts or big arms, boom arms, is because we want to get the backlight just on the edge of the shot, so it's still giving us a backlight, yet I'm able to move the. That's the trick. And right now, there we go. We framed it out. See, we framed it out. So see the beautiful kick you get on the counter. Oh, I love that. And then a bit of smoke. So cinematic. Anamorphic. Look at that. See her hands here? I love that. This is separation. This is contrast. See the light part and the dark part? Imagine if there was no little line here. Her hand would be blended into her shot or her shirt, which is what backlight does. It separates the foreground object from the background object. And it's just so beautiful. Because it gives shape, it gives three-dimensionality. And this is what we aim as a cinematographer. We're no matter what, flattening our image to two-dimensional. So when it is flattening, we need to give cues or hints that it's three-dimensional, and we do that through lighting. We do that through depth. This is why smoke as well is used to create depth and the illusion of three-dimensionality. So just getting the veggies here. Just wanted something to cut to. And I'm like, go to her face, but again, see that flare? This is the flare. This is the anamorphic flare. This is why we shoot on anamorphic. This streaky flare here. Only with anamorphic can you get that. This is the cheapest way you could get it. Anamorphic lenses are typically super expensive, so it's just this is why we shoot anamorphic for this flare here. It's just so beautiful, but I can't use it because my light's in the way. There'll be more times. So we're coming on 2 o'clock. We're going to take our break shortly. Okay, going back to this. I want you to see my timeline now. Fun. Can't believe we're almost halfway through the day, gang. Till 6. We're here till 6. 6 p.m., 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. We're, literally like putting in the time. Okay, so now we're at a kind of different scene. That's the same scene. So we have just the shots here. Start piecing this in your head already, right? So we have, as a director or somebody filming, you're going to be doing editing in your head as you shoot, which obviously, right? I'm not saying something new. Yet the more that you know about editing, the more that you can make efficient shots, because time is money. Money is, what makes the production goes. And so there's only 2 days to shoot this, and we have 6 actors that all need to. They're going to cut to the close-up 5 seconds after they arrive. Move on. Robert Rodriguez, I want to tell you the story. Robert Rodriguez, Rebel Without a Crew, should definitely, that book changed my life. You should read it. It's inspirational to anybody that's an indie filmmaker. Robert Rodriguez as well. You should listen to some of his podcasts. Amazing. He has recently one with Lex Friedman, 3-hour podcast about his creativity and how he does it. It's definitely one of my inspiration. Yet, if you watch his first films, well, everything, he's so amazing. But he shot it on 16 millimeter, didn't have sync sound, so he would record the sound. And he had such limited 16 mil film, he couldn't shoot. He had just short ends, like there, and so he had no film to waste. And so his rule was one take. And so, for an example, his actor's crossing the street, and he trips. Didn't trip, but he didn't cross correctly. He's like, "Oh, sorry, man. I should have jogged or something." And Robert Rodriguez like, "Yeah, you should have, but one take. We're not going back. That's it. This is what we got to use. So we got to be clever. Think of something else we could shoot to edit with it." And one of his technique was that every scene that he would do, because again, so he's not syncing sound. So he would do walk through, I say a line, cut. Then he would put the camera aside. He would have his little voice recorder, and he'd be like, do the exact same thing, and then we'll match it in post. So he'd be like walking, and then he would say his line. But the sound was crystal clear because now he's not limited to putting the boom. Oh, it's a wide shot, so I can't bring the boom closer. He'd be right up close to them. So the sound was actually really good, but it wasn't the same. So people would say lines and hope that they said it the same way so that you could sync the sound up. But one of the things to protect him that he's like, this is going to be hard. One of the things that he did is that, so let's say there's a dialogue scene, and he would shoot all of his actors, and then, like I say, he would do the voice recording. But in order to save him, he knew that eventually the sound would drift, right? I could say a few lines that looks like I'm saying, and then afterwards it would drift because it's not the same. So he would always shoot a bunch of different stuff. Let's say he's in a room and there's a person with a cat or a dog or an animal. He would make sure to shoot a shot of the animal, a shot of the statue, a shot of something, the curtain blowing in the wind, so that he could always cut back to something else. So then when the lips were starting to not be in sync, he had something else to cut to. Again, he's editing in his head. And what a great technique. One shot only, we should employ that technique more often. Oh, okay, lights are flickering. Back to, okay, so now, again, I was saying about editing in your head. We have Berlin here is calming him down. We have them reacting to it. We have Clayton coming in and doing his thing. And then we have Clay coming just in case. See, this is the just in case shot. And then now we have from the outside, Dexter. See, he's in full zombie makeup here. It was melting. It was melting off his face. It's the hottest day. Keep replaying. It took like 3 hours to make this, and it kept melting. And also the makeup. I didn't think about this, but the makeup was getting on his shirt all the time. Luckily, we didn't do black. I was going to go black, but then we saw in the practice that the makeup kept getting all over. I'm like, okay, we need something lighter color. Problem solving. Okay, so we pick it up. At least this doorway is better here. So love the shot. And where is he going to go? Where is he going to go? And then I just started before he just jumps. And they're like, oh, I love his reaction here. They're like, damn. Oh, because they're not going to jump the fence. Because actually, we wanted him to jump the fence, but the fence wasn't that sturdy, so we had to fake it. It was a whip hand out. So take 2 here. Okay, we're coming close to our mandatory editor's break. And we're going to do a few more shots. Sometimes it's just like, I got to break, but also you're in the flow. You're in the flow. We're having some fun here. We're seeing the footage. I hope everybody's having some fun looking at the footage. I don't know if this is boring for you guys. I know I'm getting a kick out of it. So, I hope it does something. I'm wondering for you guys, if you haven't seen this footage, they're like, what is this? What's going on? I know I'm trying to explain it as I go, but feel free once, especially once we get more into editing, let's come up with stories about this. This is just how I wrote it, but it doesn't matter. I'm so not precious about the script I wrote or anything. As you notice, I didn't even take it out. I love the shot. This one's better. This is in focus here. So here, I want to show you as well. See here, I'm going to go here. See the background out of focus, but also it does like this radial blur. It's so cool. And this is what I mean. I love this. It just makes it, this is going to look so good when it's graded. We'll have to put some contrast. Look at his face here. It's so good. Great job. Sheena did the makeup for this, and she tested it out. She did all of this stuff. It looked really good. Really great job. And then how do you it's very, love that. See, now this is all the same day. So let's go back here. Lighting, right? I always go back to cinematography because this is my thing. But this is how you learn to be a cinematographer, to just see visuals, right? It's not look at the image and suggest things to your cinematographer, and not in anything other than knowing what you want. I love, my favorite directors are the directors that know exactly what they want. I also work with directors that don't know what they want, which is okay. And I'm there as a cinematographer to suggest things. But when a director knows what they want, it's so fun because then I get to do exactly their vision. But in this case, now we're coming to the end of day. We're now closer to 6 o'clock or something like that. I could even tell you the time, but essentially now we see how the sun is wrapping towards westward. That side is to be setting soon, and so it's wrapping around that side. So that's why we shot this scene again. If the sun we were shot in the morning, the east, it would have came on the opposite side, and really would have came through because the house is in the way. So again, these little things about lighting and all that, it's so much easier when you think, okay, where's the sun? Okay, we'll shoot this scene here. Oh, the morning's there, and there and there. That's kind of how I just planned out my schedule. It'll be like, okay, we'll be in the back. That means it will be in the afternoon. Then the front will be in the morning. Kind of made the schedule based on the sun. And then everything else is inside because we could shoot with the light. Let's keep going. I love that look. And then we go off. Just laugh so much. Never take yourself too seriously or seriously at all. Life is just a game, and or a movie. And just what are you in this game? What character are you playing? I'm playing James Cameron. Okay. Oh, we did another take. Nice. Good job, Lucas. Get a slice of Nev there. I should have said that a lot earlier. Colleen's amazing. She came in last minute. Had a lot of trouble casting in the Colleen part. And these are all sub actors, by the way. Every one of these are sub actors. So whoever says that they cannot cast locally, watch this film. All local actors. That's all I have to say. And we got the ability to rehearse with them. See, no, he doesn't jump. See, as he's boom, he doesn't jump. You think he does. Clever. We're so clever. And then I love his face that like, oh, damn. Get your characters moving. Visual, right? If you can't move the camera, move the characters. That's the thing. That's the thing. It's always more interesting moving characters within the space. And then it gets even that much more interesting when you move the cameras and the space and the characters in the space. That's where it's cinema. So now imagine the cut, right? Imagine the cut. So we had to imagine, okay, we're going to whip pan, and then how are we going to cut? What are we going to cut out of? Well, here. So you're pretty much seeing how my brain is working. Is essentially each shot you see is like I'm thinking of the edit at the same time. And when I will be in the state editing with you guys, this is what I was thinking. I'm like, okay, this I think is going to work. Never know for sure. You never know for sure. And sometimes the thing you think that won't work works, and the thing that you think works so solid is the problem area. But also, never play it too safe. Be bold. Be courageous. Do it your style, whatever your style is. Okay, so I love this. Was the inspiration. This shot was Breathless. Jean-Luc Godard has this amazing, incredible ending where the guy is shot and he's running through Paris, and the camera's just following him from behind, and you see he shot this gangster from behind, and he's just running through Paris, and then he falls and he dies. And this was the inspiration. This is my Breathless shot. Thank you, Jean-Luc Godard. Totally ripped it from you, but it's my it compliments. It compliments the chef. Okay. So, let's see, love that. Nice. Okay. Control B, L. Breathless. See, Breathless, you saw the full body, and then I wanted to keep going, keep going. This is why I did it again. I'm like, I want you to stay similar distance. We didn't get it, but we got it a bit closer on the other one here. This is why we did it another time. By the way, if you're like, what's wrong with that one? I think it was a little bit out of focus too. So see now we're keeping up with him. Yeah, just in focus, and then let him go out. I would have followed him along longer, but I know it's a short film, But that's certainly what we have to do. Okay. We're at the end of day one, and I feel like that's natural. Gotta grab this shot here. Okay, so now we have our scenes. Let's change the color on this. Yellow or something. Doesn't matter. Just so as to see. Okay. Beautiful artwork we did here. So already from visually seeing this, we have 4 scenes, 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 colors. And the bottom is the garbage, the stuff that we don't need to see anymore. It's out of mind, out of sight. We never have to see all the stuff at the bottom. Of course, we can go back to it. It's never dead. But the top stuff is our selects. So from that, the top is our sanded wood. And now we're going to resand that afterwards. But in the meantime, we're done day one. Day one is done. So this is what I want you to see. A 2-day shoot, you could crush an edit of a 2-day short film within a week. So I mean, by the end of today, it is 6 o'clock, putting in 8 hours. We're gonna have to go on. We're gonna start to piece this film together. Tomorrow, we're gonna have a lot of fun to start to organize these scenes together. And I don't know about you, I'm stoked just from going through day one. A lot of cool shots in there. I can't wait to get into the scene where he revives the body. That's on day 2 that we shot it, and it's really good. It's really good, and a lot of smoke. I promise you, a lot of smoke. And I'm gonna read a thing, and then we're gonna take a lunch break. So, I want to. This is the Bible. No, it's not. It's the cinematographer's Bible, by the way. American Cinematographer Manual, the 10th edition. I think there's a new edition now, but so the AC handbook or manual is everything that you ever wanted to know about physics with cameras, cinematography. So cool. I'm going to take a page from the book and we're going to read it. 168. Oh, this is cool. Okay, it's about camera filters. Let's see. Whoa. Okay. A lot of it is about film, but the thing about film is that everything digital is mimicking film, so it's completely applicable. It's about the what is it? A split field diopter. Does anybody know what a split field diopter is, or a split field lens? It's really cool. So essentially, a split field diopter allows you, it's a half a lens. Imagine you're putting half a lens in front of the lens and allows you to focus the one that has the lens much closer. So if I would have, okay, this is a good example. So if I was here and the microphone's here, if imagine half the screen, if the split field diopter is on this side, the microphone would be tack sharp. I would be able to focus on the microphone, and then also I would be able to be sharp as well. So now you're able to, it defies physics, right? Because focus is converging photons onto one single point, but now you're converging different distances onto one single point, and that's because you have a lens in front of here. Quentin Tarantino uses it quite a bit on a few of his films. You often see it. I'm just going to read what it says here. Balancing lighting. Okay, so that's the contrast lens. Close-up and split diopter lens. Close-up lenses allow for closer focusing than would otherwise be available with the unaided camera lens. Cutting such a lens in half produces the split field lens. This can be used to have 2 fields of focus, one very near and the other very far, in one scene. A more recent variation is to have a narrow linear sliver of lens that can be positioned in the middle region of the frame with clear spaces on either side. So that's another type. But really cool filter. I've used it on a few of my feature films just because it's so fun to play around with. If you see the feature film Stellar, there's a really cool way that we use split field diopter. There's like the bar in the background and the close up. It was really cool because the lights would blur really interesting. But essentially this chapter of the ASC is every filter that you could imagine. They talk about it on here. And it's really cool. Yeah, I actually read most of this book because it's fun. It's fun. Okay. And that brings us to our lunch break. 50. Right on. I'm going to feed here if anybody says something. Okay, nice. Sorry, guys. Sometimes I don't see the chat. I don't have it in front of me. But okay, everybody sounds good. So 250. Thank you, my friends. I'm going to put this on standby. I'm going to mute my mic, and I will see you at 250. Where's my microphone? Oh. Welcome. Welcome back. Welcome back to the editing masterclass, where we're cutting your film from start to finish. We have 40 hours together. 40 hours and almost half done so far. We go till 6. Editing is all about staying at it, discipline, you know? Hmm. Okay. Yeah, you can hear? No, it's on now. Let's see. Yeah, okay. All right, we have a little sound issue. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Okay, I need to start rolling my cameras here. So settle back in. We had a little stretch. Our editors need to move around and get some fluids, eat, especially move around. I feel great because I'm standing up. It makes such a big difference. But definitely if you're sitting down the entire time, make sure to move around, get some fluid. It's a mental game, editing. It's a lot of fun, yet it takes a lot of mental energy, mental power to keep going and see that all the pieces are there. We just got to assemble them together, literally like a puzzle piece. And what we're doing right now is we're putting all the puzzle pieces on the ground and we're finding all the ones that look the same. You know, we're finding, us humans, we're always looking for patterns, and patterns is what we do. And so that's what we're doing. We're trying to find these patterns, these things that would go well together. And so far, I'm really excited. There's some beautiful stuff we went. I'm really excited for us to get into the bedroom where JC performs the miracle of reanimating a body. Well, actually, kind of did. Dexter that goes like a feral raccoon-like animal, and okay, you know, the more I do this, the more that not this, but I just love editing, and I'm so glad that we're able to commit 40 hours to this, 8 hours a day, Monday to Friday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. No rain or shine, you know, we got to go through it. We've got to push through it because we have a film in our hands. It's just, we got to subtract some things like chiseling a statue. You're not so much adding, you're removing. And the same thing with film, right? We're just removing. There's an angel within. We just got to find it. And okay, there we go. I'm live here. I'm going to start recording on my things. So let's settle down. Let's settle down. I like this microphone when I'm up close like this. It sounds real deep. Pretty cool. Recording on, start recording on OBS. Don't you feel like dancing? Start rolling on the board. Now I'm going to go roll on this camera. Take two. Everybody knows the slate. Now we know how important the slate is. Now we know. Now we know. Remember, whatever you do on camera on a film set will forever be seen by the editor, producer, director, and the most important people. So always be careful what you say and what you do on a film set in front of the camera. It's not that nobody's going to see it, the camera is going to see it. And that means the most important people are going to see it. I remember there was a few times that we were editing a short film or just a film, and you hear the people, you know, say some negative stuff about people, and it's not a good light on them. It's never a good light. You know, when you talk negative about somebody, it makes you look negative. So just remember, be humble, appreciate everyone, and everybody's on the same equal level. You know, we all have our potential. We all want to reach it. We all have different journeys, different experiences. Yet the more that we share and the more that we help each other out, the more that we get to realize our own dream. You know, like it means a lot that everyone is doing this editing course with me, and in the result, we're going to have a beautiful film, but also ideally that now you get to shape and craft your story and not having the obstacle of worrying about the technical side or what it involves or being overwhelming. Sometimes we think things are very difficult and overwhelming when we see it as a whole. Yeah, just like as we see editing, there's just little steps at a time. And like making a film, this is what I'm trying to show to everyone, that it's whether a short film, a feature film, a documentary, or anything, there's just a process of things. Some things never change in the sense of you need actors, you need a wardrobe, you need a camera, you need all of this stuff. But also the story within has to be translated into kind of these steps that, and so the most important thing is that idea from the start of the idea, where you believe that this was the best idea you've ever had, or one conversion into logistics. That's essence that you want to do this is always the the fuel that drives it. And if you believe, and we're achieving it now together. Okay, rolling. Let's do this. Okay. We're going here, back in the world. So like I mentioned, we've done day one. We're going into day two. And you probably didn't notice, maybe certainly there's some crispness to the image, and that's because of the 60 frames per second. And like I said, notice it, but it makes the image, to me anyways, I find, all right. So now we go into our D2 card one folder, and I go right click, clip attributes. And now we're squishing our footage, right? Did we? Doesn't seem like it went. Okay. Shows that it did. Let's see. So 440, I put in that order. I drag it in, drop it like it's hot. Okay. On the timeline. All right. Squished. We're good. So now we're in day two. We shot our day one stuff. Remember, 4 lighting. Okay. We shot our stuff all looking eastwards. And now we want to, oh yeah, that's right. We were supposed to return to it. We were too late. So now I was forced to shoot when the sun is east. So right now the back of Greg's head is east, meaning the sun is blasting right on it. Front light, which goes against my rule of cinematography. Try to avoid front lighting at all costs. So I tried to reposition the sun, especially because it was a cloudy day. I didn't have a choice as well. So we had a 12 by 12 duvetine I think two 12 by 12 Dubutines and an 8 by 8 trying to just cut the sun. And then I was repositioning the sun. If you see, there's a highlight on Greg here, and you can see there's actually a little flare of it. Maybe I could, I know you probably can't see that. So let's go. There you go. Maybe a little bit better. And that's my I have 2 or 3 HMIs blasting here. You could kind of see in the mirror, in the window. But I really didn't want front light. So as you can see, as she's coming in here, this is my artificial light. So, you know, what it is. I wish I could put them further away, higher up. I wish I could put them higher up. But you know, for one of these shots, so it's basically for this shot that I'll be using it for. Imagine, so what I was forced to shoot with, so my idea was to shoot this scene exactly at like the sunset time when we were shooting, but it was so hot in the house and people were getting, you know, dehydrated and just so warm that we had to end the shoot. I think Nev couldn't go on. She's just like, she's tapping out, 12-year-old. Get it. But the whole goal was to shoot this shot at 6 o'clock or 6:30. So it's summer, so it goes down pretty late. But that, imagine you'd have this exact light. But now, forced to shoot the next day, move the schedule, and now we shoot this at 8 a.m. in the morning when the sun is blasting totally the opposite side. Well, that means 2 things that I have to live with it. As filmmakers, imagine if this shot would be front lit right now, the whole sun hitting the left side of Clayton's face, the right side of Colleen, and especially Greg's hair would be totally bright. So, as cinematographers, we move the sun. We are gods. We can move the sun using artificial light. So we block the sun, like I say, you know, with the small tools that we have. Ideally, if we had bigger rigs and all that stuff, I would use the 40 by 40, you know, get an 18K at 20 feet away up in the air, and then problem solved. But also, I only had 2 1.8s. The other, we were having issues at the house. And so you got to think quick. But I think it ended up, for what we're going to need, I think it's still believable. Of course, it feels sourcey, right? Remember the term I said, sourcey? It's because you could feel the artificial light because it's not properly wrapped around. You see the edge between Colleen's face and the shadow? There's no softness. That's the edge. And that's where you see the source, always at the edge. If you could find the seams, that's when you could see the artificiality of it. No seams. That's nature. Okay, let's get back into it. Okay, so he takes the cigarette and puts it out, and then this is where he walks in. Then we cut to the frontal shot where he says, "Where's the body?" See, they get into position. So we reviewed the shot. There you go. Thank you. Well done. So hopefully in the edit, this all lines up. This all lines up because we thought of it. Maybe. Hopefully. And if it doesn't, well, it's not my fault. Okay, so I have one sun here. So let's see. So you see how the sun, it's kind of good that we got one cloudy, right? You see, it doesn't make sense. The sun is blasting. This is a front light. Look how gross that looks. Like the house is, there's no shape to the house. It's completely, you know, you could see the shadow here. The sun is rising from the east and it's front lighting this east facing house. And look at their face. They're just like plastered there on the wall. There's no backlight to separate them. It's awful. I was forced to shoot like this. See, you could even see the camera shadow. So then we had to do something about it. So this is the first shot, by the way. So this is where, like, okay, this won't work. I need to do something. Like, there you go. There's the example. How uncinematic that looks. Look at that compared to. It's much better. Now we're making a movie. Okay. Phew. Now you would show me this. Yeah, I know. Oh my god. Okay, this is the second one, cloudy. Thank God we had clouds. See the film gods. Gotta shoot, because the film gods are with us. Yeah, this looks so much better. God. I can't take front lit shots to. Whew, there's a number. That's such a good. Flicks the cigarettes. That's good. Okay. Let's take that. Let's change screen here so you can see what I'm doing. Control to cut, and I bring it up on the second level. It graduated. See, leveling up in consciousness, leveling up in source footage from layer 1 to layer 2, everything. Just leveling up. Okay, here we do another one here. Oh, see, you saw the light here, right? Oh, so I have one on this side, and you see I have the solid on here on the right side. Do I show more? See? And then do I show more on the other side? See, and then I have another light. So I have two lights, X pattern, the spot right there, cross beam, and it's just slightly flaring the lights. But this anamorphic lens is hard not to flare, so I'm like, it's going to be okay because they're going to block it once. I do like this. See, okay, another thing of backlight. I need to show this to you. Remember I said can never have enough smoke. Look at this. As soon as he gets the cigarette, luckily we have a light there because you would never see this, especially if it was front lit. Oh my God, let's not get in that front lit situation again. But now you're able to see the smoke because we're backlighting it. And again, it edges out, it separates things from the background, makes things cinematic. Beautiful. Especially if you're shooting a horror movie. All you need is backlight. Don't even, because then it's called a Hallmark. Unless that is the horror movie. Ooh. That's nice. This worked out nice. 2 years ago, eh? Okay, Control B. I'm going to go back to my workstation here so you can see that. Okay. Okay, so we have this. So we're going to bring it now on the second level. Oh yeah, okay, so there you go. So there's another shot here. There you can see our lights. So again, we had to, it was a cloudy day and we're shooting the morning where we're facing east. Come on, can't work in these conditions. But see again, want a backlight. I want to get the light as back as possible to Greg, but not in the shot. Vibe that booms out and, you know, reach, but get this stand out of the shot. It's always the trick, right? That's why you need boom extensions, but, you know, low budget. So here I'm saying, I just love this, eh? Look how cinematic that is. Maybe it's a little hard. I got it, but look, the smoke. And we could slow that down. Remember, we're shooting at 60 frames per second. I'm getting so excited about building this scene together. Now we see all the pieces. It's hard to light. Oh, we dropped it. That's nice. We dropped the Siggy. I don't know if you mentioned it before. Well, I did mention it, but just this is Greg Tremblay. Greg Tremblay is playing JC, the man in leather, and this is a great performance by Greg, and Ryan Demers is the actor, the henchman we call him. And so he's about to. Oh, that's a nice light. See, we'll just have to zoom in and crop that out. But even then, I mean, like the light, the halo of God, you know. But I think we have a shot with that. See, again, anamorphic. Look at this composition that you could get. That would be much more difficult to get on a 24 mil spherical, not a 24 mil, but a spherical. So essentially, so here's the comparison. The oh, did it switch? Okay, sorry. The anamorphic lens, it goes. Oh, okay, there you go. Okay, the anamorphic lens, it goes like a wide angle lens. So 24 mil. So a 35 mil is a 24 mil, but on the wide. But it has the 35 mil depth of field. So you're able to get more shallow depth of field, yet have more width. Because typically, the wider you go with a lens, the now sharper things appear. It's not necessarily, but it's because you're not zoomed in, right? You don't know, right? It looks like multiple things are in focus because it's so wide. But as you go to 35 mil, it's more shallow depth of field. But yet you then comprise that if you're on 35 mil, it's tighter than a 24 mil. But now you get the best of both worlds. You get the width of 24 mil, but also the shallow depth of field of a 35 mil. So this is why we're able to get a shot like this. Go back to that. There we go. See, I knew he was going to block it, so this is what this shot's for. Smoke. Oh man, I'm just so glad we lit it this way. Contrast. It's all about contrast, people. But well, this kind of lighting. I wanted stylized, dramatic, not real, surreal, and lighting gets you in that world. You know, it then evokes. Look at that hard contrast. It's kind of like, you know, I don't know. I just really like it. We'll see. Maybe we'll see when I get there. When I start editing, maybe I'll be like, oh man, that was a terrible idea. Too much contrast. I tend to sometimes overdo things. Maybe that's the just human in us that we always want to go more and more. And but I just like some contrast. Like elegance comes from contrast. You know, if you look at a perfume ad or anything that is luxurious, they don't have mushy images. They don't have muddy blacks or anything like that. They have contrast. You know, the Burberry bag next to the white, the red perfume bottle, like it's contrast. Contrast is expensive, is high end, is accurate, you know? And so that's what I was going for, elevate the look. How do you elevate the look? Well, through lighting, you're able to shape. Shape means that it has a direction. And so just already with the lighting, the direction's there, you know, it's like, whoa, this is intense. Okay, now we brought it up. Control V to cut immediately. Okay, so now we do it again. Let's do it again. Lighting. Oh, Ryan's nailed the light. See that Zippo lighter? Something I always imagined, but beforehand, and had to go buy one, and appreciate it. Oh yeah, I like that. Oh, there's a doubling of shots here again. How did that happen? So, no, okay, it's the same. I see. So they didn't cut. Okay. So she goes, and then he's gonna flick it. Oh, that was nice. See that breathing through the nose here? I don't know if you can see that much. Here, I'm gonna zoom in here. It's so fun, backlighting. Look at that. Look how cool that looks. And then he's gonna flick it. And thank God. Imagine also we shot this at 60 frames per second. Ooh, I want to play around that speed. how fun it's going to be? Nice. I could already see the cut. Can't you? Wait till we get into it. Wait till we get into it. Okay, fast forward, LL. Now we're flip the sides. So now what we did is the light that was backlighting in last shot, I turned off that light and put on the other light. So now it's backlighting that. Okay. Okay, let's see. So that's a bit too frontal. But he's going to come in because he's, there you go. It's getting there. I think I still need to shape it. Oh, there we go. That's a nice one. So see, the Clayton really already doesn't like him, right? In the sense of in the story. Um, okay, we're just testing it out here. We're just seeing. So it looks pretty stylized, eh? See, I wish I could soften the front light there. See, it's just in order for the HMI to even do anything in the sun, it's broad daylight, right? And I have a small HMI, so I not only do I have to get the light close to them because the light is not very powerful compared to the sun, but it's that by making it close, that edge, that seam that I'm talking about is that much more noticeable. You could see right there on Clayton's face, the jawline, right? And the angle of it, I wish I could have brought the light higher up. And then it has more of a 45-degree angle instead of a weird angle that's coming from the ground, you know? And see, I tried to bring it higher. You see the on Greg's face here. I tried to bring it higher, but it would need to go at least twice as high because the sun, well, the sun's higher than 18 feet. And so again, time, money, all of that stuff. This is why always learning, reviewing my work, our work, you know, is this is how we get better. And this is where in lighting, I no longer think of equipment, think of it brush strokes, like painting. You know, so here, what I would want to do is erase or black out, burn this side of the face here. And now you have a cinematic image. So we will do that in post. In color correction, I'll be able to do that. But imagine it would have been, that's what I needed to do. Now, let's see if I did do it, end up doing. We'll see. We'll see if I thought of it. So he comes in. Love how he just has his cigarette hanging. Let's see the wind as well. Love that in his hair. Love the reflection. Oh, you can't see that. Okay. Oh yeah, look at that. This is Clayton. I love when Clayton does a character. This is Clayton Drake, if people don't know him. I love when he does a character, there's only 110% that he could give. And Clayton is the best when he performs one takes, two takes maybe for something, but don't ask multiple takes in sense that he gave his best performance on the first one and he always will. So just go with it. You know, as a director, you need to be able to see what your actors can do. Some people need a lot of rehearsal, so you get them. But Clayton, you do not want to waste his energy. He just gives it his all on the first one. So be ready. And if you're gonna do rehearsal, say, Clayton, I want no energy here. Just do a mechanic where you're just going through the motion. But when we're rolling is when I want that energy. So you can do a rehearsal, but not in the way that he's spending energy. You want to be able to capture that magic. And like, I don't know, this is one of his looks, right? Like he came context for the character. He's a great actor. And a director as well. Harris, very Clayton Drake style. Okay, so let's share my screen again here. Okay, I think we're gonna. Oh, see, I did. See, I did repo the light. Everything I was talking about was noticed. Yeah, I think so. Slightly better. Yeah, you can tell I moved the light more to the direction here. I'm just gonna truly show you. So everything I was talking about, I think I moved Greg or the light a little bit, and you can see there's slightly less light on his face there. Obviously, it was a compromise how far I can move the light, or else it would be flared up in the lens. So I think that was the max version of it, maybe. But I know it did do something. Okay, I'm just going to check the live feed. We're all good. Oh, nice. Indeed. Okay, there's a good. Excellent. Okay, we're back. All right, so he comes in, so we're testing out the shot. Okay, there you go. Control B, cut, and we're going to play out the shot. JKL, L. So you felt him coming in. Control B, L. He comes in. And that was nice. When he looked in the light there. Oh, I love that smoke again. See, it makes it that much more potent, right? That's why he's so insulted by it. You can see it. I wish the heads weren't so cropped on. Let's see if it is. Is it my output blanket? Come on, Da Vinci. Oh, okay. This is why. I was wondering why the heads were cropped off. It's because the attributes here aren't correct. So they're not squished. Like, how did we crop every head here? So clip attributes. Try that. See, it's a weird bug I found with DaVinci here. I sometimes have issues that it just doesn't listen to the resizing. Let's see if I could get it. So I found that when it doesn't listen to my resizing, let's see if I could do it individually. I have to apply a Band-Aid fix, but let's see. You can see my screen. So if I go clip attributes, see, it does say the pixel aspect ratio is 1.3, but clearly it's not. Okay, let's go back to maybe square. So that is square, right? That is square. So let's go clip attributes. 1.3 and it doesn't squish it. It's a weird, and I experienced it several times, so it's a weird bug. So what I do is, because the footage is 1.3 times, meaning that the horizontal is 1-to-1, but the vertical is 0.33 times. So meaning that it's 77% compressed. So if I unlink my X and Y on the zoom here in the transform, I know it's probably not very clear. I wish I could zoom in here. But if I unlock the zoom, there's a chain. I unlock it. And now if I remember, I said it's 0.33, meaning 77. So if I go 0.77, it compresses it to what it should be. So little Band-Aid fix. And then I'm going to lock. Well, let's see how much. Okay, so what I do is basically, here's how I cheat. I put my output blanking. Output blanking is your black bars, so you have your cinema scope, which is 235, which is anamorphic, is what we're framing this. You have your square, you have your 188. So there's all these different aspect ratio, and output blanking enables that it's going to cut, crop, whatever that blanking is. So it's a really, everybody that comes from Premiere world, like it's those little things that Premiere Pro don't have, which baffles my mind. It's like people still have to take an aspect ratio, an adjustment layer, and then put two of them on top, and then make that on. Like, it's just a pain. And when you can just have a button that just crops it out, and this is one of the things that kind of sold me on DaVinci Resolve. I'm like, thank you. I get to try a different aspect ratio with a click of a button. So cool. So sorry, hating on Premiere. So so now I put the 235 aspect. So this is obviously too much, and I'm going to go until the crop is happening. So right here, and it's and right there, it was at 7.7. So that's how it works. So it is accurate that our anamorphic adapter is 0.33. It's math. I don't know math, but it works. The numbers just work. Shake around, move around if you have to. Like I say, I'm standing up, and really helps the energy. Let's keep it going. Stamina. I'm having a great time. I don't know about everyone, but I love the shots I'm seeing here. There's something there. And on top of that, it's we're cruising through this. Okay, so now we're on the other side. I think we have one more shot of, what was that? What did we have there? Director and shot. We have somebody's water bottle. I love water bottles. Always in shot. Doesn't matter. Oh yeah, that's when, see the shirt I'm wearing? That was white for about 16 hours, and then it got destroyed, and never was able to wear that shirt again. So that year I bought, in August or just before, I bought a bunch of white shirts, and Robert Richardson always has white shirts and white shirt, and he has long white hair. Inspiration, never copied directly, but I'm like, yeah, white is a bright color. Let's, I think let's look classy, but it also looks really dirty when the white is not white. So to black. Okay, thank you, director. Get out of the way. Okay. Come in. LL, by the way, this is how I'm scrubbing through the footage. LL. Oh, we see that Mustang just on the other side. That's cute. See, you're starting to see my lights there, just on the edge. Good. Oh, really good this shot. Good. Oh, we're almost done this card. Okay, one last shot of Clayton coming in. Control B. And let's watch through it here. Scrub. LL. That's a good one. Put that out. You could go is always with the last take. Like, this is the thing. People, well, which take will I use? The last take until it's not the take, and then start to. But people always worry about being at the last take when you had it. So go with that, unless the edit doesn't work, and then you start to look at your other takes. So again, about that thing of being overwhelmed, it's like going into Value Village. It's such a great bargain, but it's so hard to pick out of the gems, right? So people would rather go to American, but it's all about curating, right? And so trust yourself. If you're, especially with the director, you probably approved the last shot. What's that about? Okay, so now we are done our one of day one. We're crushing it. we're cruising. Let's go pink. So color coding it, giving it some space. This is this scene. Okay, let's keep it going. I have Larry's doing a virtual scan of this set. Will live on forever. That's cool. Always have fun. Always have fun. Come on. What is the point? Why? You know, the Joker was right. Why so serious? Why so serious? Card two. Oh, card two. Card two. There you go. And let's see what we got. What we got in the bank here. Are we inside yet? Yes. So that takes us inside. So we completed the outside scene, which is scene 2 or 3. And now look at all the smoke. Yes. Smoke it up, please. Okay. Right click. Hopefully now it remains, or else we'll have to do. See, we have to do the scale adjustment to everything. I forgot to mention. Part of editing is fixing bugs. So reset. So now we got to squish this footage. So what did I do? Let's do the 0.37. See, okay. So the good thing is we could copy and paste attributes. So let's go on the clip, right clip, copy. Cool. Now let's select everything else and right click, paste attributes. I go paste attributes, and I want to make sure that my scale X and Y is checked. So I go bam, then squishy, squishy. So a few more steps. We'll have to live with it. Oh, God, didn't do it. See, come on. That was my fear, that it wouldn't do it throughout. I don't know why. What's that? Oh, your head is blocked? Yeah. I need to apply this to. What did it apply? So it applied to this. Okay, it did. It did. Because I just applied it to the top right. Okay. Part of editing. Part of editing. But I mean, don't be afraid. You know, it's just logic. Okay, so why didn't it go? What needs to happen in order to me to keep moving? All right, I need to squish the footage. Well, we'll just do it the zoom way. But let's see if it worked for the other ones though. Clip attributes. I go 0.33. Go this. And then I'm going to bring in my footage. Okay, drop it like it's hot. And see, this is a DaVinci bug. I can't. Now I did the clip attributes, but it's not preserving it's not honoring what I checked. It's checked in the clip attributes. Come on, DaVinci. Work with me here. So luckily for us, we have the preset. We have our paste, right click, paste attributes, and the zoomy zooms. Perfect. We'll live like this, DaVinci, for now. Okay. See, this has happened because I spoke negatively about Premiere Pro, and now it's showing the bug immediately after. Didn't I say this? Never talk negatively about anybody. Look, the software is proving it right now. Software is proving it. Now it's bugging up. Okay. Now, this is awesome. We're inside. So what happens inside? So there's a ritual, right? To perform the miracle of life, it can't just be JC goes there and just says a few words, and it's spiritual, it's magical, it's enchanted. So therefore, it has to be like a ritual. There's a ritual aspect to it. So I try to, candles are a big part of rituals, incense. That's why the smoke, but also like the leather bag that we got. This is all stuff at Value Village, thank God. And then all the crystals, you'll see the elixirs. I always imagine that when he's moving the bag, it's just like clink, 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 and like what does he have in there? And so it's a bunch of his magic potions, elixirs, and that was the idea that it's some sort of ritual that he's performing. He's obviously done it before, and that's why it's such a great thing to have the henchman. Again, I changed my mind last minute. Ryan thankfully accepted to be the henchman because also Ryan has a clown background. He's so animated that he never needs to talk, and I think that's the beauty of his character is that he's totally understood with zero dialogue and a few grunts. So again, thank you, Ryan. It elevates the whole film so much about what he brought and makes JC so much more elixir and all that stuff. It just makes it less special that he's already, he is the energy, right? Touching the elixir is what makes it magical, but he needs to preserve that energy. So, you know, happy accident, everything worked out, but it was also so, I was just so worried of hurting Ryan's feelings of saying, yeah, that role I promised you no longer is yours. I gave it to somebody else. And now I wrote you a part that might seem an afterthought, but it's not. And thank you, Ryan, for trusting my vision. So Smokey the Dan here. I'm going to give you a bit of full screen action so you can see some of this. Okay, snake 1, 5D, some 5D. Okay. So we might have moved around here. I think there's a card before that, but that's okay. So you see the altar, see through the smoke, what cuts? Light, the brightest part. And then you're able to get contrast as well. So this room might be smoked out, but imagine if we didn't have the candles, then it would be just a mush. But the candles really help to cut through the smoke to get some volume. Okay, I might have went overboard. I get it. I get it. Yet, come on. Isn't this cinematic? And, you know, there is this thing called the contrast and dehaze slider on DaVinci Resolve. So I can't wait to get in there. Okay, so C arrives. There you go. So where's the body? Boom, cut to. Maybe there's a top shot. There's other angle, but cut to this scene here. Where's the body? JC arrives. There's the body. Oh, he answered the question. So, you know, cinema is all about reveals, you know, questions and reveals. And so where's the body? Like, wait, there's a body? We've never mentioned it. And then we cut to where's the body? Oh, reveal. So here it's our first take here. So I wanted to really sometimes not cut and just reposition the camera. You know, don't lose that energy. But I think this case is actually a repositioning shot. Okay, see that flare? So, okay, through the window, classic X patterns through the window. You know, if it works once, it works twice. Keep using it. No, essentially, you see how I get to dig into the wall there. One HMI hitting the bed right on Dexter's face. I put it exactly there, and then I have another HMI filling in wherever else it needs to hit, making it look like one sun. Okay, cool. I love HMIs. Okay. See that little blue flare? Thank you, anamorphic. Can't fake that. The anamorphic adapter, typically the anamorphic lenses are not an adapter. They're a lens on their own. But the anamorphic adapter that I have is by Lettuce Direct. And Lettuce Direct, I don't even know if they still make it. I think they do. But essentially, it's a screw-on onto any lens that exists. It's 77 to all the way to 114 mil. They have adapters for it. And you screw it on, and then all of a sudden your lens gets squished into 0.3. It's really cool. There's also like the anamorphic adapters for B-Script. iPhones make really cool anamorphic adapters, which essentially gives you a 0.33 times anamorphic adapter. So that blue flare you could get on an iPhone. I've seen it. It's been done. Oh, that's nice. See, and I love that Greg. Just his coat is highlighted, yet you don't see his face. It's still very mysterious. I never really wanted to truly reveal JC because he's not like there's. It's in the mystery. The most important things are the most hidden. Remember that. Cinema is all about the reveals. Yet don't reveal everything. The most important is the most hidden. So we to control B. Okay, we got this. Okay, so we got that. Okay, so it's coming in. Beauty. See the flowers got last minute, fresh. And so apparently, this in the story, Dexter, who passed away 4 days ago, and who knows what? I have my versions of what happened to the boy, but I'm not going to reveal it. We're going to know. We're going to find out. Yeah. Sorry. Technical difficulties here. Things are falling. So here comes more smoke. Oh, yeah. Smoke it up. There you go. There's so much smoke. We have a fine balance of too much smoke and then not enough smoke. So I tend to go on the too much smoke side. And sadly, it does cause delays. This is my own fault. This is a little too much smoke, we would say. Uh, I recognize. But by the end of the shot, see, this is a too smoky shot, but it's pretty cool. It's what I mean. Can you really have enough smoke? Yes, I know the answer is yes. But dreamy, and we'll get some close-ups. See, I just love how Greg looks there, but I think this is why we do it multiple times. So see, multiple times, by the time the take is right, the smoke is right. Because imagine, by the time you get it right, smoke is not right. So, and all the windows are open and stuff, so it does dissipate pretty quickly, and it's not haze. So the difference between haze and smoke is that haze lingers and is very thin particulate. You can almost not see it apart from when you shine light on it. Compared to smoke, it just really opaques everything. It's very opaque. It's like it's bright white when you shoot a light at it, blinding everything else. So not ideal. This year I would have rather have haze. But come on, there's something there. See, I love he takes that potion out. It's good. And maybe VFX that to make it glow. I'm a big fan of adding things. Ideally, there would be some flies flying around. Like if I had my way with post-production VFX, which I do, I would love to make some flies flying around to suggest that it's been so long that he's been there. Like imagine there's fly sounds. We understand that it's a hot day and there's a dead body there. So of course we're not going to use this part. There's a light there. So as soon as he moves, it's garbage, but then he comes back. Oh, I love this cross. So you'll see what we did. We did something really cool with the crossing afterwards. So I need this shot because it will help to blend in the other crossing that we have. So he comes in. Okay, let's pick it back up here. My bad. Okay, there's a boy. There's a boy. And now no more breathing. Playing dead is hard. That's all I have to say. There's always too much breathing with the dead. Okay. This is what we call to buy backlight. Look at that. Completely outlines, and you still see that, and you get that flare, and you get a sense of that it's a hot day still. Imagine with flies here. Oh, see that crossing? And then like some shamanic sounds here. Ooh. Something like that. Maybe not like that. Maybe not all like that. But this is where I need your feedback. That was a cool crossing. Did you see that? So I'm going to back up. Backing up. You see that? Boom. That's a nice cut. Cut on action is what we're going to discover. Boom. That's a cut. That's a cut to me. Okay. So I'm just gonna now switch screen back to the. Okay. Gonna have the clock here. I take some water. You know, I don't notice that I'm continuously talking. This is why I get a little parched. Honestly, guys, I'm having so much fun. Thank you for being on this live feed with me. And what a journey it's going to be just to today already. We're at what time is it? 3:50. We're going to crush this by 6 o'clock. We're awesome. You know, oh, that's hydrated. Okay, back in action, back in action. So thank you all for following. Wherever the wind blows, the film we're editing, and we're doing really well. Day two is almost done. There's a bit more to go through, of course, but we're seeing the nearing of Selects 1. So then we can refine and refine and then start putting these awesome scenes together. What a fun process. What a fun problem. Share some stories along the way. And throughout the week, there'll be some people dropping by. Uh, yeah, I hope that you're one of them as well that wants to drop by. We're at Scriptfest HQ. There's a chair back there. Would be fun. Would be fun. But in the meantime, thank you for following along. We're making great progress, and I'm loving what I'm seeing. You know, it's bringing me back at all. Ultimately, wherever the wind blows, it's so fitting. You know, we didn't know what Scriptfest was. We still don't know, but it is a movement where we want to be creative, and wherever the wind blows is a good example of this. That we had no resources, we had, you know, nothing other than an idea and a passion to back and call it Scriptfest and see what happens with that when people are allowed to be creative without censorship, without any restrictions other than to fully re- conceive their idea and make that a reality, turning ideas into films. And this is the seed of it all. So it's really fitting that we're doing the post production for the first film that started it, which then will be screened in March with all the rest of the films that, you know, where this crop of wherever the wind blows, wherever the wind will bring them, but them when we finish them, when they screen, feel that the passion that we all put into it, including the post production, and ideally we get to screen some of your films along the way as well, because we're all stars. We all have full potentials. Only you can deliver your idea the way that you can. Nobody could ever see it the way you do. So help us see it the way that you do by making your film. And now you can edit it. That's the thing. You can no longer have to rely on somebody to cut your footage. You can make the film, say thank you. I'm going to finish it. I'm going to have my idea and screen it on the big screen. And we're all going to rejoice and see, oh wow, that's what you meant. I seen it. I see what you mean now. But in the meantime, we got to grind. It's not even grinding. It's just being disciplined. Okay, so we got our friend Greg here. Okay, let's go single viewer. See now, so in this shot for the close-up, and this is what you typically do for anything cinematography wise, and another is a good chance segue to go into this. In cinematography, you typically light twice, right? Well, no, okay. you have a wide shot, you're going to use hot shot because your lights have to go further out, and therefore you need to place your lights further away and place less. You can't place as much diffusion, but all you want to have some direction. You want to see the lines, right? You want to have hard contrast because people are far away, so it's okay to have hard contrast. But imagine now you lit it for the wide, and then you go up for the close up. Well, now that light will be so hard on them, and that you need to now soften it up and just add another light for the close up. Ironically, the close up needs more light. Um, so this is what we did for this shot here. And Greg, now when you move the light and make sure that Greg has some light on his face, as you saw in the other shot, there was no light on his face. It was only on his coat. Okay, so see, even squinting might not be able to make out the detail, but you could see that his hair is blocking his face, but there's definitely his skin now. Oh, so actually, I want you guys to see this. So this is where he shoos the family away. It doesn't say anything. It just, and then he's going to go and close the door. See, I like the light on his eye here. We had, sure, it could be softer, but I do like that there's a ping in his eye, that eye light. You know, the eyes are the window to the soul. So if we can't get clarity and see the eyes, then we don't see the character. Seriously, highlights are like so important. And sometimes specific characters have different highlights as well. Like in, for example, Lord of the Rings, like one of the elves had a bunch of Christmas ball, like a ball of Christmas lights. So it always looks like her eyes are tingling. Meanwhile, no other elves had that. Okay, so I'm gonna keep going here. So he shoos them off. So play LL. So they're, imagine I will show you that shot, but they're looking to the doorway and he's like, no, shoot. And then he's gonna go close the door. Great. Thank you, Greg. Love that light. Cool. What happened here? Good. So let's see what else we have on this row. Okay, nice. See, this is classic, Greg. Just a little smile before starting. Okay. Control B, cut. And looking, scanning. Oh, that's a good eye. Oh, that was good. See how his eye, I'm backing up right now. See how his eyes through the hair. Oh, that's a good. Nice. All shot at 60 frames per second. That's why it looks so cool. I find. Okay, cut. Thank you, Greg. Nice. Okay, so that brings us out of card 2 or whatever. So let's go there. So let's zoom out. Let's color this. Okay, so there was a mismatch in the cards. Mislabeled, that's okay. So there's still some outside shots. So what we could do though is, so this is our outside shots, this is our inside shots. So let's just move them so they're closer in proximity here. So I just selected that, and I selected this bunch, I moved it here, and then it will be part of that here. Let's just see what else we have here. So, okay, we have now in the other angle. So again, it's Avery's story. So I made sure to get a close-up of Avery here, which is played by Nev. Can you hear me? Okay. Played by Nev. And she's fantastic. She's a great actor. And she's also going to be an amazing director, a horror director of all things. She wrote this awesome horror films about Halloween. And, you know, she was really She had pitched 2 scripts at Scriptfest. To both years, season 1. So she had pitched a really good film at season 1, and then another one in season 2. And oh no, she didn't pitch one in season 2. Sorry, season 1. Rhea pitched one in season 2. But all that to say is that imagine if she would have directed a film at like so young. That'd be incredible, eh? But I'm glad that she got this experience to be on set, and just really, she's a lead actor here. So I am also really glad that I get to finish it. So we win here. So again, while all that's happening with the cigarette and like, it's important to not forget who your character is. Because it could easily be Jean-Claude's character, Jean-Claude's story, but it's Avery's story, or at least how I want to edit it right now. And so that's why I made sure to get at least a single on her, because we have some on the other ones. We really needed one on her. So that was a shot that was added, not added, but I mean, part of my editing brain when I'm formulating the shots. So that's what I want. See? So she sees them going past. So good. Thank you, Nab. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Okay, so we're going to do another one here. JKL, LLL right now. Getting in position. Okay, Control B. And LL. Speeding through footage. Okay, let's find the good stuff. So she's asking, what am I doing? Said the same thing. Okay, she's great looks. And again, the thing with anamorphic is it's hard to center punch people. Imagine if she was in the center, like it never looks good when something is so centered on anamorphic because it's such a rectangle. Oh, I also need to squish this footage. Remember? Our annoying DaVinci Resolve trait. Well, let's see. I'm sure it won't work, but because it doesn't. So it doesn't go. Okay, paste attributes. Zoom is applied, and I go. It's really hard to center punch things. It needs to be on one of the sides. So that's why it's so good at framing multiple people in it. Okay, so I have that. So she goes by, grabs her. There we go. That's the cut. So now this is when they arrive. So epic. Just so when they arrive, they're just looking. Why am I so echoey? Okay. So she's so happy. And Uncle is not impressed. I call him Uncle because that's what it is in the script. So Clayton's not impressed. Control B, cut. That's the reaction you get. So see, one is not happy. Colleen, mother, is really happy. And we don't, it's cool framing. Again, you could never center punch, but again, it balances out the left and the right. That was a cool, there you go, that we could use. It's all usually about the movement, right? Entrance and exits, moving through space, lines on the screen. Just how you get those lines. Okay. So this is Ryan's house, by the way, 171. And it's so strange because when I wrote this, I was always thinking it's a bungalow house because I want to move characters around and I don't want to have staircase. I want to be able to, like, it just, for some reason, always had it was a bungalow and summer day, the hottest day of the summer, on a bungalow. And I don't know what house or anything like that, but we found Ryan's house, and on there is no bungalows. There's only his house that's a bungalow. And it's just really cool because that's exactly what I was thinking. And the universe just delivered exactly that. Okay, so now we're inside. So that was the, so let's remember that. So now we're back inside. So, okay. Okay. Sorry, it's just checking it out. I'm just going to take a little peek at the live feed. Okay. And our live feed is here. Okay. Oh, gotta reset that. Okay. Edit. There we go. Okay, so now we're inside. What are we doing here? What are we shooting here? Oh, more smoke. More smoke. Are you serious? Is it up? See, even the actor is helping out in here. I gotta get you close up for this. It's funny because a lot of people complain about the smoke. I don't. It doesn't bother me at all. But people say it's like stuffs up their lungs, or they have trouble breathing. And I don't know. Maybe this is why I always go more because I never feel it. I don't notice a difference, but to some people it affects them. So I'm sorry. Maybe I'm more careless with it because I just don't feel it. See that lighting? It's so good. So she doesn't know what to do here. It's all good. So I'm saying you're coming out. This is when. So this is the cut. So remember. So this is the shot that will be cut with Grandma Elder calming down Dexter the zombie, and this is their close up. We had forgot to shot. We had forgot to shot it. To shot. We forgot to shoot it, and I remembered that night. I'm like, we got to shoot this. This doesn't make sense. We need a close up again. Back to Avery's story, right? It's Avery's story. I can't have a 4-person shot and not have Avery in it. And we need to track Avery's emotion. So like that looks cool. It's more stylized too, eh? I really like this. See the smoke? Come on, come on! Look at those windows. Nothing. I really like it. I really like it. Okay. Sorry, we'll keep moving. Oh, see, so she's afraid of Dexter. So that's telling, right? Her mom would do anything to get Dexter back, but now look at the. She realizes that it's no longer her son that she's seeing. It's the body of her son, but the thing that's possessing her son is not her son, and that's what she's conveying right here. Great job, Colleen. She's amazing. I would have worked with her again. Certainly, all of these people I would work again. Hope they would work with me again. Hopefully. There's a poster there. That was bugging me. I don't know if I got it out. It's great, but it's the plastic. Think about it. I don't know. Maybe I did. Maybe it doesn't matter because I think we were out by that time. Okay, so we're just scrubbing through the footage here. So see, as we get progressed through the day, I get lazier and lazier, and I just stop slating. I just keep shooting, keep shooting, keep shooting, and that's my impatience. Gotta shoot, gotta shoot. It's not bad. Control B. Oh yeah. What's the first thing? Oh, that's nice. Good. And then Clayton comes in. Ah. Okay. Scrubbing. LL. See that light? That's my HMI there. 1.8. Blasting through a lot of smoke. LL. Oh, the smoke just went off. Doubles here. feel like we've seen this. 52. Okay, that is a clone. So that is a clone. Okay. Oh, I got a duplicate of this. Let's see. Oh, okay. This is a different shot. Yeah, like I say, I thought it was a different shot, but I stopped rolling the slate. You know, I just want to shoot. We almost lost the day. You know, it's crazy how 12 hours goes by so fast. So okay, so we did that here. Control B. Scrubbing. Okay, and then he steps in. Yeah, that's right. And it said step in. So and then we'll cut to him. Good. So I said, don't do the full performance here. We just need your body coming in. And I don't think he did it. Oh yeah, he didn't really send you doing it. Okay, do we do another one? So take two. Control B. Oh, a little laughter there. Something happened. Okay, that's good. Oh, the light. Okay, it's okay. Not the best here. Wasn't that's a good look though. Nice. We got Clayton. Okay, so next shot. This is them coming out here. Okay, so now this is, you know, the shot where we have Colleen, the mother, and Clayton, the uncle, going to the window, and from Avery's point of view, we see them arguing. Well, then afterwards, she comes. See, Uncle leaves. She comes and takes a peek of what JC is doing. So then she watches JC perform the miracle here. This is directly from like Spielberg, you know, a kid looking out, eyes through doorways. Doorways are portals. You know, what does she see? Well, it's magical. Just like that. And also Jean Cocteau in Blood of a Poet, like 1912, black and white film, really surreal, but it's such a trip because he sees all of these through a doorway, no, a lock, like a key knob, a doorknob that has a keyhole, and he sees all of these different rooms things that are happening in these different rooms, and always the eyeball looking, and it's just such a, you know, the eyeball represents the camera through the eyes of a child. It's just I think it's a very interesting shot. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the other screen so you can see what I'm doing. We're cruising. We're cruising. Excellent. Okay. Cool. There you go. She opens it a little bit more. Got a bit of light on her eyes. But I think that was too much. One better. It's supposed to be more like looking in, right? So let's see. Okay, so then she goes. Then you have uncle and mother coming in here. Yeah, that's good. I like the bust in though. Maybe that's it. Starts off small, and then you could cut to this shot. Oh, see again on Avi, right? It's always what she sees. That's the challenge. From whose point of view is it? If we could ground her and nothing else matters. The world is the world of that. Verifiable facts. Okay, so if we like that bust in, let's do it again. Okay, so there's closing this here. I just gave up on slating entirely here. I told you it's nice at the starting, but then when we're late and we can't find the marker, there's just no such thing as a slate. We just got to shoot. Oh, I like that when she comes towards the camera. That's really nice. So she sees him walking around. Obviously, just going to use little segments of. Oh, I love her look there. Yeah, see that isolation. He's so out of focus there, and that light's on her. Oh, that's a beauty. Good job, Nev. So now the body's rising. Good. And on the next level. All right, we got another card done. See, it's much funner doing it in little pieces like that. It would be very hard to see the whole thing, which I typically do, but I'm glad that we did it section by sections like this. Okay, brown. Let's do that. So let's bring this here. Okay, that now brings us here. So start at 250 or 250. Now we're gonna take just a little. Oh, I need to move. I need to move. I need to dance. Maybe that's what it is. We're gonna take a little breather. Bathroom breaks, important. Editors need to move. Go outside, get some air. 417. I'm going to be back at 425. I'm going to put it on my screen here. 425. Okay, I'm going to check my feed here. We're all good. 425. Everyone's good. Okay. 425. Put it on my feed here. Okay. 2D animation. At 425. Okay, I'm going to mute my mic. Welcome. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back, editors. Welcome back to the Editing Masterclass. Editors. Hello, editors. We're back. We're back. Checking the live stream. We're still live. Checking this. Pretty fuzzy, eh? I see. Sometimes. There will be a high res, everything. We're capturing everything here as well. So I really appreciate you guys hanging on there. And we're going to trying to improve the live stream. Oh, okay. Oh, hello, hello. Hello. My mic? Silly me. Just want to let our editors know that the live stream will be improved over time. I really appreciate everyone being here with me, and like I say, I'm getting super excited about this. Um, really fun thing to go with everyone, this film, and just sharing it with everyone. Um, and your presence here means a lot. So you know, it's gonna be a journey. We're on a journey right now. I'm having a lot of fun, and I feel like this is just the start of it. And we will be completely new, transformed people by the end of this. 40 hours together. What will that mean? 40 hours of hearing my voice. Oh my god, it was awful. But in the end, I think let's just roll up our sleeves, grab some footage, whatever you got, and start cutting. What are you waiting for? There's a story there waiting to be cut. And now you know how. You have the power. Not only that, you are taking 40 hours of your time to edit something together. It's not just about watching me edit or this, but it's about you editing your stuff along with me. You know, I'm cruising along, but I hope you're cruising along on your stuff, and that once we're through this, that we've all accomplished something. In 40 hours that you took of your time to edit your own project, to edit your own things, that by the end of the 5 days, you get something out of it, and an actual thing, and you will get a certificate of completion. Yes, yet that there's a tangible product that could be screened online, could be screened on cinema, could be for your own enjoyment, but that these 40 hours is an investment in you. It's an investment in you, and I really appreciate you being here and taking the time to grow and level up, to roll up your sleeves and say, you know what, I'm going to do what's hard and takes time, because in the end, there's so much greater reward. And even if you're not going to do it for a living, knowing the foundation of editing is like knowing how to write. And it starts with the eyes and the heart. And you'll see as we progress throughout, it becomes less about all organizing and all that. It's just going to become, does it feel good? Does it feel like a good cut? Does it sound like a good cut? What does it say? And then we'll analyze that when you put an image next to another image, that this image now transform and has the context that you're bringing, it influences the other image. Rabbi Bresson used to say that a yellow is not a yellow next to a blue. It's different. It looks different. And so the image that precedes the other image absolutely influences the other image. And so that's what we're going to play around. This is where the puzzle gets exciting, because as you put this puzzle piece together, the meaning of the story changes live. So you, as the artist, you've got to know the vision that you want. You've got to know what is the message and what you want to get out of this in the end, because it could be fractals of many things. And I hope people get to take this film and re-edit it a million times, and I think it would be fun to see, and also would be so fitting for the title, Wherever the Wind Blows, like seeds in the wind. That'd be really cool, that eventually we could put all this online, at least all the proxies, and just have fun with it, because I'm I'm having fun with it, and I hope you guys are as well, and everybody watching. And I know my hair's crazy when it gets tan. There's earphones, but we're doing it together. And I hope you're standing up. This is gun deep. Okay, I know. All right, rant over. Like, geez, when is this guy going to edit? I get it. I get it. Sometimes you just got to get amped up. You know, we got to get fired up. And my engine this to this world that we created. So, what's our last shot here? That is 443. That means that we're at card 5. Did we have this card already? No. Okay, so this is the last shot. Okay. Yeah, let's do a not there right now. Okay. 7 is this. Okay. I'm going to go back to card 5. Let's just call it card 9. Okay. Okay, so card 6 is next up. And we have now all the shots of Dexter rising. We've seen him in animal mode, but now we need to see his rise. Clip attributes. Let's see if that's going to preserve the scale. Probably not. And okay. Ooh, did it work? See, in this one, the clip attributes work. What the heck? Is this not it? Okay. That's a different scene. Okay. Just want to go through all the Dexter stuff. Okay. Oh, yeah. Rise. That's okay. Control B, cut. Oh, yeah. And I want to do some special effects here on the face. Again, the flies. We could do it. Anything's possible if you can imagine it. Remember, you have to imagine it first. Yeah. So you just add a little bit of monstrosity or something with the veins. I always had, see, this is the mom. She's like, finally, my son is back. My son is back. In the script, she washes, I think we did it. Before going to see her son, she washes JC's hand with perfume. Yes, that's what people do. They wash people's hands with perfume. Say thank you. I forget where I got that. It is definitely in one. I think it's part of the Bible. The Lazarus story is that Mary actually washes Jesus' hands with perfume, and I just thought that was such an interesting thing, like washing hands with the perfume. Okay, so there was a little bump here, so let's get that back. So that was a cool shot. There's definitely a bit of that we could use. Scrub and scrub. Okay. Sometimes it's nice. Okay. And then camera view. Okay. And control B. Let's grab that. Let's move forward. Okay. Scroll. Oh yeah. See, that's nice. So in the same shot, we got a medium close up. That's a nice angle here. See, she just wants her son back, and now she's like, wait, he's not. No. Well, it's Clayton that's going to come. She still thinks that he's going to come out of it. And Clayton realizes that no, he grabs her, and this was always like, how hard can I'm like, well, it's got to look like he's tearing you off, like you don't want to let go. Again, the thing about letting go, she can't let go. Even seeing this, she has trouble to be like, oh, what is this? Instead, she's trying to cling on, and the visual that I wanted was literally Clayton ripping her off, because if you can't let go, that eventually it's going to be ripped out of your head. So you better learn how to deal with letting go, because it's part of life. Okay, see, and that was the end of the shot here. Ooh, see, so much energy. It's so draining. Ironically, to be dead is draining. And that is a lot of energy, though. Okay, so now that takes us out. This card is stand between the kitchen. I just want to right now be in the same scene. So I'm just gonna find all the stuff that's still in the. Okay, so I have this card here. Okay. All right, let's try the clip attribute again. See, I hope it sticks this time. Right click, clip attributes. 1.33. Anamorphic. What do you think? Oh, see, does not preserve it. Why? Anybody from DaVinci Resolve, can you please address? Can you resolve this issue? Please, DaVinci Resolve, resolve these issues. Okay, so now let's go to our trusty Band-Aid fix, which is clip attribute. We're going 0.7 on the vertical, and the horizontal stays the same. This is for my anamorphic adapter at 1.3 times. So we did that, and now we're squished. Look at that, we're back. Okay, so we have a bit more to go through this card. Did I say we're cruising? We're doing good. We're doing good. Okay. All right, so now this is more of when he comes in. So we're kind of following that. The cards weren't labeled properly. My fault. Okay, so I'm going to just, I know it's hard to see. I'm going to do it. It's so smoky. It's so smoky. So this is where Jean-Claude starts performing the miracle. And obviously I'll get more on him. So Ryan unfolds the blankets, reveals the body. Oh. There's a reason why we do that. So he says, he whispers a word in his ear, and the word which will go close to it. So Jean-Claude says two words. Where's the body? And then the other one that he has is rise. So he whispers rise. So there's a bit of softness there. So then Colleen goes, grabs the perfume. See right there, the perfume. A little spray sound. And I love that flare. And JC immediately leaves, gets out of here. And we're going to hear his car engine just peel out. See, and then you have Ryan peeling out of here as well. So as they're going through this, they're not even staying to be like, hey, make sure that he gets water, or something like that. He just peels out of there. Doesn't really care, because they're going to get him back, but there's no good outcome of reviving the body. He knows it. He's just in the business of it. But it's like a crack dealer selling crack. They know that ultimately it's not good for their people, but this is what they want. You got to give what the people want. So this shot goes on for a while here. It's good. So we knew that we could get all this angle on one angle and then intercut with our close-ups. So I would just play this one throughout, and see, this is Clayton ripping off Colleen, and that's where he scrambles. Then boom, he goes to see the edit in your head now. I'm at the kitchen. Geography. We've already introduced our geography. Okay, so, and that's a cut. Okay, Command B, bring it on the second level. Command B, cut. So this is where I was saying that, okay, that's a cool angle. So now we're getting all this side. Oh, she's so happy. There you go. There's the perfume. Value Village, a few dollars. And then now we got the other angle of what she's doing. I wish we would have got it. This was a, I know I said to myself, I know I didn't get enough shots of the perfume. Time is a real constraint. Time is an illusion. So at least we have all the movement of the scene, right? You can see movement throughout the scene is good because it allows you to cut to. I love her reactions here. She's great. Oh my God, so good, so powerful. And her child, you know, again, the letting go. And then plays it's not him. Like that's not your son. And then he just bolts out. He bolted out the wrong door. But it's okay. He went in the bathroom. Like, why did he go in the bathroom? We're all like, why did he go there? He knows not to go there. Actors. No, I was kidding. Okay, so we got to redo it though. So my white shirt that was no longer white after this shoot. Okay, so we're repositioning. See, I needed that little light for the perfume and Colleen's backlight. So see, we still got the slates. Oh, we already slated. Okay, get out of here. Get out of here. Okay. Yeah, it's it. Rack D. Always rack D. There's rarely a reason to go rack foreground and leave the background blurry. Unless it's intentional, but the default should be okay. So there we go. Okay, Control B. Want this part. Yeah. Oh yeah, we got the perfume on this. It's good. See that light? It just don't try to chase it. Don't try to chase the perfume. We have that other angle. So, okay. So let's see. Yeah, there. I come in here. That's not good. Okay. So reset. Okay. So Avery's peeking in. Do the perfume. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, I want to see it. Eh? That's there you go. See it. I see it. Good. Now we could cut. That's the thing with these ensemble casts. Is like you don't want to go too tight that you eliminate people. That's the beauty of having lots of people. But you also want to get the details. And I think it came out nice. I just love her performance here. Great job, Colleen. Oh, I can't wait for them to see this. Really good. Oh, and he rips her out. Oh, wow. There you go. He went the right. He didn't go through the bathroom door. Okay, cut. Control B. Bring it on top. Okay, so now we have our Smoky Dexter. Smoky. No slate. We just clap this one thing and Control B. Cut. Yeah. Yeah. I needed him to be. Oh, I like that. See, that's cool. Remember, that's 60 frames per second, so that hand can slow down. I always think with the mouth and the plug, the camera, how it goes through. I would love that the fluid goes through the larynx and goes through the body and starts to reanimate the heart. Like electric volt reaction. And I always had that kind of mind. We'll see if it comes out, but that would be the ultimate. Nice, good job, Dexter. You have to hold a second. My screen for a little bit. Okay, let's see what else we got in here. L for speeding up. Love that flare. Okay, see the makeup is melting. See, we wanted more light, and it was too smoky, obviously, right? But so Control B, cut. Now at least there's okay, so we're gonna do that again. Control B. So it brings it in. That's a nice one. There's a lot more. Yeah, you can see a lot more now. In the other shot, you couldn't even see that. And then he's going to say, rise. And then he's going to get up. Nice. Yeah, perfect. You need to clear the frame, right? So that as soon as he clears the frame, it gives us a cut point. Cut in action. It's an invincible because our eyes leaves the frame, comes back to the other side. Seamless. Remember, it's all about covering the seams, such as in lighting, such as in editing, such as in seamstress. Okay, what else do we have here? Okay, so this is looking through the doorway. So this is, again, Avery's POV of the action happening. Okay, let me go in full speed mode for you guys. So she's seeing. So we have her through the doorway. Now we have her POV. Okay. So he's approaching. Control B, cut. Okay, so he's practicing. Okay. So they were just practicing because you have to see the blanket. There we go. Okay, so there we go. Oh yeah, he's figuring out how to be on the bed. Blocking it there. I guess we'll have to cut to that shot. Oh, it's okay. Nice. There we go. The handoff is nice. And the hand over is like Reiki kind of spiritual. And then he says, "Rise." Yeah, perfect. Good job. Okay. See, no slate. We don't need no slate. Season 1, first film. What are we doing to slate? Come on. Okay, so now we have the interaction. Now we flip the camera. And so we were behind. And now we got on the side, capturing that. And now this is called a hinge shot. So essentially, when I was suggesting to cut from the perfume to the flip flop shot, basic flip flop. That would break the 180 rule, which is fine. You would get it, but it would be a hard cut and it wouldn't be seamless. And so a hinge shot, it requires 3 shots. So think about that. In order for you to orient yourself around the room in a 180 degree without breaking the 180 degree means that you need a hinge shot, a shot in between. So instead of going full 180, which would break the rule and would be not seamless, it's okay to do it. But you have to be mindful that it is a jarring cut, no matter what. It doesn't matter if you say it's intentional, it's that, it is a jarring cut, whatever you want. So the solution to that, in order to wrap around to the 180 without feeling jarring, is the hinge shot. The hinge shot is 90 degrees to that 180. So wherever your middle point is, if you could do a hinge shot, then you're able to use that and then flip to the back shot and you're good. And that's why I think we even shot it like that. I'm like, oh, we definitely need a hinge shot. And knowing editing, now I'm like thinking myself, thank you. I was having problems with that cut already in the back of my mind, but now realizing that we shot the hinge shot, we're all good. We're all good. I feel it dancing. Come on. Okay, so now they bust in. So this is from this angle. So we can buzz the focus there. It's okay. Okay, so that's okay. So she's very happy. So this is what we want. The perfume. What happens here? So we have the back. She's in the light. It's good. We see the characters. I believe. That's what she said. I believe. You could do it. He performed the miracle. And then it just F's off. I believe. And now we got this angle here. So there we go. Cut. Because I know we're not going to use the other angle was so good. Okay, and guess what? We're doing it one more time. Okay, yeah, hopefully we get that focus. Right, okay. Let's see, also 60 frames per second. Look at this action. Look at that. No smeary motion blur. Look at that. It's just blurry because it's out of focus. That's a follow focus. There it falls in focus. But it's not because of motion. I just love it. Come on. Oh, let's see. We messed up. See the focus. I knew I would have caught that. And action. Okay. J. Control B. And yes, that was nice follow focus. Good. Good. He comes in. I like. Oh yeah, this works. This works. And it allows us to cut to that 180 shot of the perfume. Perfectly hinged, might I ask or say. Who thought of this? We all did. We're filmmakers. Okay. There we go. It's mostly just to say that knowing editing is what made me think of the hinge shot. Not that I'm some sort of great director or anything like that. I just know that this is going to hurt me in the edit. This scene I can't cut because I don't have the hinge shot, and it's always going to feel jarring. You know, I'm going to have to cut to something that is not AV, that is not part of the story, and it's just a jarring cut. My hair's crazy. So knowing editing, I don't have to be an amazing director. I just need to know that this scene is going to cut at least. Okay, so that makes, we're going to the next card. We're crushing this. Okay, so we're going to try our clip attributes here. I don't think it's going to go, but I must do it. I must not do it. Bring it in. Okay, so you need to color code this. This is all inside the room. So let's go right click, control, and it's around the 10 or the brown. Color
Okay. Water break. Water break. Oh. Ah. Hold on, folks. All right. Just gonna take a few photos with my iPhone here, just so I have it, because I want to post something. All right, folks. I just realized that I want to put a post in for tomorrow or for tonight about the session, and I don't have any pictures of me, so doing the session, so I might as well grab some photos before it's time. Yeah, I just need a few photos. Okay, so what have we got here? Oh, right on. We're near the end. Good. Okay, I'm just seeing what we got here. Here through. Got this angle. Four 51. Okay. I'm just trying to see now what cards I have left. Okay. So I think I'm just going to use sets. I'm not going to bring in this. Start with which one I have. Okay, so we got card 8. So I have this I have, this I have, this I have. Okay, 446. And channel 9, card 9, I don't have. So you'll see these shots, and I don't think they're bad in the point. It's just, it's such a slow going to the film that I don't think it requires it. Honestly, it's over explaining, and it was said in a poetic way to what I was thinking, but it's I think the film could do without, and you're gonna find out here. So do I have this? So then it's this. Card 8. Okay. So 501. Okay. Let's just go through these shots here. Um, the reason why I've been avoiding these shots is that I know I'm not really happy with them, and it has nothing to do with anybody other than like me not being a very good screenwriter. Uh, and I was envisioning something different in my head, edited differently, and it just
So the idea is, so after we saw Nev, this is back at the starting of the film now. After we saw Nev going through, catching the bee, skipping across the concrete, and she comes inside. And so, and then this is where we start to learn to reveal the dinos. We have Grandma Elma Verlian there, and we have Mom and Dad. So maybe, see, that's where, boom, the car arrives. Maybe that's what it is. So there's a few various, could be nice to be polite. We don't really know what's going on. And it's the fan just shows how hot it is. So then she turns there and she goes talks to Grandma, which is okay. And I had a beautiful montage of the tomatoes and what she's saying. It could still happen, but ultimately, I just feel like it's slow pacing. It's not even anything about that. It's just, it's so slow pacing that maybe it's best to start off on action because it doesn't really reveal anything else. It's just kind of exposition, which I thought was needed, but maybe we did this a few times here. Just take some pictures first.
Portraits?
Oh. Yeah, while I was walking back as well, trying to pull focus at 1.5, and it was difficult. And Nev was tired, and it was at the end of the day, and that, many reasons why the scene is not what I was hoping that it would be. And juxtaposed with people grieving. She's like, it's been 4 days, just like she knows it's sad. It's not that she's clueless or anything, but it's a child. What is death? I tried to explain it with this special potion that he'll be back, and it's so confusing. So, even that's why I was so curious to see it through a child's eye. The grandmother's the elder that knows that don't mess with nature. Come on. So then we have that here. So, but again, I know. Okay, so 3, so now more. This is the shot that we repeat. See, I really like the watermelon there, but that was like, again, it was really that they're eating. It's lived in. That's a nice rack focus there. Just things to like about the shot. When I was starting to put it together, I just so slow. And maybe together we could figure this out because the shots are good. At least the sections of the shot. So she looking. I think we wanted to let her go. Okay. So Control B, shift up, LL. Okay, so see, originally I wanted it to be a one taker as well, and that's where the slowness comes from. Okay, so she's looking. So Control B, cut. Okay. He says he's basically says to Colleen and the mothers, "It's been 4 days. Let's just give it up already." She's like, he'll come, he'll come. So it's kind of, I think we could include that information in. That's what I mean. There's pieces of it that would be worth having. This is where I'm going to need your help, because right now I don't see much ways of saving the starting, but with your help, maybe we could find something that pacing wise works and doesn't stall the story, but adds more instead of just kind of being redundant. I like that one. We saw that. It's just, it just seems a little like sketched out. I just don't know. There's something that is not what I wanted to feel like. And honestly, I should have just done, instead of trying to do one take there, walking behind the camera, because that's what bothered me, the shakiness of the camera, especially for the starting. I should have just done it 3 shots that I could go pow, 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 like editing wise, and make the style there instead of, because there's no other shots that I do long takes as well. And so, I'm kind of kicking myself for that reason. Which again, this is why I started shooting all these extra shots here, because I'm starting to realize that one taker is not gonna do it. Interaction between Colleen and playing the mother and the uncle. It's been waiting there for 4 days. So what is, we don't know. But we sure will find out. Yeah. That's up that thing. Like, look how towering he is above her. Clayton is that tall. And Colleen is not the tallest. I'm not going to say short. She's not short. Just Clayton appears to be towering over her. It's also the low angle shot and wide angle with the 35 anamorphic, so it does exaggerate distance. See, I think that's what I'm talking about right now. We're like, the height is so extreme. I think we did maybe try to put on other boxes. No. Okay, back. Control B, cut. See, I'm using the same buttons all the time. Like, people telling me about editing that you're so good, all the buttons. I'm like, there's literally just the blade tool I'm using. Like, okay, and JKL, Control B. You could do that. Control B, and then I move it on top. I graduated. It graduates. Okay, so we got a slate here. LL. Oh, where's this here? J for backing up. Okay, she comes in shot. So this is when Uncle touches her shoulder, gives her a smile. So that's the cut. Again, cut on action. Control B. And she arrives. Okay, so that's the look. So then she looks at them. So there is a series of look where we could do something here. That's what I mean. I'm not hopeless, but it's got to add to it. And we got to find, maybe this is where Jean-Claude arrives. Something. But, together, we're going to have to find it. Sorry. Finishes the look. Okay, there you go. L, fast forward. Okay, she turns and goes to ground. Okay. That's okay. L, speed up. She's back, so she's getting tired. That's also it as well. This is why you can't push kids. It's not like you can push kids and be like, okay, just when they're done, they're done. They're just like, I don't care anymore. I love filmmaking, but being an extra hour here, no. And there's just no flexibility. And I don't encourage people even trying. I'm not saying that I tried to. Just saying, know that when you're filming with kids, there's a window of opportunity where they're on, and then when they're off, you can't even push them to be on. It's not like a motivational thing. It's just they're done. Their energy's just done. So just be mindful of that. Also, pets, basically like a pet. Okay. Let's see here. So she's waiting. Okay. Okay, there she is. That's that look. Where's that? Control B. So she's looking outside. See the light? That's okay. It's not the right view. Oh, it's like almost there. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. It's this out of here. So now, I know. Let's keep going. Let's keep powering through here. So we're going to cut this one pretty fast because you can't hear the audio. So there's just a series of shots here with Berlin saying her lines. But so, and then she comes in here. Let's just save this to the Berlin shots. See what she says. So she comes in here. Where's that? Okay. Okay, Control B. Both sides. We have all the angles. That's why, because it was hard. It was a long dialogue, and so for as many angles as possible. But and maybe, like I say, with some awesome editing and some shots of tomatoes that I shot afterwards, it could be salvaged. But maybe it'll just make it really good behind the scenes. Who knows? Okay, so this is where I was planning. So this is the time. This is the only time I changed the lens, and then I said never again. Oh, where did I go here? I need to change the lens. Oh, one sec. Da Vinci's doing some things here. It's like it gets tired. You know, like an editor, it gets tired. The editing software gets tired. It's just randomly picked out. So this is the only time that. Here's what. Oh, why did he do that? Sorry, Da Vinci is messing with me. I go works. Oh, see, I get what a glitch. Another glitch. I hold. So here you see this is the 24 mil on anamorphic, and there's a serious glitch right now. I can't right click anymore. Well, that's annoying. We're gonna have to reset. Okay, we're gonna reset DaVinci Resolve. It's whenever right click, it just there's a problem here. I'm gonna do it one more time. Right click, yeah, it automatically clicks. Unless some, oh, okay. Something was hitting my keyboard again. So I want to show you. You're going to paste the attributes, make sure the zooms are all in, and I squish the footage. So now what I want to show you is this is the 24 mil on my anamorphic adapter. Like, remember, everything else I said was the 35 mil, and it just doesn't look as cinematic as well. Okay, so it is also vignetting on the side, so therefore I need to zoom in. You know, you see how millimeter depth of field, you were able to get the background out of focus, but now using the 24, which is like an 18 mil wide, but still a 24 mil depth of field, I'm now not able to really blur out anything, even though I'm at 1.5, focus. The Clayton and Avery and Grandma looks the same in terms of out of focusedness. So just cool, and it's just, and again that front light. See, there's so many things that don't work with this scene. So a lot of the times you edit 80% of the things with no problem, and 20% of the things are the biggest problems. That's where you spend most of your time. So Control D, I grab that clip. I'm scrubbing through. Okay, let's see. And Control B, scrubbing through here. Okay, I'm just gonna see. Okay. Oh, it's too bad. Yeah, you guys don't have the clearest signal. It's unfortunate. We're gonna fix this over the week, and we're gonna master this. It's definitely a bandwidth issue. I think it's actually solvable. So I just want to say how much I appreciate you guys being on this live feed with us, and we're gonna clear things up. But yeah, thanks for being on the feed with us. Okay, so let's back up. So we did that a few times. So it comes in. So it was a timing of getting Clayton and Colleen in at the same time. So this is where Jean-Claude arrives. So we hear the car coming in, and she says, "It's Jean-Claude." Or they both say Jean-Claude. Like, so again, there's like kind of that comedy touch that maybe is a little too hard. Feels comedic to be comedic kind of thing. I don't know. Again, sound will play such a big vital role in that. So I'm scrubbing through here. LL. Okay, he's getting ready. Oh, LJ. Control B. Grab that. Oh, okay. One of my camera died. I think it's that means 520. Okay. Nearing the end. Nearing the end. I just need to change this battery. Change this. Yeah, can you get one downstairs?
Yeah. We got the battery one on sofa, please.
Oh, yeah. Okay, hang in there. So it's still going. Is somebody else getting the battery? So this is the shot. Starts here. Okay, it's Jean-Claude. The thing with the tablet is you tend to lose the pencil a lot. So I have a few things to them, getting near the door or the window and saying Jean-Claude. Good. Okay.
So we're gonna change battery, folks. Stay there. You're still along for the ride. Okay. Thank you. That's okay. That's good. So pretty good. Pretty 8 hours. This is a full thing. We're almost done, guys. That means we've almost done 8 hours, 7.5 hours together. Don't you want to dance? 8 hours together. I feel like I know you guys. Okay. Yeah, it's too bad the okay, good. We're good. Okay. I'm gonna need to take some water. We're going to be recording on this camera. Changing cards. Okay. There should be this way. Goes like this. Oh my god. This is very difficult. Okay, let's see how I could do this without crashing everything. No, I just gotta reach this camera here. Getting in there. Ah, dang it. Okay, hang in. Hang in there, guys.
identity changes. All this scans that I'm thinking.
This one?
Okay, there we go.
Bingo. Bingo. Thank you, folks. Sorry, that was difficult. That was very difficult. Okay, got to get this angle back. All right, folks. Almost near the end here. Booting up this camera. Whoa, that was difficult. Okay, so we see here. Okay, awesome. We got our camera position back. All right, let's see what time. I have to trigger this camera. All right, that was good, right? I hope you guys got up and moved around because I sure did. I reached out to my full extension trying to put a SD card when there was already an SD card, and that's why I couldn't get it. Thank you for your patience. I'm going to hydrate here. We're going to get right back into it. I just want to say that we're almost done, nearing the end, 5:31. We're not stopping till 6 o'clock. That's it. You know, anybody else might say, well, I did a lot of work today. I should just call it quits. No, this is where the discipline comes in. The discipline of, saying that you will do the 10 to 6, and the 10 to 6 is the 10 to 6. George Lucas made Star Wars, wrote Star Wars in over just 2 years. And what he did was Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. He called it bleeding on the page, where he would have a blank page and he would force himself to write in the most painful way. He's like, I ain't leaving here until it's my time, but I need to do pages per day. Pages per day. Bleeding on the page. There's no, I'm having a writer's 8 to 5. No, you're writing. That's it. If you do that, imagine you could do Star Wars. Raise your hand. Not many people would do that. That's the thing. Not many people are willing to sacrifice being comfortable. Being comfortable.
Ease is the greatest threat to progress. Okay, let's get back into it. It's almost 6. So we have just now some kitchen shots. I thought it would be funny that to again have some cutaways. I'm struggling with his dialogue, and just have Clayton give some looks. He's chopping off the watermelon. I thought it'd be cool. We could chop that while they're talking about nature and stuff like that. He's there chopping and just being brutal with this knife. I'm like, have you never cut a watermelon before? It's like, no, that's how my character would do it. Oh, thank you, Clayton. That's good. But see, just cutaways like that. I'm just trying to get something that adds to the scene. Not only adds, but is able to tighten up the scene because the performance are stale. And it's nobody's fault other than me not rehearsing with my cast enough. But now it's you can't use that as an excuse and be like, well, it's no, you got to have, okay, well, this is not working. I need to think of something else. And knowing editing will save you. Is what I mean? Will save you because you're like, I'm at least going to be able to rewrite this in the edit, and that's what editing is writing. Okay, so now that was all the kitchen scene. Oh, thank God, get out of there. It's really dry, that kitchen scene. Just that's where I stopped last time. Okay, so this is our kitchen. Coated. So now there's only a few shots left. Oh my God. We're 6 o'clock. We'll have gone through most, if not all, the footage. There's the fourth day, which it's not really part of the film, so it's okay. But I would like to take a peek whenever it's time. But right now, it's not part of the story. Okay. So now Dexter, her son, has just ran off. This is when we got the breathless shot running in the hallway, and then we cut to. I just love this shot because it's the smokestack in the background. This is I shot a music video. This exact same street we closed down for Emily. Spice Islands music video. You should check it out. It's this exact spot right here. So multiple things have been shot here. It's just because look at the smokestack. By the way, the smokestack will be gone soon, so it's even that much more special. So they're going to be writing, and I'm in back of a SUV, and they're running, and I just love seeing the three of them running, and Clayton with the broom. I thought it was so funny that he still has the broom. Of course he would, right? It's continuity, but that's his broom. Yeah, that's so good. See, he splits off. See, we messed up there. So that no, see, I'm like, not gonna. Okay, let's try it one more time. Because the idea is that Uncle splits off, and then it's Mother and Avery that finds Dexter. I wanted a way to just I just wanted to be back a moment with them too, because it's their moment. It's her that has to let go. And switch past the camera. I'm like, oh, it's not enough. So this is the shot here coming up. Okay, Control B, cut that. There it goes, to pass the camera. Beautiful. So now there's left. Did we squish this footage? See, we need to squish this footage. I think we did. I don't know. Okay, that's already squished. Okay, so now day 3. This is the pickup shot that we had. Okay, so let's look at this stuff. Okay, so all of this stuff here. It's not fun. So this was shot a week and a half after, and thankfully Nev and all the actors agreed because we were supposed to shoot this on that day, and the heat, moving, it was too tough, and that's Nev's dad holding the slate there. Thank you, Nev's dad. And we were thinking how much reveal that they find where he went, and they see his shoe on the ground. So it's like tracking detective work. And see, we're on. I love this location. See this location. You'll see it's. I've never seen so much moss, green moss that then he gets covered in the top. So there's this beautiful place in Sudbury by the Southview Drive. And thank you, Stacy Lalonde, took me there on their photography course. So they see the shoot, but they have to acknowledge it. So I think there's another shot of it. Took me there like when I started photography, and we just did photography there at sunset because the sunset is right there, and that's what I love. It's on facing for what we want, and it was so cool. You'll see the space. It's so cool. I still want to shoot more stuff there because I take off my shoes, and it's like a big giant carpet. Like I say, I've never seen so much moss like spread out. It's really cool. There you go. So now they see and there's a car there. So I think we reshot it because there's a car behind and it doesn't make sense. It's not so much that it doesn't make sense, it's that it takes you out of the story, right? Sure, there could be a car, but also then it's like, why is there a car there? Does it mean something? And it's never going to be seen again. It's just like, you got to reshoot it. And we got to make sure there's no cars. Cut, Control B. I see there's a car there. Right? So we're like, no, hold. It's not worth doing it. Let the car go by. And it's cool. See anamorphic, how the bouquets are? Really cool, eh? So, oh yeah, we have to squash this footage. So I select the footage, I go right click, I go paste attributes, and I go apply. So there the scale has been transformed to anamorphic, and the car goes by, and now we're going to say action stream here. Okay, and action. Control B. When they're running. And we don't know how much we're going to use, but I said, keep the shoe in focus. I said the default should always be, the background should be in focus. Well, I just proved my theory wrong. But in this case, is again, because it's so intentional, right? We know that they're running, but we want them, that's awesome. To see that the shoe, and we're the audience's eyes, right? So, okay, so fast forward. I'm no longer wearing my white shirt, as you notice. This is only a week and a half. Where's the white shirt? It's gone, destroyed, okay? I'm a very messy person. And I tend to go on the floor to take pictures all the time. And next thing you know, your back is filthy. Filthy, I tell you. Okay, so this second last shot here. So they run, they saw the shoe, and they see their son. Or her son, they see her brother. We buzzed the focus there. But I really wanted them to come close to camera, to give themselves a medium close-up. And again, this is where anamorphic does so well with the bouquet. Look at how the background looks like. It's really beautiful. I wish you could see with the clarity that I have on my screen. And then I got Nev to take a step forward. So, and you see in this sense, the mother has let go. She understands that now. What she saw was not her son. Was not her son. And therefore, she's now accepting, literally, like I said, at one point she was ripped out of her arms, but now she's completely accepted that, oh, my son is gone. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Because we tried to bring him back and it didn't work. I spent all my life savings. So who knows, she's going to need, spend a lot of money doing this. Didn't work. Well, it worked. It worked. That's what I mean. If you would go to him, the JC, and you'd be like, yo, what happened? And he'd be like, this is exactly what you wanted. I brought him back. And so that's where the disclaimer is. He always has that disclaimer. He's like, be careful what you wish for, because don't mess with nature. Okay, that was good. Thank you, Colleen. Very good. So this one, we're even a smaller crew. It's just me, Ja, a few other people, and just really bare bones. And it's all about the timing of the sun. You'll see there's a beautiful sunset coming up on the other side, and it's all about the timing. You don't need anything else. Okay, that's very good. Control B. Sorry, I forgot Control B. Okay, there you go. So there's more gas, right? What are they seeing? What are they seeing? And it's going to be Dexter that turns. He's in a lotus pose. Oh, that's beautiful. You just see how the background goes out of focus. That's great. Great job, John. Great. Nice, Colleen. Aww. I'm getting teary-eyed. I'll accept it. She did great. She did great. Okay, so then I want it to be less at her and more on her eyeline. So we shot this. Eyeline is a big thing, right? You don't want to be looking down, like you're looking up her nostrils. There you go. This is her accepting here. And I just let go. I know it's such an intense moment for her as well. She's going through some, we're all going through some personal things that we could relate to. And there's like a catharsis release for everyone. For her embodying this character was a release. So she really felt it there. You felt it. I felt that. That's heart. That's heart. See, I gave her a hug there. You can see we felt that. I go to give her a hug. Nice. So now we're getting at the beauty of the sunset. So look at the moss there. So see, I'm walking barefoot. I just love it. It feels so good. It's like this beautiful carpet. And I think we just let it roll here. We accidentally left the camera rolling because we can do that. So I like this is the lotus position. This is a lotus. Okay. So I said just hold that pose. Plants are going to start to emerge out of him, and he's going to be now part of nature. Return to nature. Again, there's no interference with nature. Everything always returns back to nature. And so that's what he does. He becomes one with the earth. And that's why the moss is so symbolic. It like crawls up him. You know, it's going to be there. And ideally, so she crouches down and she's going to see a bee land on the plant that, or ideally there's a flower that grows from the moss and the bee lands on it and it completes the loop if we've used the bee. Okay. So take one. There you go. Be in that position. It's hard to hold that position, I learned. So he's just holding that position and trying not to breathe too much. And at first I wanted, you know, ideally there would be crows that come and pick at it as well. Just love that visuals. So my note to Nev was the Chinanka, but also I think there's the not so center punch, right? Always have elements using the full rectangle of the screen. So thank you. Okay, so it's in position, Control B. We're almost done. Okay. There you go. So no dice. So I said, you're still blocking him. You've got to move. It's all good. Okay, so he's in position. Thank you, Dexter. Oh, yeah, and I got called into step forward. That's what it was. So I think it's still the blocking, but
Okay. Yeah. Just a second, guys. We're back. We're back. So let's change up. So now we got the shot of ideally here matches the plant transformation. So we have 2 times here. So now the plants would be blurry in the foreground, and we missed the focus there. Do it again. Oh, okay. I love this sunset light. This such a soft light. It's just so beautiful, directionless. It's so soft. Beauty. So this is where she would see the bee land. So she looked here, she spiked the camera. See? Cut. Okay, just kidding. You just needed a break there. The kids are getting tired. I'm like, this is not holding. Okay, Control B. There you go. His mouth's open. This is a great frame. Look at this frame. You got 2. I love that we see Colleen here again. The anamorphic lens is so beautiful here. You really see the whole frame, and from low angle like this, yeah, this is hot. This is hot. This is good. Imagine it's turning into the plant right now. And cut to the mom. I got this. Show don't tell. So I have a dialogue of 3 minutes, visually in 10 seconds, and it does the same effect. Don't interfere in nature. So this is why I feel like I'm not losing much. All right, what is this here? This is all that. Okay, so I'm going to change screen here. This is going to be orange glad. 5:52. We did 3 days and 8 hours. Wow. Gang. So let's see what that looks like here. So zoom out. We have, okay, it says 5 hours, but it's not. So I'm going to explain what we're going to do tomorrow with this. But look at now the visual layout that we have. Each scene is sectioned off. You have the best of the best. Well, not the best of the best. The usable stuff. The garbage is out. The usable stuff is there. And then now we're going to refine that tomorrow. And it's going to take a lot less time. And then we're going to be able to start cutting. So I just want to give a round of applause to everyone for doing a whole solid 8 hours with me and committing to another 4 days with me in this footage. I feel like I know the footage, and more so than others. But unlike when I was doing the documentary, whereas I had about 3 months of this, going through footage, good, water dripping on a rock, and then I had to find those shots
and put them together and do a mail tossing, because this is rewarding. At least, you know, we got something done and we can move forward to the next one. And then the next day is going to be even tighter. And well done, guys. Having so much fun. Don't you want to dance? So we're going to be back at it tomorrow at 10 a.m. Just look at that link on the website. We might change the player. We're going to improve the bandwidth. But please follow along. Make sure you're there every day if you want that certificate. But also, thank you so much. I'm going to go in the chat here. I don't have it open just in case. All right, we're good. We got thumbs up. We got James. Rishi's still there. Thank you, Larry. We got Gundeep. Live feed. We made history today. We're going to do it another 4 times. Yeah, nice. Okay. So we're going to write it out. We're going to go till 6. Because like I say, it's not over till it's 6. So we're going to stay here. But I will read, I guess, from the American Cinematographer's Bible here. From the book. All right. What is this one? Okay, this is about the... Oh, I use this camera, the Panavision Panaflex. This is about cameras, about film cameras here. Let's see what would be interesting. Oh, okay. This is an interesting one. Just gonna play this down a little bit. Foreground lighting on the stage, creating the illusion, lighting to match the background. Inappropriate lighting comprises a shot the instant it appears on screen. While imperfect compositing technique may be noticeable only to experts, they're talking about compositing here, green screen and blue screen. Obviously, the foreground photography must match the background lens and camera positions, but lighting considerations are just as important. This is why it is generally preferable to shoot live action background first if the background hasn't been shot yet. The job depends on everything from careful map reading to educated guesswork. Even the best guesses could be defeated by unexpected weather. Foreground lighting must match the background in direction. Ratio. True sunlight has nearly coming from a single point at a distance that's optically equivalent to infinity. That's the thing. It's hard to mimic sun because the sun is so far away that you can move from a window, from the front of the window all the way to the back of the room. The sun will be the same intensity. Yet if you put a 1.8 like we did there, and they're close to the window, their skin will be so hot. And then when they move to the back of the room, they'll be so dark. And it's not so much that the light is brighter than the sun. It's that if I expose further light near the window, the light doesn't carry all the way to the end because of the inverse square law. So this is one thing that it's mentioning. It's saying that when you're doing the green screen and blue screen, that you should shoot your action plates first because those have the most variables. And then from seeing the action plates, then you could see what you could put in the background and what you need to match. So whatever is the easiest to match is the one you should shoot last. And that's what they're saying, that consideration for the sun, if you're going to do in a big jungle, but yet you're on a set in a garage, well, you have to make sure that that light carries naturally as if you're in the green screen, because you might be doing a matte extension or set extension where it is a huge environment with sunlight going in, and you have to consider that. Okay, foreground lighting must match the background in direction, shadow, hardness, and key to field ratio. True sunlight has nearly parallel rail rays coming stimulate the sun. Use the hardest source available, as far away as the shooting space will allow. That's what I was saying, right? To make that jungle look, use your strongest light you have and put it as far away as possible, so the beam are at least as straight as possible. The closest to the object, the more the fall off will increase. As you go further into space, the difference between 10 feet and 15 feet in lighting will be a lot less dramatic than from 1 foot to 2 feet. Taking a step forward and backward right near the light is a very big jump compared to 5 feet away. Multiple sources cast multiple shadows, an instant giveaway. Sometimes folding the light path with a mirror will allow the hard source to be further away in a better representation of the parallel rays of the sun. Actually, that's a really good technique. See, thank you. This reminds me, I use this technique on one of my first short films. Again, the same problem of the inverse square law, where I'm in a garage, my parents' garage actually. We're shooting a period piece, and they're supposed to be in a church where there's no artificial light. There's only the sun coming in, so it needs to look like the sun coming in. Yet I don't have much distance from the set to the window, which is like the window, the beam of the light, the head of the light would have to be right in the window, and that can't happen. Like I said, the explanation of close to furthest. So what I did is I had these 4x4 mirrors. I put the light in the mirror, and then I think of it like Egyptian mirrors, hitting each other. So the mirrors have 100% transmission, and so that means if they don't lose light, they can only refract light. So knowing that the beam keeps going, it actually elongates the beam, even though there's an angle in it. So technically that light that was now 5 feet away from the person, because I put it through the mirror and then the mirror went through the light, well, then I got a beam that was like 15 feet away, which then made it a lot more natural. And that's what they're suggesting in this book here, to find a way to make the light as far away as possible, even if you have to divert the beam so you could make it look like it's longer. Sometimes folding the light. This is what I mean. That's a beautiful way. Folding the light. A path with a mirror will allow the hard source to be further away and a better representation of the parallel rays of the sun. Skylight fill and environmental balance light must be shadowless. Therefore, surrounding the actor with the biggest, broadest source of light available is preferable. The perfect skylight source would be like the real sky, which can approximate on stage with big silks or white bounces. To help in lighting and foreground subject while the screen is lit, a contrast viewing glass of the contemporary color can be used to black out the screen area. The viewing glass also reveals spill light on the screen. So to finish off, two things that they're saying here. They're saying you need to match, the hard light needs to look like sunlight. Like, again, I'm using the jungle analogy, and you're in a garage. You have to think then, what is in the sky? The sky is a big, bright light, right? With clouds, or it's not so much, the sun is direct, but then everything else is ambient light, shadowless, right? It's coming omnidirectional at all places, but definitely from the sky. So they're suggesting if you're doing it in a garage or a studio space, find a way to get lights evenly distributed throughout the whole ceiling, so then you could control the contrast ratio between your hard light and then your shadowless fill. So the mix of both hard and soft. Remember, this is what I was talking about. And so you want to blend in those seams where the hard light is not so hard, but also the soft light is not so directionless. And that's what they're saying here. And in the end, they're saying if you, on green screen, there's this technique where it's a glass that could take out green or blue and will make it look dark. So whatever is in that exact wavelength will be cut out, and you're able to see, even without a preview monitor or something like that, you'll know right away by putting this glass to your eye if the grieve wavelength are all the same. And so you'll be able to know in the green screen, oh, that light needs to be brighter, that light needs to be even. And that's the whole point of a green screen, right? You want an even distribution of the green screen. And another thing to the green screen is you want it, again, as far away as possible from your actors. You want to be able to think of it, you're lighting two different sets that are not. You want to light the green screen super soft evenly, and the front set you want to light stylized with backlight and 3/4 rim light. And so mix that together. That's how you get a perfect green screen key. Thank you, American Society Cinematographer Manual. The Bible, the same. All you need to do is read a chapter a day, and you will be Roger Deakins. Okay, that brings us 6:03. This is me signing off. I will see everyone tomorrow at 10 a.m. At 10 a.m. Okay, everyone, have a good one. Ciao.